Aw, shit. Here we go again. Go here. That could be cool. Not the... Who sacrificed what to bring this guy back? Y'all. Let's reduce desktop audio just a little bit. How you guys doing? Bluebird, Giovanni? I know what I need to do to reduce this. Would you believe I've been still here? I just haven't been streaming. So, let's see if we can dick around at the Morta some. I gotta say though, one of the interesting things about this battle pass that's different from just about every battle pass that's been happening recently, you can actually craft this stuff. Bluebird knows. Bluebird's like, I know what you've been playing. You've been playing Skyrim. Fuck you, Bluebird. Don't rat me out. Greetings, Daikaz. I don't disappear after every stream. I disappear into the void. Cease to experience everything until the next stream. The reason why my information can be out of date sometimes. Nope, Sarah. Don't do this, Sarah. We're gonna try for a collat. Oh no. This is bad. I don't know where my team is. Juliebot, save me, Juliebot. No, Juliebot. Rippers. What the? Okay, maybe. 15 kps. I wasn't paying attention. That one's on me. And also my team. But mostly my team. So, interesting story. The Jupiters are good stuff. So, the Jupiters are what the Morta was attempting to be. So, for those of us who don't remember, because again, it follows the exact same idea. You fire a bolt, you don't want to necessarily hit your opponent with the Jupiters. In fact, with the Jupiters, you want to miss. You desperately want to miss. Thoughts on the new Grimmy? Well, I think that, rightfully so, it is the best of the Gremlins, right? So if you look at the shotgun line, and you look at all the small front facers, it's the best of the line. Yokais are a miss weapon, so the Yokais are a miss weapon, the Jupiter is the miss weapon, but yeah, so the Triton, it hurts. There are a lot of meme builds out there that I saw that are actually quite hilarious. I think you only run like 3 Tritons or something like that, and you run with a booster, like boosted cockpit, and you just drive into them, you shoot them, you explode, and you fly out. Surprisingly, the Lance portion, even though it is memey as fuck, it can be effective. And the other interesting thing is, I think this has to do with the meta of the game as it is right now, because a lot of people are walking around these stupid centipede legs or whatever. They're running on lifted builds, right? And so because you're running around on these lifted builds, or you're running around in such a way where someone who has a street sweeper, like, that's firing at literally fucking ground level, is just attacking your generator, attacking your frames, attacking all that stuff. That's correct. The Tritons go fast, make boom, repeat. But the idea is that these builds aren't designed to defend against it. They just don't have it because they're built in a certain way, right? Oh, Florence, you dumb bitch. How did I shoot the wall? So, as you can see, though, the Jupiter is phenomenal. When it fires near the opponent, it does amazing damage. It does incredibly amazing damage. Not ideal. I gotta get out of here. We're gonna scuttle away. One of the largest problems of the Morta is energy shields, though. This thing is broken on any energy shield. Oh, that's not ideal. Oh no, I'm missing, like, point-blank range shots. Gotta focus. Taking out the trash. Oh no! I got taken out. So, the difference is, with the Jupiter, you have to shoot and miss. But if you miss, it's very much like the BFG 9000, as you can tell. Because you don't want to hit. That ball does... Look at that. See that? Hitting actually saved Blow's life. If the shot actually just existed next to him for a couple more seconds, he'd be dead. Right? Because that's how much damage the Jupiter does. Are bricks still meta? I think they always... Yeah, they still are. I don't think that there's anything that has changed that at all. I mean, the only difference is what is underneath the brick holding it up. Ooh, did I get a purple? Yeah, epic stabilizer. Mandrakes are getting a micro buff. Yes. Yes, it is a micro buff. I saw that. And also the micro nerf to the commit. But yeah, no, a super tiny, itsy bitsy micro buff to the Mandrake. Yeah. Wait, what's $1 million cake friendship money? Yes, Secret Jet Racer. That's the point of the Morta. So that's actually the reason why I'm using the Morta. Because people are thinking they're being shot at by the Jupiter and they move. So the Morta and the Jupiter both fire the energy beam, right? Or this energy shield. And they both look as though they're hyper deadly. One of them is. And that would be the Jupiter. As you can see... I think the number one problem with the Morta, and this thing frustrates me, there's a guy behind me, is that the Morta shot detonates on allies, and that's unfortunate. If it didn't detonate on allies, it would be a lot better. The problem is that if you fire, let's say, through a wall of guys, right, it'll hit everyone until it runs out of damage, as long as they're enemies. But if it hits an ally like a wolf or whatever the hell they get in the way at the last second, your shot gets eaten up and it's terrible. Whereas if you're firing through enemies, it'll just go right through. Honey, I'm not going to remember every cake you make. You make so many cakes. Really? You think the Triton is the most busted weapon right now? Why? Oh no, this guy's dead. So car constructor over there is probably going to end up ripping him a new car. Is this guy just missing one wheel and can't drive? I mean, yes, the Triton can work with the Satori, but I mean, you have to get the drift in first. So, by the way, this is also one of the reasons why the Jupiter is pretty good. The damage the Jupiter deals per hit is actually really good. I think it does like 350 with both balls. Yep, there it is. Called it. If you're going balls deep, you do 350 damage. That's a lot for both balls, right? The Morta and Jupiter shots spammed down its choke is cancer. Like, you can face tank the Jupiter, but the Morta will do its thing. But if you dodge the Morta, the Jupiter shot gets to pop off. That's correct. If you have a Morta-Jupiter combo coming at you, it's actually kind of brutal. Where did you get the balance info about the Mandrake micro buff? That's in the news. Crack open this button right here. News. And in the news, they're like, update. Hey, guys. Oh, community suggestions. That's this one. They're taking some of the suggestions instead of, you know, balancing their game. They're not going to make the carjack any better. That's for certain, though. They're like, no. It costs 0 energy. It's going to suck. So, let's get back to the Tritons. You say 6 energy, insane DPS, and only 1.8k power score. Okay, those are all true things, I suppose, but one of the things that you have to compare that against is... One second. So, do you see that angle that I had right there where I'm not able to fire? That would actually be a good shot for the Jupiter, but it's a terrible shot for the Morta. The Morta really needs that direct hit. So this guy, do you see how that ball is just like hovering above him, just ripping him a new asshole? Yeah. Jupiter definitely has that DPS advantage. But, yeah, 1 second. Checking for enemies. We good. I'll talk to you about the new ammo box right after I finish shooting this shot. Okay, well, not ideal. It looks like as though I got a defense point, so that means that dude actually did fire his gun into the... Whoop. That's not ideal. We're going to fire this at the Scorpion guy. I'm doing this to provide myself cover, not because I think it's going to do any damage. Ow. Oh, you priggity prick. Hold on. Let me drop this mine next to you. How does that feel, bitch? Oh. Seriously, though, even with all this bullshit, the commit is still fucking slapping cheeks. Boop. I did it! I killed him! I killed Car Constructor with my mine! Ha ha ha! Suck 2 dicks! Oh, this Scorpion guy is still alive. That's not ideal. We're gonna put mines here. And here. And that's because he's gonna try and whip around, and I'm not interested in engaging him because I don't have any guns. What? Missiles? Why me? Apparently I'm just an easy target. Get these mines out. No, I lost my mine laying thing. I needed that to win. Unfortunate. Alright, so let's cover the ammo box. The ammo box is interesting because it's basically infinite ammo. That's it. That's as simple as it is. I don't know why they would do that. That is a very, very interesting decision. You get less front-end ammo, but the idea is in any 8v8, getting a dead bot or something like that is almost guaranteed. In Levy CW, as the Leviathan, you're going to kill an ad and then have infinite ammo, and it's going to be over. In fact, if you are in Levy CW and you lose an ad, you also get infinite ammo. So, kind of think that that's a shark jumpy scenario. As for the Triton, I've yet to test it out too terribly much. I have a couple of them. I could make a build or grab a build and test it. I think that for the power score and the damage, I think it's only getting as much play as it does right now because of the way everyone's building. The meta is so different than what it used to be. Because again, the reason why things like the Gremlin and the Goblin ceased to exist isn't because the Gremlin and the Goblin changed. They're the exact same gun they've always been. But the reason why they ceased to exist is actually because of the fact that people built different, right? They simply built their builds differently. Well, now people are back to building in such a way where it seems as though underslung shotguns, they work again. And so I think just in general, underslung shotguns are going to be in a good spot. I am the worst shot in the world. I know exactly where this fuck is going and I haven't hit a single shot. And hit my ally. Ah. Oh, under Speak of the Devil. Right? So this guy with underslung shotties is, you know, punching directly at your hoo-ha, as it were, right? Well, here's the thing. I've yet to see a Surikari in that underslung shotgun build. He should... I mean, when I asked him initially if he was going to pick up the guns, he was like, it's a scam. How did this guy do 46? But he might do it now. Nice. Triton spiders were destroying everything in Battle for Uranium, Daikaz says. I mean, I think that comes down to people not knowing how to build against it yet, but it's possible that it's the new hotness. I got to admit, though, the Morta is pretty devastating against people with any generator that isn't the best. If you're not running Odin, if you're not running an Apollo, the Morta will pop your entire build in one shot, so that is kind of annoying. Wait, is this Sirius K on the other team right now? Oh, damn it. Well, we'll never see him. That's a stealthy motherfucker right there. I don't know about these legs, though. Oh wait, hold on. Actually, that's the thing I was going to mention. Like, this is a very unique battle pass. I started to talk about this, but then I forgot. Like, it is a unique battle pass because of the fact that everything is craftable for once. I mean, I don't know if you guys know what I mean, but if you go back any battle pass, like the previous one or the one before that, or any battle pass but this one, you couldn't really truly craft the things in the battle pass because they all were reliant entirely upon a part that is uncraftable. Right? So a good example, it would be, oh yeah, you craft this, but it requires, oh man, that's brutal. It requires like a, oh, nope. You're gonna get shot. Hey, there he is! We saw him at the very end. Here, I'll show you. One moment. After my string of defeats, I'm getting completely annihilated. Holy crap. I was doing much better the other day. Anyway. So if you go to Workbench, right, and you go to the things that you can actually craft during this event, you might be like, well, how do you make a Pandora? Well, you can make the Photon, you can make Verifiers, I believe, and you can make Myriads, I believe. Hold on. Yeah. You can straight up make these. So these are makeable parts, right? So you can actually, from the battle pass, this battle pass, and this is again very unique to this battle pass, make all this stuff. So that's crazy to me. The Nox cabin, you can make the Janibi, you can make Bigfoots, you can make Myriads, Tritons, you can make Omni boxes, or sorry, Omni wheels, you can make the ammo crates, and you can make Myriad legs, and Myriad legs you can make because they just require piercers, cambers, and dun horses. So this is one of the first times in Crossout history, recent history, in years probably, that everything in the Battle Pass is craftable. Like, you can dead-ass craft this stuff for real. For real. Like, you can actually straight up craft it. In previous ones, it was like, oh, do you have iris modules? And you're like, what? It's like, yeah. Do you have iris modules? Can you craft an iris module? No. You cannot craft an iris module. So if you can't craft an iris module, how are you going to get it? Well, you go to the market and you see the price of the iris skyrocket, to the moon, that kind of stuff. So this is the first BP in a very long time that you can actually craft everything. Like, I checked. Like, basically everything. I don't think there's anything you can't craft. So, like, you want a second Jupiter, big ram legs, crickets, which are common, myriad legs. And as we all went over a second ago, myriad legs are craftable. They're completely craftable. Yeah, you can craft piercers. I understand that you're going to say that engraved casings are a limiting factor, but yes, you can craft them, right? And then you can trade for engraved casings, which I'm sure are slowly raising up in price. But remember, engraved casings are Aaron DeVore, greetings. Engraved casings are a very, 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 very common resource, right? You can buy them by the thousand if you really want to. He's only talking about engraved casings. Engraved casings, for those of us who don't know, they're a resource that ceased to exist in Crossout. It's basically, you used to get them in Bedlam. No, that's not true. You used to get them in... Where is it? Awakening. You used to get them in Awakening. But then they decided that we're not going to drop those any longer in Awakening. And then now you can only have a certain number of them. I mean... yeah, the price of the piercer is also going up, but they're still makeable. Again, I mean, I for the overwhelming vast majority of the stuff here, you don't need piercers, right? At least I don't think you do. This doesn't require piercers. Though, I don't know if you can craft these. I'm pretty sure you can't craft arguments. Not that it matters. Yeah, no, you can't craft the argument. You do have piercers. You shouldn't sell your piercers, Friendship Bunny. Unless they're sellable. I recall everyone thinking that the Chiron would be meta and the Tritons would be trash. Shut up, French fries. Though I will admit a couple things. One, the Jupiter is actually better than I thought it would be. The Jupiter is actually pretty dang good. Oh man, sucks to suck. Oh man, that sucks to suck. Oh, imagine. Yeah, you thought. Alright, get out of here, you. This dude is using Abigail as armor. That is genius. Can't do it forever, though. I think, by the way, a minor note, the legs rebuilding themselves gimmick is the cutest gimmick I've ever seen, because it's dog shit. I've yet to actually benefit from losing a leg and then having the leg come back. That just doesn't happen. Oh, MVP, not bad. Do I think Garidias are better than the new legs? It's a tough one. So, they're different legs though, right? They're different legs, but in general, from what I can tell, Garidias are just basically these legs, but probably better. Ish. Garidias have the advantage of if you only have one Garidia on your build anywhere, you still have full control of your build. It's kind of ridiculous. They nerfed the Garidias a lot because when they came out, they were just too good because they made them too good to trick people into buying them. Then they had to buff them again because they over-nerfed them. Daikaz wants me to say Diddy with minor, look at this damage. Oh, Jesus Christ, goddammit. I'll take a look at that in a second, Daikaz. Yeah. So I'm just firing shots down with the Jupiter to see if we can get some slop. Who knows? Oh, we got some slop. The guy should be right there by the time this gets there. No, a little too soon. Oh, it's Noasis. Does he Alt F4 from being shot like that? Hey, don't shoot me. I am taking a lot of damage. He's coming over here. Yep. My team! I only have 500 hit points. Not ideal. I now have no gun. Super not ideal. I'm dead. Super not ideal. Your legs were just healing. Yeah, Fat Lotta good it did me. Those legs are silly. Because here's the thing. If the damage dealt at the point of impact is enough to just kill you, you die. Does this guy have any explosives in his build at all? I'm just looking and he's got like just the Apollo. Everything else is just hit points. Wow. Now that's a true brick. Max speed of the Garidia versus the new legs? I think Garidia's cap at 70, right? And I think that the new legs are 85. Oh, Red Star Jesus, get that new meta out of here. The old meta is here to stay. Oh, super old meta. Get that shit out of here too. It's all up to the one-hit wonder, baby. If he can one-hit everybody on the enemy team, we're good. If anybody can sneak up on him, we're dead. Ah, too low. Yeah, no, like the new legs are fast. They're really fast. In forward and backwards. Remember, they only have that speed when traveling directly straight ahead or directly behind. Side to side, I think their speed is capped at 35 or something. Oh. No, he left the base! We fucked up! We fucked up, boys! Ah, he got tricked. I should make a build with Phantoms. Sorry, this is 80. So it's 80. I think it caps at 80 something with a different co-driver. Let's see here. Garidias are 65. Oh, I was off by 5 on each. I know Grittias used to be 70, but they nerfed them down because they hate everything about things they release into the video game that people like to use. Hold on a second. Someone sent me something. Diddy with minor. Look at this damage. So this is one of the things that I was talking about. These things are annoying because you just boost in and then you just shoot people. Or you wait for your perk to get perked up and then you ram people and shoot them. And the thing is, right now, this lines up with under people's builds, right? That's the idea. This has always been the idea with gremlins. Gremlins, goblins, and now this gun, is to be underneath your opponent's build and shoot. And the thing is, if you're already ramming against your opponent's build, and you're already up under them, while you're shooting, it will trigger your perk, which will load up your lances, which will then give you a boost of lance damage while you're shooting. Good. Does spaced armor stop the commit? No. Nothing stops the commit. Though they are removing the stick in the ground portion in the future. So basically, you've just gotta get your perk and then fly in and shoot. Basically, hopefully getting that ram damage. That did nothing, but that's okay. And if you're wondering, wait a minute, it still destroyed your build. Yeah, of course it destroyed this build. This build isn't built very well. You can charge the Triton perk off of destroyed builds? Bruh! My arms are crossed right now. You can't see it, but my arms are crossed. That is egregious. Believe it or not, the Raijin, I don't want to say it fell off, but it fell off because everything that the Raijin does has been put into other guns, but better and faster, and everyone has better access to it. Oh, Friendship Money wants you guys to ask me about penetration versus resistance. So French Fries mentions that the Jupiter's primary damage across 2 shots does 700 damage, which is true. It does 2 sets of 350. Yeah, that's actually one of the things I was mentioning. Like, the Jupiters are actually good even if you don't fire them with their perk, which is silly. 100% resistance is gonna... Well, if it's true damage resistance, 100% resistance is immortality, so 100% resistance. But here's the thing. People don't seem to understand this. Penetration and piercing are not the same thing. I actually have to make a video about this because, unfortunately, the game is confusing. Penetration is not... Ah, see, that's what I'm talking about. I hit my ally, shotgun. Not that it would have hit anyway. Whoop. Fuck you, Sophia. Dang these pricks for moving the bot. Alright. We're gonna have problems soon. Oh, Noasis self-destructed. Noasis is not about a comeback. He wants an overwhelming victory or nothing. Thank you, Noasis. We did it. Whew. You're actually hitting people? Suck 2 dicks. Team with most Triton builds will win. Maybe it has to do with the power score. Because again, power score is calculated based on energy cost and rarity. So because it's a 6 energy legendary, they are simply able to get more firepower in the power score bracket of 10k. Is the Nox cabin with the avalanche broken? No. So here's the thing. The Nox gives you more penetration. That's all well and good. We understand that. The only gun, there are 2 guns in the entire game that actually benefit from the Nox. 3 if you want to count the Scorpion, because, you know, the Scorpion has its special Nox interaction. So let's assume for a moment that we're not talking about the... Oh, that's not good. This guy, he's just sneaking up on me. Let's assume that we're not talking about the Scorpion. In reality, most guns in Crossout have extremely low penetration. Oh, no, you don't. Oh, yes, you do. You're free to go. There's nothing I can do to stop you. Oh, you're coming back.
Yeah, penetration sounds like you're talking about sex.
What?
Like wieners going into things.
No, that's not what... guys, when you guys hear the word penetration, you guys aren't thinking that, are you? I've never, ever, ever, ever once made a double entendre. That's not a thing. Anyway.
I like how your gun matches your legs.
Good. Good. I don't know why this guy wants me, but it's fine. Oh. The final boss has totally effed this guy up. He is completely screwed. 1 second. Whoop. I will just slowly deconstruct you. There we go. So, I guessed wrong. You guessed wrong too. Or he's just a bad shot. I'll take it.
Do you know what I think the problem with Crossout is?
She thinks it sucks.
No, that's not it. I think they moved too far away from the original concept. That it's like people living in a wasteland trying to survive Mad Max style, fighting for resources. Because, like, now they have all these cyborg things, and these octopus legs, and these energy guns. It just...
She's a Crossout purist, chat. Alright.
It just doesn't seem like what it was intended to be.
Look at those legs. Hold on.
Scuttling.
You got him. Alright. I gotta focus on this answer. So, Avalanche plus the Nox. Or anything plus the Nox, right? So, the Nox cabin increases penetration by 25% base, and then your perk increases penetration by 40%, and this does not cap at 100%. Okay, so, what does this mean? How does it work? Is it any good? Is it overpowered? There are 3 guns in the entire game that actually synergize with this and actually produce an effect. Everything else basically gets nothing from this. That's the thing. So, in order to understand that, you have to go to this question mark and go to one of these things. It's other? Is it other? Is it other? Nope. Different types of colors of damage. Nope. And you have to go to penetration ability. And you have to read this. You actually have to learn it. See how it's glowing? It says 100%. It's like, oh, it's penetration. And then it's like, oh, this is what happens when 100% shoots. 194, 194. You get it all, right? But then you go to something with 80% penetration, right? It does 136, but its actual base damage is 160. You're losing damage, right? Okay. So, what does this mean? How do I understand this? The simplest way to explain this is, any weapon, any gun that has a penetration value at all does less damage than if it doesn't have a penetration value. So, what that means is, we look at the parameters of this gun. This thing has a 70% penetration, which means that if you're shooting through someone's build, and not directly at their cabin, you will do eventually reduced damage unless you're very lucky. If you do 70% of the damage of the shot fired, it ceases to calculate the projectile's damage path. It just stops. Okay? Another great example of this is the Executioner. I think this is a great example because of how poor it is.
May I ask a question?
Go ahead, honey.
Should you avoid guns with penetration then?
I don't think you can any longer. But so the Executioner used to have a penetration value of like 30. It used to have like 35, 30 penetration, something incredibly low. And the reason why this is very bad is the Executioner hit damage, bullet damage, whatever you want to call it, we'll call it hit damage. The hit damage of the Executioner is like 110, which means that if the part behind, or the part that's struck by the Executioner has 50 or 60 durability, it stops all of it. Because the part will be destroyed, but it will take the projectile with it. However, the Executioner being a cannon has an explosive component, it will then detonate the explosion at that point. Yes, this thing has piercing, but let's ignore that for just a moment so I can explain this. Alright, so now we understand that anything with a penetration value can only do less damage. The penetration of 99 or lower is a reduction in your damage. And this is across the board. Every gun. Any gun that has penetration. Toadfish, 100%, you get all of it. I think Spike was another 100%. You get all of it. 80%, you do reduced. The Phoenix has 100% because it only does 50. It does full of that 50, but then explodes. Things like that. The No Thun, 80%, right? So you're getting reduced damage on all of these guns as it passes through your opponent's build. Okay, so why do I bring it up with the Nox and the Avalanche? Because the Avalanche does 500 bullet damage base. I think I have an Avalanche build here somewhere. This is going to do more than 500. It's going to do 600 something because it is on a Jackie, but it's doing 575. But the base damage of the Avalanche is 500 bullet, 500 hit, 500 pass-through damage, okay? When combined with the Nox, and in this particular Avalanche because it's fused for 90% penetration... Hold on, where is it? Rust Bucket. So this one is fused with penetration because this is the one from the Battle Pass. So it goes up to 90%. It means that of the 500 damage, it has to deal 90% of that before the projectile explodes, which is effectively going to be 500, right? If you combine this with the Nox, it's going to increase that by 25, which will mean that the bullet damage, the penetration damage, is going to increase over 100 to 115. And then if you activate the perk, it'll increase to 150 or so percent. Okay, well, what does that mean? Well, it means that of the 500 damage at 150% penetration, as long as I don't hit anything that matters, I don't hit a leg, I don't hit your generator, I don't hit your cabin, I don't hit your reload module, as long as it's passing through your build, passing through standard parts, it will do 150% of 500. In this case, it's 5 something, but we're just going to assume it's 150% of 500. Meaning that the projectile will have a penetration value of about 750 or so damage. Okay, there you go. So that means as long as I don't hit anything that matters, it'll go through 750 white damage until it explodes in your build. Hold on. My music has gone on to somebody who I don't know who this is. And I don't want to get copyright struck. I hate that stuff. We'll go this one, whatever. Back to what I was saying. So yes, Bluebird, as long as you're passing through standard white parts, if your penetration exceeds 100%, that's the only way to get more damage at it, you get more damage. But, I'll answer your question in a minute, Dogwater. But, here's the thing. Getting copyright struck and losing the 3 cents I make off the stream. Get that ass banned. I will low tier god ban you, Bluebird. No, but, okay. So, this is the number 2 gun. We're not counting Scorpion. Just set that aside for a moment. This is the number 2 gun in the entire game that actually gains benefit from the Nox. And it goes from 500 to 750. Directly ahead of that, far, far, far ahead of that, is the number 1 crossbow in the game, if it's here on the damn list somewhere. I have no idea where it appears on the list. It should be like the commit. The commit base comes with a 90% penetration ability. Combine that with the fact that it does not 500 base, but 700 base damage. Combine that with it's actually doing 1.85 times that damage when it's hitting things it can penetrate through. Combining all of those things together, this thing can go straight through, and you've seen my video and my I told you so video. This thing can go through something like 2,000 to 3,000 hit points. I think it's 2,308 hit points of damage. So this is overworks with the Nox. The Nox combined with the commit, not even close. The number 2 gun gets a 750 damage penetration, which is, I think, a train plow, or it may even be the freight train plow. I gotta open that box. Hold on. Might be like a... Yeah, it won't even go through a freight train plow. So it will destroy it combined with the explosive damage, but an avalanche with the commit perked up firing at the freight train plow will still stop. It will be stopped on the freight train plow. It'll explode on the freight train plow. It'll stop. But because the commit's damage is actually in the neighborhood of base 1,800 and something base, 1,838 base, it is going to go right through all of this because you get 165% penetration value. It's nuts. It's nutty. And so the difference between the number 1 gun that gains benefit from the Nox and the number 2 gun is like in anime, the difference between the number 1 Hashira and the number 2 Hashira. Oh, the number 1 Hashira is so strong. Or or difference between Goku and Vegeta. Not even fucking close. They're not even close. And that's the problem with the Nox. Surely they would never nerf the commit or Nox after they've been sold. Surely. Surely not. They would never do that. No. Okay. So now that we understand the difference between so French Fries asked, does over 100% penetration mean the projectile with 200 damage loses less than 200 damage on a part, or does the damage increase based on the remaining damage left? Increases based on remaining damage left. But ultimately, because of the way math works, it's the exact same. If that makes any sense. I'm trying to read, you can't miss this, the Bears statement. She's right, but then it's still just a game and a live service when at that, so it has to have a variety and change in order to maintain a player base. Oh, shit. Fair enough. So what Bear's saying is, to answer Friendship Bunny's statement of how Crossout has diverged from its roots of a post-apocalyptic Mad Max wasteland to a futuristic sci-fi, we're firing laser beams at each other, he does bring up a good point. You gotta adapt with the times. Though, to be honest, if they were looking just purely for more a greater player base, the answer would be just to make it more like Roblox. Ah, an avalanche! Someone's just lobbing avalanche shots at us? What the hell? I gotta get out of here. How am I missing? Alright. I know that I have to lead my shots. I know this. My brain knows this. But my hands are stupid. Hibernus has a shield, so we gotta get the hell out of here. We gotta hit by Hibernus while we can. Unfortunate. Raijin was a bully weapon, that's why it was crazy. That's true. The reason why Raijin was strong was not because of how powerful it was, not just, but because of its power score. The Raijin could be dragged very, very low and be very powerful at those powers. Dogwater had a question. Dang it. Now I gotta scroll up 1 second. Why does the Avalanche reload faster on a Hadron King Cyclops than a perked up Echo Cyclops? So this has to do with the fact that the reload that you get from the Echo is not the same type of reload that you get from reload modules. I know that doesn't make sense, but think of it like this. With the Echo, you multiply your reload speed by not 0.5, but I'm sorry, you divide your reloads. You divide your reload speed by 1.5. Okay, so what that means is, and this is dumb, I know. Don't worry, I don't know why they did this. That means that the Echo doesn't truly give 50% reload, and in fact, the reason why they increased it to 65% reload is because of the fact that it's a division, not a multiplication. Whereas reload modules are a multiplication. I know that doesn't make sense. I didn't design the game. Get off my newts. So if you look at a flywheel, which is on my build, so we're going to go with the Cyclops. So if you look at the Cyclops, Cyclops is saying, hey, I give you X percentage of reload, right? In this case, 27%. What this means is that when you calculate your reload, you take the reload time of your weapon, let's say it's 6 seconds, you will multiply it by 0.73. And that's the time it takes you to reload. Okay? Because it's multiplying. So the idea is if this number, instead of it saying 27%, said 100%, you'd be instantaneous reload. If this number didn't say 27% and said 50%, it would mean that it would cut your reload speed in half. You'd reload every 3 seconds. That's what this means. Okay, so now that you understand that, we can go over to the Echo. And the Echo doesn't say that. It says it increases weapon reload speed by 65%. And so what that means is you take your reload speed and you divide it by 1.65, which is different than multiplying by 0.75. And that's the reason why you get a faster reload speed combined with the Hadron, because the Hadron, which is currently on my build, because the Hadron decreases reload time by 15%, exactly the same way as the reload module, and then also divides it doesn't divide it. It averages the reload of all of your guns across each other, and it gives you at most a 40% bonus to that. So the bonus here is going to be flat 40% plus 15% up to 65%. So you're multiplying by 0.3 something like that versus dividing by 1.65 something like that. There you go. I've answered your question. So, Daikos, when I say more like Roblox, I mean, I don't like Roblox. I don't like the game Roblox. The idea is that these games are popular. You have to make the game popular to a different audience. This game is popular to us. I like Crossout. You like Crossout. But the problem is we are a diminishingly few number of people. That's the idea. If you wanted more people in Crossout, it would have to be a different game. So Crossout does some dumb shit, Secret. It is complicated numbers, but it's not just complicated. It's at the whim of the devs. Sometimes they choose that they want the numbers to make sense, and they do a straight multiplication or division like they should, and the other times they choose the other. They're just like, you know what? This says it's going to do 185%, so we're going to say that we're going to multiply invert divide your numbers by 150, something like that. They're going to do something dumb. There are multiple different ways to say the same thing but achieve different results, and that's what they did with the Echo. So originally, if you were interested, the Echo used to say the number 50%, but it wasn't enough. The amount that it reduced the reload was actually not anywhere near enough. And so they buffed it to 165 to keep it comparable to other things that boost reload, because the idea is that with the Echo, it's a heavy cabin, you've got one less energy, you're paying for it, like with that additional energy, and you were getting less reload by way too much.
So much better than water, honey. Thank you.
It's Gravistar Man. What's better than water, honey, buddy?
No, sorry. This is so much better than pop.
Oh, she's mad at me. I'm gonna lose my gun in half a second. Oh.
I'm so glad we're not drinking pop anymore. This is a good idea.
I love you too, baby. Is my gun sparking? Oh, yeah, it is. Jacob!
I I just bought Jurassic Park Evolution 2, $3.
Baby, why are you spending $3 on Jurassic Park Evolution 2?
Because I have a little boy.
Oh, okay. That hit something good. How am I missing these very easily made shots? Really? This guy can't even move! I'm terrible, why?
I have one piercer that I can solve.
Hold on. 1 second. I did it! Holy shit! The dude's just like in between the shot. By the way, I want to point this out. If I had... Fuck you, Bluebird. If I had not been using the Morta and I had been using the Jupiter, he'd have been dead 1,000,000 times over. Because the Jupiter focuses on missing. I just want to make that known. Still got an MVP though. Suck 2 ducks. Oh my god.
That's the Morta, that gun?
This is the Morta.
Should I
What's
sell
my
my
thought on Hammerfalls? No, well, it depends on if it's sellable.
It is sellable. I have one sellable one.
Are all of, how many do you have?
3.
You have only 4 total?
I have 3 piercers.
That is not a true statement. Look again. You have more than 3 piercers. That is not facts.
I have 4 that are sellable.
How many piercers do you have total? Look on your screen, count them. There's going to be more than 1.
Oh, I have 9.
There we go. That sounds more accurate-ish.
I have 9. But only 4 of them are sellable.
Yeah. Well, then if 4 are sellable, then you don't need them. Alright, so let's see if we can fire down the line. It's sad that the Morta and the Jupiter are both the same rarity. Well, I mean, here's the thing, though. I did get MVP, so kindly suck it. It just means that everyone in my team was somehow worse. Damn it, burned! Alright, so this is again the problem with this gun. Burned? Uh-oh, Burned's shooting at someone, which means that someone's next to me. My gun! I needed that to win! Johnny Ringo, you prick! Alright. We're now a mine layer, chat. I don't know why that guy would target me. He walked past my entire team to do that. What a douche. Alright, we're gonna drop a mine here.
How do I tell?
And we're gonna drop a mine here. And we're gonna run away. So this is gonna at least protect us from the other side.
Oh.
We're gonna walk behind this corpse.
Guess what?
What, honey?
These piercers that are not tradable can't be used for crafting either.
That's right. Alright, we're gonna park this here. Gonna drop a mine. My gun! You prick! Get him, Gravistar Man! He's probably going to be able to reload and fire before I'm able to get within any range of him. In order to get new players, I think Crossout needs to change new player experience game to... because it's too grindy. Yeah, no, I agree, Daikaz. Actually, what's funny is every now and again I look over at Friendship Bunny's account and it is torture. I'm like, holy crap. It's actually hard to get a hold of stuff. Walking over to Friendship Bunny and petting her on the head. You too. Alright, so the good news is, yeah, you could, if you wanted to, sell your piercers, but if you do sell the 4 that you can sell, but if you do sell the 4 that you can sell, you want to slow sell them because the price is constantly going up.
To sell one at a time?
Something like that, yes.
Oh, what exactly do I do?
Well, find out the price of a piercer. What is the price?
629 per 10.
No. You wait for uranium to go up. By the way, chat, you're not going to believe this, but Friendship Money actually has uranium. Because she opened up a crate, and the crate had uranium in it. Hand of Christ. No joke. She fucking got uranium. Oh my god. 384.93. Now check the history. Right click. There you go. 2 week history. 2 week history. 2 week history. And as you can see, it's going up. And based on the trend line, you should determine whether or not you should sell it now or wait.
I should sell because it's going up.
Or you could wait and sell it for more. Those are your options.
Yeah, but it could also go back down.
You're right. The king is doing better than the Morta. Fuck you, Secret.
We're married. I'm having his baby. We're married and reproducing.
It's true. There's going to be more of us. Take that, the world. All right. So I know there's an invisible
Girlfriend. Psh, that was so last year. Remember last year when I was just your girlfriend?
Oh, that's crazy. Boo, female friends. Now I've got a different girlfriend.
Linda.
You and Linda.
Here. Wait, here's an idea. Why don't I just sell it for the price that I want to sell it for? 600 coins.
Okay, you can do that. The issue being that it won't sell because someone has to accept that price.
Not immediately, but it'll sell eventually. I have all the time in the world.
It depends on whether or not the price continuously goes up. Alright, we're going to try for a collat attack here. No! You guys can't kill me. Not when I'm backing into you.
No, I log in less than once a month, probably. Usually just to harass him. Or if they have an event that looks fun. And, yeah, I don't even know how I got that crate.
Isn't that hilarious?
Yeah, we've been, in
Punishers?
August,
Oh, look at that.
we'll be married for a year.
Half human, half cardboard. Thought you were going to say half cardboard, half bunny.
Don't kink shame me.
Friendship board.
600.
I still don't understand why Gravistar Man uses the,
Hey, it won't let me type in 600
visor.
coins.
Yeah, I know it won't. You can't set a price of something higher than there's certain market bands. You can't go higher than a certain number. Whatever the market decides. It's on the PC. For those of us on the non-PC market, if you're on like console, you can set whatever you want. But if you're on the PC, obviously, for those of us who are unfamiliar, you cannot just set any number you want. They are all looking to kill Gravistar Man.
Look at cardboard display. Oh, poor baby. Oh.
Believe it or not, the baby's gonna have a what's it called?
Penis.
Hey, thanks, honey.
He's a boy.
Thanks, honey. No, he's gonna have a cardboard ninja plushie.
Oh, you're giving it to him. That's
Wait, did these things refresh? Ah, son of a bitch! They must have refreshed.
yeah. Wait. So it says buyer pays 423. You get 380.
There's a market fee. Market fee is the way that the game continues to exist.
43 coins.
That is 43 coins. So the point behind the market fee is that it makes it so that money isn't infinite. So the idea is whenever you trade anything with anyone, value must be lost.
Son of a bitch.
Morta can't break a cap can in one shot. Facts. Oh my god. Remember, the Morta's power doesn't come from the damage. The Morta's power comes from the fact that it can pass through the entire opponent's build. Wait, did that cat literally just change beds?
Well, yeah, but I was harassing her with that bag.
Adorable.
Okay, well, I'm gonna try selling it.
You buying him one or making him one? Buying one what, Secret Jet? Wait, a baby? She's making the baby. She doesn't do much in this relationship, so she's gonna at least do that.
That is so mean. I do so many things.
She does. It's a joke. But it was good.
I don't really do that much, honestly. Oh, I made the one that he has. Rufus. No, I offered to sell them a while ago, but nobody was interested. It's just a thing. Oh, speaking of cooking, I'm cooking. I have to go back upstairs. Oops.
That, and I also didn't want to sell the plushie because it's nice.
I can make more.
You can.
I've actually
Don't shoot me! Don't shoot me!
sold plushies professionally before.
We don't want to hear that story.
So back when My Little Pony Friendship is Magic was big, I used to sell ponies.
Oh man, Hacks Omega. Why?
Nice friendly ponies.
I don't know what my build looks like right now because this is at gunpoint. So odds are very good I'm fucked up because I'm not driving very good. That's the reason. You know, I should make a kaiju build. Kaiju's always been really good. My Little Pony stuff, listen, it's a very long story. I don't think you want to hear it. Remember, I can only tell you. I can't untell you. A kaiju? No! Who would possibly use such a weapon? Alright, we'll use... This is a terrible decision. Every time I pick the spider, I'm always disappointed. This gun is terrible. I'm gonna check behind here real fast and then waste my time trying to kill this guy. I guess I wasn't disappointed this time. Kaiju knocks? I don't think so. They nerfed the kaiju. Pretty sure the kaiju's weapon is very low penetration. Yeah, 55%. They nerfed the balls off of that. It used to be good, but now it's garbage. Hover Ghost Kaiju. But anyway, as I said, this is the reason why I went to the trouble of explaining the Nox cabin like a minute ago. Because the Nox is not good with a lot of guns. Like, almost all of them. It's only exceptionally good with one. Again, I haven't gone over the Scorpions because I have yet to test it. Because Scorpions are just difficult. It's just really... I don't even know how the perk works, to be honest. If I'm telling you the absolute God-honest truth, I don't know how Scorpions work right now. I know how they used to work, but that's useless information because they don't work that way right now. And I don't know how damage is calculated with them. So... Yes, here's your money.
Okay, sorry, it's a question real quick. They did charge me such a big fee because I went so high above...
No, it's percentage. You lose
okay.
10%.
Okay, gotcha. Sorry.
Yep. So I digress back to the... You can try Avalanche and Nox. I could if I get the Nox, but... Oh, hold on. By the way, if ever you play at gunpoint and they offer you rippers, take rippers. They're rippers. They're still rippers. They're always rippers. They're relics. They're better than every other gun. I don't know why they would do that. Guy's chasing me like I'm not gonna leave. Also, there's Rippers plus the Howl cabin, which is pretty busted. There's a guy to my right. Yes, I could have shot him in the generator, but, you know. It's time to run. Booyum! What up, F-bomb? Always choose rippers. But anyway, I digress. So the way that Scorpions retain their damage as they pass through builds right now, I genuinely don't know. I know what it used to be, but it's no longer that. I can tell you what it used to be, and I will because it's the only thing I know. It used to be 100% damage on the first component hit, and for every component that it hit after that, it was reduced by 10%. But the problem was that existed during the era of the 7-pin rule, so at absolute most, you'd pass through 7 components to deal damage. I'm being shot in the back. Oh my god, dude. Seriously, kill him. So you can help me with this man. You wish CrossFit would make new rare and special weapons? I think that would be interesting. By the way, Fuyu made me play Warframe the other day. I logged into my account, which was created back around when the Earth cooled. You know, by the way, as a very minor note, I've got to keep my eye out for when the Rippers become available to craft for cheap. Because I'm sitting on this. I'm sitting on it. I'm ready to click the go button, but this has to come down. They got to do the half uranium cost. Second this half uranium cost, bingo, bango, double ripper. Special miniguns? That'd be cool. I'm actually serious. That actually would be cool. Maybe miniguns would be good. The problem is they would probably make the equalizer variant. It's true, William's right. Global warming did happen. Like, it's getting hotter and hotter. Every year we keep setting air quotes records. It's annoying that all Battle Pass weapons are legendary. A lot of them are just yellow relics. Oof. You can't miss this or you can't miss is speaking truth. Though I will admit, in a video I made, I said that I thought that the what's it called would be good, but it's not. It's not this gun, the Charon. The Charon is an okay gun. It's okay. But the problem is, that doesn't mean it's good. It means it's like B tier or lower. It's an okay gun. It's alright. Look at that, there it goes. It's firing its okay shots. And that's what I mean by okay. Fired directly in, hit an ammo crate, didn't do shit. Some of them are yellow epics. Yep. Not only does the perk not complement the weapon type, the perk is actually kind of weird. Because you actually have to hit your opponent. You can't, like, lay down an area. You're like, I would like this area to take damage. No, you have to hit a guy to trigger that. And then in addition to that, the damage is garbage. So it's kind of meh. But it's cool. It looks cool, and it functions like Scorpions. So it's kind of like if you want to run Scorpions but in a lower power score. I'm sorry, that's not accurate. Let me rephrase. Sorry. If you want to use a weapon that looks like Scorpions visually at a lower power score. There we go. Because it doesn't work like Scorpions, it looks like Scorpions. And there's a huge difference between working like the Scorpion and looking like the Scorpion. Because it looks like it. It didn't work like it. Oh, that's not good. Joseph bot, please. Ah, they're blocking the shot. No. Look, all they need to do is make the mortar projectile treat enemies like it treats allies. Or treats allies like it treats enemies. So that your shots go through your allies. That's it. Because having your shot stop on an ally like that is dumb. Especially considering this thing can pass through an entire Leviathan. Mind you, its damage is garbage, but it can still pass through. Oh, I still have my reload module. Holy crap. Only my armor is fucked up on my right side. If the perk made it so anything in the radius takes more penetration, then they'd be meta. If it did that, I think that the problem would be that everyone would shove that on their Leviathan and then just use it for the buff. Right? So Dogwater's asking how the Corvo goes. The Corvo is the revolver tap fire, not machine gun, if I recall correctly. And the Corvo, it did get buffed. If I recall correctly, they did buff the Corvo. The damage is good, but the problem is the mechanics are bad. So for those of us who don't know, there's a cabin in the game that explicitly works with revolvers. The name of that cabin is the Manitou. The Manitou says that you can't reload your gun if it doesn't have bullets in it. But it says that when you push the button, and it has no cooldown, they removed the cooldown because they realized that the Manitou's perk is garbage. They realized it. They were like, this is garbage. And so they removed the cooldown, which doesn't matter. But it says, hey, you reload your gun. So when you activate the Manitou's perk, you reload your gun. Okay, fair enough. The first part of the perk is, the more full your gun is, the greater reload speed you get on that triggered reload. So the idea is that if you have a gun and it has full cylinders, it's completely full, and you hit reload, you reload 50% faster. If you are all the way down to your last shot in your revolver, then you reload significantly slower than 50% bonus. So let's assume you're looking at the Athena, and the Athena has 4 shots, you fire 3 shots, you get 25% of the 50% bonus, so you reload 17.5% faster. Okay, now that you understand the first part, what does the second part do? Regardless of the reload speed, once this special reload has completed, all of your shots on the next cylinder, all of them, do 20% more damage until you run out of bullets. Which is to say, if you finish shooting. Greetings, PK Sandals. So that's what the Manitou does. But if you look, the Corvo, which is actually one of the better revolvers, explicitly does not work with this. Straight up, the perk of the Corvo is the exact opposite of the Manitou. It says that the last projectile in the clip deals 250% more damage. The last shot does more damage. So that means that you must shoot the last shot to get the Corvo's perk at all. These are anti-synergistical abilities, basically. You can't get the Manitou's perk with the Corvo's perk simultaneously. It's kind of ass. The Athena and the Naguls do function with the Manitou, but the Corvo does not. And the reason why I'm bringing up the Corvo is because you asked about the Corvo. You were like, hey, how's the Corvo doing? I'm sorry, not you, Dogwater. Dogwater asked about the Corvo. So the Corvo is interesting because of the fact that it's the only revolver that doesn't work with the revolver cabin. Though, if you, at the very start of the match, you immediately reload, which you should do always. You should always do that. With the Manitou, you will then get a whole host of shots that'll have 20% additional damage. And by the way, the Corvo's perk is silly because it is a 6-shot revolver, if I recall correctly, that deals the damage of a 9.5-shot revolver. That's the perk. As long as you land that last shot, you have effectively 9.5 shots in your gun. Look at that. That's pretty good, right? Yeah, but the Corvo needs to. So the Corvo. Here's the thing, though. I will admit the Corvo hits hard. But here's the thing: all tap fire machine guns, all of them suck balls right now, including the Corvo. Every last one of them. And the reason why is because of they're no longer hit scan. When they were hit scan, we'd be having a different conversation. They're not hit scan right now. So because they're not hit scan, I mean, you can't see me shrugging, but I'm shrugging. They're not good. So the Corvo's probably at about C tier. It's not doing well. No machine gun is. Like, all the machine guns fell off. Like, that's why I said, oh, Punishers. When you hear me say that, it's because that guy, Kirov, on the previous match, was playing Punishers. And I was like, oh, wow, Punishers. Because obviously he owns them, and that's great. It's just that Punishers suck. And so because Punishers suck, it's like, oof. Punishers used to be amazing, by the way. I just want to point this out. I don't want to be that guy who's like, oh, I never said that. No, I used to say Punishers were at one point in time the absolute best gun in the game. Best gun in crossout because of the fact that they were the most reliable weapon. If you got yourself a set of Punishers, you could get yourself through CW, and you can get yourself through Levy CW just fine. Joseph is not a bot. There's no way this is a bot. Maybe Joseph is a bot? I can't tell if Joseph is a bot or not. That's not good. No! My rectum! My rectum, chat! No! I need my rectum! Easy. I got rippered. At least I died to rippers. My rectum. Joseph cannot be a bot. Is Joseph a bot? Yeah, Joseph's not a bot. There's no way. Athena Indigo's were yeah. Do you want your black bean salad just in a bowl or in a wrap? I think it'll be delicious either way, Friendship Bunny. I'll take it in a wrap, I guess. Do some projectiles expire before they fully cross the map? Yes, Rufus. Every projectile in the game has a TTL, a time to live. And believe it or not, Scorpion's projectile is actually very, very low time to live. This is the reason why projectile velocity on Scorpions is sick. So if you crack open any Scorpion build, are these projectile fused? They probably are. Probably are. Anything that is fused. Here we go. These things are non-fused. So let's test drive this. So the idea is that the projectile despawns because of the fact that Scorpions have a TTL of like 0.5 seconds. So that means that after a half a second, wherever the Scorpion shot is, it just disappears. It just doesn't continue on. So on certain maps, Scorpions don't do damage. Okay, it looks as though we're within the TTL on the map here. But the idea is they move very, very quickly. And so because Scorpions move very, very quickly, you should be able... Yeah, there is a target inside the this over here that I'm aiming at, that I'm trying to hit to see if I can pop damage numbers from here. I think this should be outside the range of a Scorpion. Let's roll that ball out of the way. So, these Scorpions should not be able to reach. These Scorpions should be able to reach because these things, I think, are projectile fused. And so when you get a weapon that has projectile fusion, projectile speed fusion, it means actually that your projectile will travel further in the world because the time to live isn't reduced. See? These scorpions simply live longer. They live just a teensy-weensy bit longer than the previous scorpions, and so you can shoot the stuff that's all the way over there. And that's all because these should be fused for projectile velocity. Yeah. So these go 25% faster, but that means that they also go 25% farther. Every projectile has a TTL, right? Another one would be, a great example would be the Draco, right? Come on. Remember back in the day when the exhibition loaded quickly? Oh man, those are the times. So this thing are non-projectile fused Dracos, right? Excellent. So they don't go very far, right? But if you find projectile speed fused Dracos, please note, this says range of fire. You think that's the same thing, or you think that's different. It's not different. Range of fire is the same. Range of fire and projectile speed are exactly the same. So these things got 15% projectile velocity on them. They shoot further, and they also shoot faster. It's hard to tell because 15% isn't much, but it is easier to see when they're one right next to the other, and I don't know if there's a build out there that has both. I'll check. Thermal effect rate, please, 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 please. Range of fire, perfect! So you might be able to see a difference on these. It's very difficult to set this up. One second. Especially considering this thing is like overweight or some crap, I don't know. So if you look carefully, one of them travels a little bit further than the other one every single time, and it gets there faster. Because they both time out at the exact same time. Because their TTL, their time to live, is the same. But one will travel further than the other one because it has a faster projectile velocity. You can kind of see it. Hopefully you can see it. But that's how that works. So if you end up with a scorpion with projectile speed fused, you can shoot people from across the canyon in the crater map. But if you have scorpions that are not projectile fused, they disappear before they reach their opponent. I know this because I used to own scorpions. I used to try and snipe across the canyon. The shots just didn't make it. They just disappeared. Secret Jet Racer says that I play autocannons now. You don't know me. You don't know me. You play autocannon? Yeah. People use punishments in CW as face huggers. True, but that's the only place that they can be used. You can't guarantee the damage anymore. Odds that we'll see Jupiter spams in the near future whole teams of standoff weapons. I don't think that we're ever going to enter an era of whole teams of standoff weapons. Standoff weapons are always rolled over by the W keys. They insta-strip heated grabs, so will probably become a staple of 10k and above. Wow. Hold on one second. Yes, friendship bunny.
Hot sauce?
However you made the food is great, baby.
Well, I didn't add hot sauce.
I don't need hot sauce then. If it's ready the way it is, it'll be fine.
Well, I can add hot sauce.
It's a salad. I'll take salad without hot sauce.
It's not really salad.
I'll take it the way that it's made. Thank you. So, to further, just so we're clear, cannons have some of the longest projectile time to lives in the game. So, like, this is dumb, but like the Mammoth has like a projectile lifespan of like 20 seconds. Something crazy. I'm not actually going to turn this corner. I've learned my lesson. Helen's going to turn that corner. She hasn't learned her lesson. Goodbye, Helen. Okay, so a very long time ago, by the way, someone mentioned that Sorry, I'm just shooting this guy. Trying to remember the name of this gun. The Starfall was good. And I was like, you're an idiot. Starfall is bad. You remember that? You guys don't remember that, do you? I do. Pepperidge Farms remembers. I remember everything. And I was right. Starfall is not necessarily as good as the Cyclone. Emily bot. That's not cool. But I will say this. It's easy. And with the Crutchalina, aka combine it with the Catalina, combine it with the Jackie module, and it actually can do decent work. And it's easy. I remember that. It was 2 streams ago. Hey, here's an idea. Fuck you. God damn it. It's easy. Because the idea is I don't have to work hard to do work. So I will wholly admit, the Starfall, it makes it easy when you combine it with the Catalina and combine it with the Jackie. If you've got the Jackalina going on, you're gonna do just fine. Like, the damage is high enough. I mean, I'm effectively doing the damage of 3 Starfalls right now. Why am I going so slow? I don't recall this thing being so slow. And also, you've got plenty of room for correction of error. Screw you, James Bot. We're trying to win the game. There we go. Use Starfalls with Whaler. Maybe. Why Starfalls Whaler? So I will admit that this is the build that I made on stream too, by the way. I was like, I don't know. I don't think so. And then I made it, and I played it, and I was like, this is okay. And then I kept playing it, and then, you know what? It just became a staple. I just kept it. Humblebee is actually a phenomenally, hilariously fun build, I will admit. It does the work. It can lose. Obviously, every build can lose. But it does the work. It puts in work, I will admit. Well, yeah, but the idea is that... So, the thing is, like, here's the thing, though. You have to build stupid. This is actually stupidly built. There are other builds that are similar to this on the exhibition, I'm sure. But the reason why you gotta build this way is because aiming down is a bitch. And you have to have your guns massively exposed. Like, by the way, another thing. I just want to ask this real fast. Does anyone else have this issue in the exhibition, or not in their garage now? When they hit test drive, their guns don't respond immediately? Like, do you see that? Do you see how it, like, locks, and then the guns pop into play? I don't know if you guys see that. But that's never been the case until, like, a month ago. And now it's all the time, and it's annoying. But I will... Here's the thing. I just have to point this out. The Starfall is a weapon that is super carried by the Catalina and the Jackie. It's no different than the Scamwind. Sorry, I'm eating. But this wouldn't be possible if it weren't for the Catalina and the Jackie. Wait, you've had blueprints overwrite themselves? That's dangerous. Like, let me give you an example. If I load up a Leviathan, look how long it takes that gun at the top for it to respond. Like, it takes forever for it to just be like, you know what, I exist. It's weird. Yeah. Well, if it's responding fine for you, I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Maybe I'm the crazy one. We gotta do robotic legs today, chat. Let's grind out the. Let's do it. Let's grind out the grind. I was crazy once. And then I took an arrow to the knee. Interesting. Is this bug listed somewhere? Rufus, did someone complain about this on a forum somewhere? Because that makes me worried. As a minor note, these are just simple pyres, but because the pyres are being used with the step spider cabin, and because they're being combined with those stupid harmonizers, the projectile velocity is so high you can actually shoot across the map with these now. Get 'em, missiles. Would you believe I have invisible missiles flying out there? What the? Andy bot, you goddamn prick. Come on, Anthony. Guess use that bullshit pyre hiding. We found out that what they're doing. What? Yes. So Fuyum is referring to the fact that you can hide pyres in your build. I'm in trouble. So first I have to beat Andy bot to this, which I won't because he's just faster. Ah, bots. I'm gonna have to see what you're talking about, Rufus. I don't really have that problem, but then again, I had to get really competent with the new build UI crap. Screw you, Abigail. And Lisa. God damn it. Funny story. It's due to how long mammoths last, their time to live, that they're actually a great anti-air gun. Because you can actually fire mammoths like almost straight up, and they take forever to come back down. So, like, as I said, like, some projectiles last forever. The mammoths is one of them. That projectile is going to last for a very long time. Does that look like 10 seconds or so? 2, 3. Actually, we know. We can just count from 6 after the gun reloads. So it has a 7-second projectile lifetime. That's pretty insane. Flak rounds and Mandrake would go hard. That'd be awesome if you could load like different ammunition types. Give a build you like. You want to temporarily add Decor, but I may have clicked on a different battle build for a second, blueprint for a second. Look, one thing's for sure. If you're old like me, and you've been in Crossout for a while like me, this new building shit is some bullshit. The new way that you handle your blueprints, the new way that you have to handle your build slots, the new way that you have to like clear this shit. This is garbage.
Don't tell us.
How old are you? I'm as old as this game. If I came from the old school back in the day when the UI looked different, like 6 times ago. Oh shit, Sauce Boss.
You're much older than that game.
Thank you, honey.
Bro's that next to Moses in preschool.
Moses be asking me for hints. Let there be what? Don't worry, I got you. That's embarrassing. Helen should be dead. Using my sweet-ass ML200s, the meta legs that everyone keeps telling me that are amazing. But the ML200s are seen in Clan Wars. Hardcore Ninja, you don't understand. That guy dodged at the last second. Good job. Get him, Assurus. How is this thing alive? Shoot him. What? I killed him? But she was blowing him down. It was burning him down with minigun fire. Surprised that missed. Oh, Sauce Boss is just tearing into that guy. He's dead. I'm not helping. He's definitely not gonna come out of this alive. $79 damage, yes. Damn it, it's sure is gay. Damn it, that AI art's gonna get me in trouble. Don't you get me sued by Disney. I don't know if you guys heard this, but one of those AI image generators accidentally made like Mickey Mouse or some shit. And now they're fucking getting sued. I have no idea how that even works. So, Daikaj, you're right. I think that I do like the fact that when you download something from the exhibition, you can choose to use your own parts, or maintain the parts that are in the exhibition's picture. But, yeah, other than that, the UI change has been brutal. The building change has been brutal. I don't like having to how you even delete stuff from these slots. It's tough. Greetings, Hades. Well, life is okay. I'm here, gracing you all with my presence, because Friendship Bunny wanted me to stream. She said, "You got all these people wanting you to stream, dog. You should stream." That's how she talks. She says, "Dog," and I said, "Bitch."
That's how he talks.
That is how I talk. Now it's a party, guys.
No, Mateus isn't here, and I wanted to stream because of Mateus, though.
Oh, Mateus was the one who was asking?
Yeah, it's not a party until Mateus gets here.
Parallax, bro. Come on now. Ah, Jesus. This is why we can't have nice things, chat. Oh, that's bad. Ah, I thought he was gonna keep moving. No. He was at 6? Come on now, video game. When I hit him at 805, he was at 811. Homie is just here. They're fucking playing Dragon Ball Z over there, firing balls into each other. What? That flipped him? Yeah, it's true. The commit projectile is pretty much you fire it and you hope for a number to appear. And if the number doesn't appear, you have no idea where the fuck that shot went. Thomas Arn went extinct. Hopefully he's still out there. I prefer to believe that Thomas Arn is out there talking about the machinist cabin as we speak. Legend has it he's still talking about the machinist to this very day. I probably got hit by a machinist cabin. He was too busy humping a train. He was just like, "Ah, this machinist cabin. Ah." You guys can't see me doing hip thrusting motions, but imagine that, please. If you would imagine that, then that would bring that together. Also, I might have gotten a fused Yokozuna from the event. Did you waste your money if it cost you 5k coins? Well, it depends. Hades, are you using... What are you doing with your Yokozuna? That's just the simple question. Fuyum, I almost spilled all my water out. Sorry, Fuyum. Sometimes I gotta be funny. Thomas Arn was killed dick first on a machinist cabin. He was humping a train. Listen, the machinist is an okay cabin. It ain't that good. Come on now. Believe it or not, I will admit, the machinist cabin did... It's not that it got better. Oh, Buck Wild's hurt. There it goes. It's that a lot of things lined up for the machinist cabin to be better, or be more in the meta. Go away! Leave me alone, Nicholas Bot. No! Not ideal. Honey.
I catch dinosaurs.
Don't do that. Dinosaurs are meant to be free. And extinct.
Never learn.
They never learn.
We'll put them in a park. All gonna work out.
Shit. Oliver Bot, you prick. Who do I prioritize evading? Oliver Bot or Orlando Bot? Well, it was $3, honey. Oh no, my guns! Oh no, my hit points! So, just so we're clear, the Jupiter doesn't need to work. You don't need 2 pairs to make the Jupiter work. For the perk, yes, 100%. If you want to fire the lightning balls down the field, yeah, you're 100% correct. You need the perk. You need 2 of them. But believe it or not, alone and by themselves, they do 350 damage. So put that into your pipe and smoke it. The damage is incredible. That's incredible damage for a singular gun, right? First Fry says, I would... sorry, Foxtails 9. I have a question. If you had the choice, would you go for a second Jupiter or a fused Beholder? The second Jupiter. The reason why is because the reload speed on the Jupiters, you want them to match. Even if you have 2 of them, let's say you have a Jupiter that is fused and a Jupiter that's unfused, yes, you'll still trigger the perk. No, I don't know how that functions with the projectile that comes out the other side. I have no idea. So if you've got... Hold on, let's find out. While we're here, let's find out. Let's find out if the 2 fused Jupiters fires a faster projectile than a fused Jupiter and a single Jupiter. But regardless of that, you're going to want that second Jupiter. And you want it with the reload speed. That way you can send more projectile balls downfield. That's the answer that I have for you, Foxtails. So this is fused and unfused. And I just need to find out if somebody has double fused. Fused and unfused. Fused and unfused. I like this is double unfused. This will work. Dragon Ball Goku. Yes! This guy gets it. Alright, so how do we determine the projectile speed? Because unfortunately, it's not going to tell us. It makes it barely to the damage ball from here. No, I have a better idea. We're going to go to the far back. This is going to be a problem because I have this guy jumping at us. That's true. The ball slows down when it hits a hitbox. That's true. But by the way, did you see that? Did you see how the damage was only 240? That's because they fused right before they hit the guy. Remember what I said? The fused projectile, you do not want to hit your opponent. You want to shoot near your opponent. You don't ever want to hit your opponent with the fused projectiles. See? Look how much more damage that does. What you want to do, that's the reason why the Jupiter is silly. The fused projectile ball that is created, you do not want to hit your opponent. It does very little damage in comparison. It does less damage hitting the opponent than an individual Jupiter firing one time. Just letting you know. So the Jupiter itself, a single shot from the Jupiter will do more damage than a fused projectile hit. You have to miss. It's unfortunate. But anyway. Looks like it'll make it near the damage ball and kind of eke its way towards the next thing. We'll see. I don't know if this is a good scientific test. It doesn't feel like a good scientific test, but we're doing it. No way to test it. We're going to have to go with feels. We're going to go with feels over reels, chat. Just lead your shot? This guy. If it were easy to lead your shots, I wouldn't have an audience. Alright, let's see here. But as you can see also, that ball has a massive AoE. The AoE on this ball is critically large. It's significantly larger than the Morta. It looks as though the projectile is slower. It's definitely slower. Okay, so there's your answer. If it takes the fastest... No, there's no way to know that. It might be based on the... Okay, so for those of us who don't know, there's a rule of simultaneity in crossout. What are you talking about? Yeah, I know, it's dumb, it's not written anywhere, but it exists. The way this works is, if you have two weapons put on your build at the same time, and you click the mouse button at the same time, it has to calculate them in order. If you're hitting an opponent, whether you take damage, all sorts of dumb shit. There's plenty of things that are determined by the rule of simultaneity, and the tiebreaker is order that's placed on your build. So in this, I don't know how these guns are put on the build. What that means is I don't know if they put the fused gun on first and the unfused gun on second, or otherwise. And the reason why this matters is I think. Don't quote me, because I'm just freestyling to the beat here. I believe that, because these all have the fused Jupiter here, which is fused. I believe that this was the first gun put onto the build. And I'm going to check that, because the idea is that if it's using the rule of simultaneity to determine the final projectile speed of the ball, it's probably doing so. This would be an example. Here we go. This one looks as though the first one put on was a standard Jupiter. Looks. We're going to test it. Simultaneity, yes. So we're going to find out. Hopefully. There's no way to know, but... looks about the same. So the idea is that if you have back in the day when you had two hit scan weapons, it had to determine which hit scan weapon hit first, basically. And so when you try and determine which hit scan weapon hits first, or when you fire 3 executioner cannons at the exact same time, and they all arrive at the same point in space at the same time, how do you know which one deals damage first? And the answer is whichever one was put on your build first. Which one deals damage second? Whichever one was put into your build second. Which one deals damage third? Whichever was put onto your build third. So there clearly is a difference between projectile velocities, between purely unfused Jupiters and a single Jupiter fused and a single Jupiter unfused. Let's try double fused for projectile velocity. Let's see if it's averaging projectile velocity. I don't know, I'm not a doctor. Okay, that looks exactly the same as the other one. So as long as you have one fused Jupiter for speed, so far it appears that the merged projectile inherits the speed of your fastest Jupiter. So far, it seems that way. There's no way to prove that because I don't have 2 Jupiters. When I get 2 Jupiters, I'll try and prove it. But for right now, that appears to be the case. And Jupiters fired without projectile velocity are, of course, slow, and the resultant projectile of the merge also appears slow. Damn you! How are your dinosaurs, honey? So, as you can see, that is much slower. So, as for people who are saying, wait a minute, hold on, should we even want these fused? The answer is always yes. Of course you want it fused. Because the idea is that a slower moving projectile is easier to dodge. They simply won't be there when the projectile arrives. Also, because the way that the projectile works, it already slows down when it gets to an opponent. So, you already have the best of both worlds, baby. There should be a guy right here, but I don't see him.
I'm antagonizing this baryonyx.
I don't know what a baryonyx is, but she's antagonizing it. I'm gonna do something stupid. I'm gonna try and bounce those onto Steel Artist. I doubt that worked. I'm not that lucky. Everyone's pushing me forward. God, I love being a hover. Hover armor, best armor. We're gonna avoid this stupid ass drone. And now this stupid ass drone. That guy got hurt. Burned, help me out, bro. Trying to roll up under him. I think I got one up under him. Yep, that'd be the one. Oh, you shouldn't sidestep that direction. Drones. We're gonna try and bounce these off the wall to hit that guy. We hit him. Hey, we did it! Aw, you're having fun over there. I knew I wanted them fused if I was going to get them. I was just sitting on whether or not I wanted Jupiters at all. Well, it depends on how much you like it. Carjack armor, best armor. Flock armor lasted for like all of goddamn 2 weeks. You know that. They're like, this is the Flock. It is a 2x1x4 item, and it's got more durability than any 2x1, 4x1 in the entire game. Everyone's like, throw on Flocks. And then they nerfed the shit of the Flock. They made made its durability like 64 or some shit. How am I liking the new frame shapes? I actually, believe it or not, while I am a big fan of additional frame, I am. I have said this every video, and I am. I'm a huge fan of additional frame shapes. I have not used them. Not yet, anyway. Not ideal. Wasn't there a time when there were just frames? Yes. So that was actually before even my time. There was frame armor. So back in the day, frames... Oh, this guy's got my number. I'm fucked. Hold on. Let me cook. I'm cooking, guys. I'm cooked. So way back in the day, there was a time when frames added hit points to your build just like everything else. And it turns out that frames added the most hit points. And so everyone's like, why would I use other structural parts other than frame? And everyone was just tons of frame all the time, just covered in frame. And the reason why was because it gave you more hit points than literally anything else. And so they nerfed the balls off of that. They found those balls and they hit them with a Nerf gun. Just Nerf. No. But even I was not there for that. There was spaced armor, radar armor, decor armor. Oh, I miss decor armor. And what's funny is, by the way, as a very minor note, you can still use decoration as armor. Just so you know, you can still do it. The reason why decor armor doesn't necessarily work as well as it used to is it says, in air quotes, does not stop the blast wave. What that means is that if someone hits you with a high explosive projectile, let's say they hit you with Phoenix, and that hits a decor part, the damage blast damage goes through the decor part at 100%, meaning the damage not only will blow apart the decoration, it will also hit the part behind it at 100% power. That's the way radar and that's the way decoration works now, right? So if you go to, let's say, any radar that you've got, not these radars, but the blue radars, which of course is on my build. This one, the free one, it says, oh wait, did they remove that? They must have removed that because they limited. Oh, that's right. They fixed it on the radar because you can only have one. They were like, you can only ever have one of these. That way we fixed it. But all of these things does not stop the blast wave. So this does have 55 durability, and if someone shoots it with a gun, does direct damage, it will do 55 damage, and it will block the damage. Great, everything works fine. But if this is in the way of an explosion, its durability is effectively 0. The durability of decoration against explosive damage is 0. And so you might be wondering, well then, how is that a nerf? It kind of is, it kind of isn't. You can absolutely still use decorations as armor. But, you'll note, I'm sorting it by durability. The highest durability part only has 63? You got 45? And yes, mass to durability ratio, some of these actually end up being very good. A good example would be the toiletry bag, surprisingly enough. At 27 mass, you get 34 durability out of it, so you can actually, throw these on your build and have a little bit more durability for your mass. But, as stated, it doesn't stop the explosive properties anymore. And back in the day, explosive properties were 100% of everything. Everyone, this was back in the day when cannons didn't have a bullet component. Both mammoths and tsunamis and typhoons and mastodons, all of them just did pure blast. There was no bullet component. There was no damage component. And so, because of that, spaced armor and decor armor made it so those guns did no damage to you at all. You were basically immortal. They could destroy one of those tiny little parts that would be dangling out in front, and none of the damage would reach your build. Oh. I think I should have aimed higher for that. I'm just literally just trolling the battlefield at this point. Just throwing magnet balls where they're trying to cluster. Not even aiming. Just getting them over there. And somehow hitting shit way over there? Okay, video game. Hey, it's the dig! This man will never change his build.
Look at the Triceratops with the raptor. But here's the thing. There are 3 Triceratops. I think they can take on the raptor.
Interesting. Do you guys remember when Reapers... Actually, so way before my time... And yeah, I've been in the game a while, but before my time, there was a time when Reapers didn't suck. They were actually good. They were actually really, really good. So you might be wondering how they're really good in comparison to how they are now, which is to say they're bad. So originally, Reapers, they were just like Retchers. So Retchers require a, ammo crates. Retchers require radiators. They require a lot of work, right? But the idea is that with the Retcher requiring a lot of work, you end up with a lot of damage out of it. Well, Reapers were similar. They actually used to have a perk that said that they pierced... Ow. That they pierced through your entire build, just like Scorpions used to. So Scorpions and Reapers, there's a reason why the Reaper is actually part of the build order of the Scorpion, if I recall correctly. It's because originally the Reaper's perk of penetration was what you were copying for the Scorpion. Oh, no, you don't. You don't want this. This cannot be not copyrighted music. Hold on. Steady. We're just gonna keep rolling this into their knees until their knees buckle. Up, up, not ideal.
Oh, they're facing off.
Honey, are you just making dinosaurs fight for you?
No!
I know what the problem here is. This site is someone copying aimed ahead. I hate when that happens.
Oh no.
French Fries says Reapers were never really good. Really? I thought that when Reapers could shoot through your entire build, they were pretty good. To answer your question about who was the cover, because I must, because that is a mandatory question answer thing. 1 second. I don't want to get banned. I don't want to lose my 3 cents for doing this stream for freaking 6 hours. But no. I will tell you who does the cover of that one moment. After I, very importantly, fire my stupid balls downfield.
Thank you, very important.
Love you too, baby. You guys aren't going to believe this, but it was due to my cross-out prowess that I married Friendship Bunny. She was like, "What? Is that a shooty car?" And I'm like, "Yes, it is." But she's like, "But surely you didn't make that shooty car on your own." And I'm like,
exactly what I said. It was like, you didn't build that though.
and I was like,
It had been pre-made.
I did. I made that. And she was like, "Oh my god." And
And
from
like-
then on, marriage.
I'll be honest, I have never wanted to sleep with somebody so bad in my entire life.
It's true. Cross out gets you laid, chat. That's the only way to get people to play this game. You're not going to believe this, but girls love shooty cars. It's a thing that really interests them. Damn it. Women hate everything. It's not my fault, it's your fault. Women hate everything.
I
It's
hate
hilarious.
every single video game that you play.
It's true. She hates all video games. So a while ago, this is actually a funny story. One that I shouldn't tell because it's going to piss Friendship Bunny off. But I'm gonna. Here we go. So I was dating someone that wasn't Friendship Bunny. This is how
You
long.
told me you were a virgin.
Yeah. So I was with somebody else before Friendship Bunny.
I love you.
I love you too. And this person had a family. What? That's shocking. I'll just skip to the end. Very long story short, there was this old guy who was in her family. And this old guy apparently played like Frogger or some shit. Like just some dumb shit. Like some really like old ass video game. Older than me, older than you. like Pong style shit, right? And when I was speaking to him, I was telling him about me playing video games and stuff like that. He goes, "Oh, that's interesting." When I was first with what's her name, I forgot her name as well, unfortunately, his wife. He used to play things like Pogger or whatever the fuck. It doesn't really matter. The look on that woman's face. This you can I could found out, like I realized that I was in the middle of one of those ancient arguments where I know for a fact that his gaming way back in the day was a problem for her. Whatever gaming it was, she didn't care that he was playing board games. She didn't care that he was like the Monopoly champion or some shit. She was pissed. She was like, no. I'm like, what the fuck, bitch? We were just talking about like a game of Frogger or some shit. No. It was apparently a huge thing. And it so turns out women, all women, naturally are the enemy of video games. It's their natural enemy. So like in the wild, right, if you were to see a wild woman, like, you know, just out there with tigers and shit, and you're like, oh, what are these tigers doing? And you came across a woman in the wild, that woman in the wild's natural enemy is the video game. They just naturally fight each other. It's weird. I don't know why they do it, but it's just one of those things. You can see it in a documentary. And so, yeah, no, Friendship Bunny over here, she also hates video games. Of course, women like women will play like sim games and things like that. Yes, but that doesn't mean they like video games. They're just the natural enemy of them. Because here's the thing, you guys want the real reason? I'll tell you the real reason. No joke. Ready? It's because they're competing with them for attention, and attention is the number one currency of women. So when women have to compete for attention, they hate the thing that they have to compete with for attention. Screw you, Ashiris K. What the fuck? Did all my shots... Oh, that's right, they're magnet. The guy close by sucked all my shots down, so I couldn't hit Ashiris K. That hit him. So this is one of the reasons why women hate hobbies. This is the reason why women hate video games. This is the reason why does it keep getting sucked down? Oh, there's a corpse down there? Oh my god. They hate hobbies, they hate video games, they hate everything that requires male attention because they're the ones looking for it. They wanted that attention to begin with, and they're like, wait, I have to compete for this? Anger. We're going to sling those far and hope that those land inside that man. Pretty sure Broly's dead, but just in case. Throws a PS2 game at a chick you hate. We're going to seal this off so Sirius K can't come over here. He wants in, but I'm just going to ricochet these balls off the wall. And that'll keep him away. He doesn't like taking damage. Oh, I think that was fast enough. I think I hit him. We got one next to us. Is this the dig again? The dig is on our side! No! I just wasted the entire shot. Okay, it's just a Sirius K. I'm pretty sure one of those balls hit. But not on the cabin. That's a cab shot. He's dead no matter what. Boop. We did it. Women do have a lot of competitions. Cars, guns, bros, other hoes. Not that I'm calling Friendship Bunny or any of her ladies a hoe, but it would be remiss of me to not indicate that they are a competition for attention. It's just a woman thing. I began community warfare in a classic 57 Hammerfall wedge. Oh, that's shit! Someone asked me how I feel about the Hammerfall. Sorry. Jesus Christ, I'm losing it. To answer the person who asked me what I feel about the Hammerfall, currently, it's dog shit. There you go. There's your answer. So, unfortunately, they nerfed shotguns and the hit scan weapons. Any hit scan weapon got completely and totally boned. That's it. They're no longer what they used to be. They need to rebalance, reform, rearm, remake. They need to redo them bitches because they are dog shit right now. That's the answer. Wow. Cryptic visions, bro. We're not gonna win this one, chat. But yeah, no. All hit scan weapons, all former hit scan weapons are dog shit. They were designed in a certain way. They were meant to function a certain way. They were meant to deal a certain amount of damage and all those things like that. And they just nerfed them into the ground. And they don't function that way anymore. And so because they don't function that way anymore, they shouldn't do what they did, what they used to be, what they used to do. They need to rebalance them. They need to remake them. They need to do something different because they're bad. Shit. We are too far away to stop this cap. 8 seconds. Paul, go. Go, Paul. Go. 2 seconds. Paul. Fuck. French fries is correct. And Friendship Bunny is also correct. She said, you can play Skyrim. That'll be fine. She now hates Skyrim because I've been playing it. But yeah, if you have a ball, Jupiter ball coming at you and you can't dodge it, like completely dodge it, crash directly into it. Because as I said, the Jupiter ball does no damage. It does very, very, very low damage if you get hit with it. But it does insanely high damage if it passes by you. Like that. Teammate says they found a good way to fight compilers or something. And I'm like, how are you doing that? I'm more than willing to listen. We're going to shoot those balls low. Not that it matters because the dude exploded. By my math, there should be a guy right in front of James, but I don't see him. Not sure what he means by Jackie and somewhat. Ugh. I'm in trouble, chat. Nah, I'm dead. Yep. There's that thing where you want to get hit by the thing, you don't want to be next to it. Let's take a moment to remember when the Retcher did a fuckload of damage and was considered to be one of the best weapons in the game. This dude is retchering this guy for his sweet life. The man is still alive. He's still retchering. Legend has it is he's retchering to this very day. He's now running away after a drone because the drone is beating his ass. Any chance? Oh my god, that was way far too close for comfort. Anyway. I'm sorry, Rufus. Rufus had a vast machine gun collection. Yeah, no, machine guns, what they did to them is sad. Hit scan nerfs. Oh shit, hold on. Let me cancel this. Let me find the answer to the question that was asked me a second ago. The question that was asked me a second ago. Why would I do that? Hold on. The question that was asked to me a second ago was, what was the cover that was being sang? And that I'm getting that answer for you now. Was covered by ROUDS Rouds in the Air Tonight. So that is your answer. It's a cover done by Rouds, Rouds. There we go. Zapped like a stray, like a death row patient. Yeah, I need to get my hands on those. I'm getting there. I'ma get there. I'm getting to the Jupiter. It sucks to not be, what's the word I'm looking for? A whale. Like, if I really wanted to, I could whale this out and be like, you know what? Whale time. And just whale the shit out of this and just buy it all. But you know what? I got a kid on the way, and I'm not that interested in doing it. So even though I am only a streamer by choice, one of the things that I do always, what one must do as a streamer, you always have to credit the work, or at least you should always credit the work that of any audio that is played at any point in time during your stream. And I do that even though I don't make money off of this shit, because of the fact that these people did put in work ripping off other people. Because they didn't come up with In the Air Tonight. They didn't come up with that shit. But they did make a remix version, or a cover version, that was extremely enjoyed by somebody else. So, there you go. But I think this has happened like 10 times in history where the cover version of a song is actually better than the bass version, and the people in the who own the bass version actually give up the rights to the people who do the cover because it was just so much better. David bot. Dude, David Bot hates Hannah. Holy shit. I've never seen a bot chase down a bot so hard before. Hannah Bot, get your hits in, Hannah. Oops. That's not a bot. This is a douche. Oh my goodness. No, bot. Don't do that. Saved your life, Juggernauts. Always remember that I saved your life. I missed so badly. Dang, Juggery wants it. Alright, you get it, Juggery. Enjoy. Juggernaut, save me back! I saved you before, it's your turn to pay me back! Okay, well, I guess he won't be doing that today. Juggernaut, no, you're not worth saving! Did I just die to Jules? Oh my god. What am I doing? Oh shit, that gas gen did not pay off. Juggernaut, are you gonna win this? Don't take it to the butt. You can't take it to the butt. It's Gravistar Man. Gravistar Man's gonna win. I already know because he rocks grabs. And I don't think he's stripped. I'm pretty sure he's in a good spot. I wonder what Gravistar Man has. I don't know. There's no way to know. But I'm going to assume that he's running the build that he's been running all day. So he's probably running a Griffin with an Infinity Cloak, which means he's right behind Juggernaut right now, most likely. Nope. Nope. He wishes that was him. He's Griffin, Infinity Cloak, triple grav, and I think that's all he needs. Poor Juggernaut, he's so dead. There really is nothing he can do. When Gravistar Man shows up, he's just instantly fucking dead. There's nothing he can do. His radar won't see him when he's invisible. Yep, there it is. There's nothing he can do! I called that exact death! He's running the Griffin plus fucking the Yeti. His ass was perfectly invisible. There's nothing he could do. His radar, even if he had the best radar in the game, still he'd get caught. You guys can't see this, but there's a little black kitty right here, and she's so tired because life is so hard. You know life is hard for a cat when she wakes up, or sorry, yawns, wakes up, turns around in the bed, and goes back to bed. Gravistar Man versus Triton Man. Who would win? Gravistar Man's pretty good. Alright, so we have got the most Russian name I've ever seen on our team. Oh, this is a bad decision. So here's what I did. I did something stupid, chat, and that would be walking forward in the canyon. So I'm just eating all sorts of dick from JJ over there. Apparently Juggery's trying to scorp me out because I killed him last round, and now he's big mad. He's shooting me through stuff. Let me just throw balls at Juggery real fast, see if that does anything. So I know Juggernaut has high explosives behind him. I may have hit one of those. I think landed on it. Nope, I was just wrong. We're gonna throw those balls at the water line and hope for the best. That was not the best. Hope it's not a strategy. I think I hit him. I'm pretty sure I hit the fuck out of this guy. I didn't. My car! Now, I don't know why Juggernaut's killing my ass. Uh-oh, I'm gonna die. He's gonna kill me. He's gonna kill me! I'm alive, but I lost my car jack. No, it's embarrassing. I can't help but notice that you're stabbing at your hand repeatedly without looking. Friendship bunny.
It's because I'm an expert.
Not ideal build placement. Hold on, let's just spin our way in this direction.
Smell this.
Ooh, I dodged it. Suck it, Juggery. Oh, I'm dead. Juggery hates me. He's still shooting at me. What did I do, man?
That's what I say, William. You should have stood in the middle like a real man.
Uh-oh, I'm dead. 3, 2, 1. It's gonna fire. No! So, I know this is dumb, but I was trying to bounce the balls. I knew he was coming out to the left, so I was trying to play pool with it, and I was trying to bounce the balls off of the side of that thing over here to have them hit him, because I knew I was going to die. I was missing hovers, and I'm just dead, right? Don Magatu, no, you're out of bullets. You had so much reload. Olivia can't shoot because she's bad at the video game. Oh, she can shoot. She just is also bad at the video game.
Jurassic Park game is too hard for me.
I know, honey. Are we all out of ammunition? Oh my god. Apparently not that guy. Olivia Bot, it's up to you. Olivia. Terrible. Ah, if only we had done just a little bit better. My question is, where's the car jack on this thing? Because this thing constantly loses... Hold on a second. It's got a car jack on it. Where's your car jack? Because I keep losing the fucking thing. Oh, it's on the side. It's visible. It's right here. Shut up. God damn it, team. We're going to put the car jack there. And, yeah. We're going to forget that I ever asked that question. This time around, it'll be different. I do have to admit, though, the Imugi is fun. The Imugi is different from the Yonglang in that it is actually... it's fun. The Yonglang is more powerful, but you get what you pay for. Okay, how did that happen? Whoop. So I'm being targeted by someone. Elton bot. Nope. Matthias bot, Elton bot, all these bots, this dude, nothing. Nobody could assist me. Yeah, whatever. Oh no, this guy's totally screwed. It's Gravistar Man. I think he's down to 1 Gravistar though. Which means that he's just going to be man. Get him, man! Gravistar Man is clearly watching the stream. Gravistars, yo, they don't fuck around. Still do great damage. By the way, of all the shotguns that exist, they're the only ones that didn't lose their hit scan. Ooh, Xander's near death. Oh, he's not near death. What a chode! He had all of his hit points in his front. But good job, Gravistar. I actually like his build. Oh, imagine being Johnny Ringo right there. He's like, okay, I've got these guns, and I'm going to use these guns to blast off your guns. And then he sees Medallion, and he's just like, literally nothing is visible to my build. Come on, Medallion, you got to block with your track. Don't do it. Don't get shot. He killed him. Don't get shot. Block. Just keep blocking. It's just up to those dumb drones. It's dumb drones versus single tsunami. 1 shot away from death. Don't take it to the nose. Don't take it to the nose. Turn.
Don't do it, car.
He's gonna get shot. Boop. He lived! Dude, move. Keep moving. You lived. You shouldn't live through that. Damn, the tsunami's bad. Like, hold on. Can we take a moment just to accept that the tsunami is bad? He's on fire on his last legs. like 200 life left. Takes a shot directly to the cabin. Just fine. He's okay. Alright, Foxtails 9, thank you for stopping by. I'm glad that you enjoyed the stream for as long as you did.
Did you take Allegra today?
I don't know.
I'm gonna give you more Allegra.
I have nothing to drink this.
I'm going to go get you something to drink.
Okay.
It's your favorite.
Oh, water.
Water.
Alright, guys, I'm going to have to explain to you guys this joke. Here, come in.
Love you.
So, there is a store near me that runs specials for drinks during holidays. And currently, for the price of 2 12-packs, they offer you 3 free in addition.
You get 5 for $20.
So you get 5 for $20. 5 12-packs of sodas for $20. Now, I'm like, well, in general, it's a good deal, and blah, 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 jerk, no one cares. But what matters is that we're trying not to gain weight at a prodigious speed.
One of us has been gaining weight at a prodigious
One of the
speed.
two of us has absolutely, at a prodigious speed, been gaining. We won't say which one.
To be fair, I count as 2 people currently.
Okay, so 3 of us are gaining weight at a prodigious speed. She loves me. But anyway, regardless of that, that's the problem. Drinking calories is a surefire way to get fat quick because it's called drinking calories. Sodas are very calorically dense. They're not very large. So you can easily quaff a soda and have eaten a meal equivalent. So that's the reason why. And so she's giving me crap about the fact that, oh, we can have our favorite drink. Water! Because of the fact that I didn't say we should go and make use of this deal to obtain these super fat drinking soda things that are going to make us all obese.
We get like 40 packs of them. Is that true? That's not true. I think we usually get like 20.
We usually get 40.
I know. Yeah, we get like 40 cases and it stacks up and it's really cool. And then you just have endless pop. But you don't really, because usually by the time the next holiday rolls around, you need to get another bunch of cases. But, oh, look who thinks he's so great. Way to go, Fliam. Mr. Superior stopped drinking sodas a while back. But yeah, I'm like super dehydrated all the time, and like everything I read is like, you really shouldn't drink soda while you're pregnant. It can give you preeclampsia. Bullshit computer thinks it knows me.
Doesn't know you, baby.
It doesn't know me.
Doesn't know you at all. She's already got eclampsia. Take that, pre.
You definitely should avoid sodas if you're having a geriatric pregnancy. Don't call me geriatric.
Right?
Computer.
You guys see how I canceled that dude's energy ball with my energy ball? And then got shot by scorpions and instantly died? Goddamn scorpions. You know, every time I think about it, I'm like...
Well, I'm still an alky too, Fugu. That's a joke because you're not supposed to drink alcohol when you're pregnant.
Oh, good job, baby. This guy needs a car jack.
The alcohol is very high in calories too. If you want to watch your figure, Fugu.
I'm one super big gulp a day. Oh, man.
The state we live in is apparently very notorious for drinking too much soda.
Which makes no sense because of reasons, but whatever. Oh, well, this poor cat. She hates everything that's happening.
I picked her up and now she's angry for some reason.
Oh.
And I'm covered in cat fur because of it. Yeah. Oh no. I was talking to these women at church today because we did a church thing on Saturday. And I was like, I'm going to judge people who go to, like, there's like this store called Swig. And I'm going to judge people who go to that. I can and will judge them. That's ridiculous. And then this poor woman pulled out a container that said Swig on it. And I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. I was just kidding. I'm just an asshole. I felt very bad, but I did mean it.
Oh.
Yeah, I know. You can't, like, that's what Ninja was saying. He's like, it's the only vice you can have is drinking pop. So...
We're one super big gulp away from obesity. Like, it's not good. I'm not saying that we're overweight. I'm saying she's overweight. No, I'm kidding. She's not overweight.
Actually, I am technically overweight, yeah. I mean, not technically. I mean, if you trust BMI scale.
If you trust the scale.
Like, you're not supposed to look up your BMI when you're pregnant.
This is all just a big old scam put out by Big Gravity. Big Gravity is always trying to get you. Meanwhile, Gravistar Man is sweating his ass off trying to pull off the last second dub at 4 hit points. Big ups to Gravistar Man if he can pull this off. He might be able to. He's got just enough invisibility to make it happen.
Well, I mean, it doesn't help that we also can't have fluoride Fuyum. So it's like, teeth are against God. I
True.
guess.
Oh no, he's gonna die to this shit. He's at 4. One more shot, and here
Which
it
is
comes.
another good reason to give up soda, because...
Whew! 4 hit points in a dream. Ah, man. Good job, Gravistar Man. By the way, just so we're clear, G-Man is rocking epics. And still doing that.
We have 2 different kinds of soda drive-thrus, actually, Fuyum. We have Swig and we have Quench, I think, or something like that.
I don't even know about either of those. Apparently I got a new banner background. What's this? Am I gonna have to start trying? God damn it. Let's find out.
Wait, honey, what
Maybe.
are those TV things?
I might have to start trying. What's up, honey?
There's like this bumper and it looks like it's teeth. Can you add that to your monster?
No.
But it'll make it look more real.
PK Sandals, I hate the Morta. Why do you hate the Morta, PK? The Morta's not the problem right now. It's the Jupiter. The Jupiter is the problem. The Morta
I
is...
thought the commit was the problem.
The commit is always a problem. The only reason why is because everyone else is cycling through to the next fun gun, but the commit really is overpowered right now. What are the harmonizers doing for the Morta that I don't know about? Is it the projectile speed? Alright, we're up against Asura K on the opposing team. Oh, Adam's not my teammate. I was trying to fire over Adam. I was like, I don't want to fire at Adam. I'm going to try and get a shot down range. I'm pretty sure this is my ally. Oh, that is not my ally. God damn it. No, Black Kitty. Oh, man. Imagine outgunning your opponent and then that happens. Oh, imagine outgunning your opponent, and then that happens. What do you want, Black Kitty? Give me a second, Black Cat. No! Croc goes raw. This guy's using me as armor. It's great. Now he's pushing in because he's got the Get Braves. How are you alive? We did it! Yes, Black Kitty. This black cat's mewing at me. What do you have to say, Black Kitty? Oh. She's awake now, and life is so hard. Can you build a sideways driving centipede, looking like the Sabbath wheel build? Maybe. I don't know. Hold on. Let me think that. Can you build a sideways driving centipede? Well, wouldn't the problem be that centipedes only have any other speeds going forward and backwards? So that would mean that it would be like a crab build, where it would be technically forward, backward, but side to side that you'd have your speed? Is that what you're asking? I mean, it depends. I could probably build a strafing build, but what would the guns be? Oh, this poor little black kitty. Fuyum, you have a very interesting viewpoint. Religion says it's bad for me to burn a little bud, but it's okay to drink my body mass in caffeine every week. I don't think there's a single religion in existence that calls out marijuana, by the way. She doesn't want to be on her back. You know. Boing. You shoot. Go on. Bing boing. Wait, what? It says unvoid unsavory herbs, so herbs must explicitly be savory? Meow. Actually, you know what? Hold on, give me a second. Somebody said something earlier that I want to try. They said blah 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 Morta blah 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 I hate it blah blah blah. And then they said something to the tune of blah 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 harmonizers. So, oh no, I'm already using the Odin. Where am I even supposed to get that energy? Do we have an idea as to where I'm going to eke out enough energy to shove harmonizers on this bitch? Because in reality, the thing is, you gotta reload fast. Okay, I've got an idea. New car. Okay, so the only way that we could possibly get anywhere near this level of reload is with the dead man. Damn it, Rufus, don't type things I'm saying as I say them to make it look like you know. But Rufus is correct. The dead man. This is the answer. One second. This cat is being all sorts of mewing at me. Like, okay, I know what the problem is. I'm gonna go tell my fiance, wife, what the problem is. Okay. You're back. Hold on, chat.
I'll put his mouse on the other side of his keyboard. Oh, dang it, he has his mouse, like, restrained. Dang it, okay, I can't do anything. I'll put his screwdriver away. And his pen. Pen should do. Oh my gosh, how do I change his keybinds? I don't know. Oh, he'd be so mad. I'm not allowed to play on his computer.
Get off my computer.
No, it wasn't me.
Yeah, get out of here. All right.
I tried to move your mouse, but your mouse is stuck.
Did the cat bap the mic? No. Satori might be a good alternative? No. He gone, put some in his drink? No. Rearrange his desk?
I put your pens away.
Oh my god. Alright. So, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna grab the Morta. Libbity flabbity.
No, I liked your other build. It looked like a little bug.
Yep. We're gonna grab the Odin, which is gonna be misspelled this time. We're gonna keep it fresh.
What is the Odin?
Then, we're gonna test this with harmonizers.
Wait, honey.
Yes.
What is the Odin?
Generator. We're gonna test those with harmonizers. And we're just gonna grab a couple legs right now, real fast, just because.
Somebody call me your girlfriend or you're calling me your fiance. We are legally married. If he tries to leave, I get half this stuff. That's the law.
Oh. So let's see what we got here on projectile velocity. Hold on. We're gonna J it up. I mean, the projectile's faster. This time around, we are gonna go with the blah 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 blah. We're gonna go with the giraffe. I don't know, is this really that fast? I mean, it's 20% faster than it was a second ago, that's for fuck sure. It's not going to have more reload. I could use Nami Box, but that's not nearly enough reload. I mean, is there anything else that we need on this build? I mean, we actually do a lot more energy available. Actually, this is going to be a dramatically decreased power score. Like, we don't need much more than this. We could actually afford the oppressor if we wanted it. Got your Cyclops right there. I mean, I hate to be that guy. Oh, that's where my energy's going in the other one. Duh, brain. What are we, stupid? We need the Jacqueline. Okay, now we're near full. We could drop the oppressor to return 2 energy. And we could have in general, a lower power score build. Aegis would be good, actually. So, under the current meta, with everyone slinging fucking balls at each other, the Aegis is actually quite strong. What are we thinking? The oppressor won't synergize with the harmonizer. True. But if you're moving quickly, you might need to turn your... Like, they don't synergize, but they cover each other's weaknesses. Aegis with no cheetah? Meh. That's a great idea. Cheetah Aegis? Capcan Morta? Ugh. Do I even have 2 Capcans still? I do have double Capcan. You know... That's it. I think that might be the counter, guys. Right now, everybody's rushing in with their garbage-ass miniature spider-legged underslung shotguns. Wouldn't Capcan simply counter that like it always has? Like, it's the cycle, right? Everyone remembers the cycle of the meta, right? At one point, it's all Capcans, everyone's killing themselves, and they go brick because they're like, I'm tired of Capcans, I'm never gonna get Capcanned again. And so they go to a brick meta, and the Capcans die off, and then they come back with their fucking underslung shotgun meta, and then underslung shotguns win, and they're like, wait a minute, don't Capcans counter this? And we go to the Capcan meta. Like, isn't that what's happening? Kami counters Capcans and Nest. Yes. Here's the thing, though. You gotta understand this is very important about the Nest. If you're using the Nest, you deserve everything bad that's going to happen to you because you fucked up and used the Nest. What are you doing? Is there any... I think this is the correct mounting. I know that sounds stupid, but this is actually the correct mounting way, because this puts this at 1 pin back. Wakami also neutralizes the Imugi grenades, that's true. What do you mean it's not connected? It looks connected as fuck to me. While we're here, because you dickbags never remind me. Carjack. Nailed it. But do we need all this energy? Kami and Griffin are still my 2 favorite cabins. My favorite cabins are still the Torero and... It's a good question. What are my 2 favorite cabins? Nova. Do you think the Thug is cool just because it's called the Thug? By the way, Fuyum, you're not gonna believe this, but the Kami actually hit a resurgence in its use in Levy CW. Basically, people finally realized that the invulnerability to status effects was greater than the damage bonus from the cockpit. Took them a while, but they finally figured it out. Should I just go Apollo, or is there something I'm missing with energy? Can I downgrade this again? Swap the Cyclone out, or Cyclops out for the KA2 flywheel? Jackie the Apollo so it deals more explosion damage. I don't even think it works that way, though I kind of want to find out now. Hold on. Alright, Lux Fair, thank you for stopping by. Wow, this thing is a... You know, you forget how durable the Apollo is. Because no one ever uses the fucking thing. If I drop this by 1, I don't use the Apollo anymore. As a minor note, this doesn't have to actually be the build. I kind of just was building off of that stuff. I'm a Chad. My favorite 2 caverns are the Hadron and the Catalina. I mean, to be fair though, Hadron is really good. In my opinion, is one of the best looking caverns in the game. I've mentioned that many a time over. I know that this is not a good idea, but I kind of want to try it. Is this the right engine, though? It feels like it's not. I think it's the Pegasus. Pegasus will get me more mass out of this, I think. Let's get some more durability on this thing, as 297 isn't exactly ideal, and let's give it a test. Maybe, I don't know, an ammo crate? That'd be probably nice as well. But where would I put the ammo crates? Bluebird, you still don't you? What do you mean you miss playing Crossout? Did you quit? Remember, if you ever miss playing a game, you can always go back to it. Believe it or not, as I said before, I ended up going back to Warframe after several, like, better part of a decade. I only played for a little bit, but It did happen. Ask Fuyum. God damn it, why do we keep playing Would You Rather? Would you rather MPD son or dreadlock white daughter? Why do we think I know all these acronyms? You're gonna have to spell that out for me. What's an MPB? Male pattern baldness. I mean, to be honest, that's I guess it's a very how do I put this? That's such a non-thing for me. It's hard for me to decide. I mean, I definitely wouldn't want dreadlocks on my daughter. I guess that answers it. I guess the male pattern baldness son. Because one of those is a choice, right? The daughter is choosing that. Would you rather always hear the narrator for your situation, or always hear the music for your situation? Music for your situation. Oh my god. Easy. That's not even the first easy would you rather ever. The number of times that you'd be hearing you'd be hearing that all the time. The only downside to that is that if this build gets hit by a commit bolt in the side, it's going to turn into a Russian tank turret toss contest. Yep. That's not my fault, though. I didn't make the Russian tanks. Think about it though, like if you always had the correct music playing for any scenario, it could save your life. Having a narrator in your situation won't save your life, right? So you might be wondering, what? Okay, so imagine that some dude has got a gun and they're like gonna shoot you, but you don't know it, right? You'd hear the tense music before you get shot. You're like, why is the music tense? And you know some shit's going down, right? But the narrator would be like, and then Cardboard Ninja decided to pick up and look at the juice seconds before his heads were blown off. It's like, fucking thanks, narrator. Now, the only thing is, remember, you said your situation, right? I'm making the assumption that the narrator is not going to meta that shit and be like, little did he know that later that day he'd be fighting two tigers. If that's the case, then the narrator, because it's just directly telling you. Are you guys complaining about the way I build? I don't appreciate feedback. I'm like a company. I don't appreciate the feedback from anyone for any reason. Oh my god. No, I know he didn't ask if I wanted to see the future. My point is the narrator can assist you in some way or shape or form. I mean, not the narrator, but the, information. You can get information from music that's playing. You see what I'm talking about right there? Cardboard Ninja woke up one day not knowing about the perils of the upcoming day. It's like, oh, Jesus Christ. Thanks, narrator. And now you just want to go back to bed. You're like, you know what? Fuck it. I'm just going to go back to bed. And that's when he died in his sleep. Oh, fuck you. Narrator that can assist you, or music that gives you buffs. Okay, here's the thing. I have to know more about these buffs before I answer that. I think the answer is going to be buffs, but I have to know more. Here's the reason why I think I have to know more. Because in real life, what the fuck does a buff look like? You're immune to AIDS! Sweet! Thanks, music! That's a huge buff! I know you're reading into it a bit. I liked your first answer better because it was knee-jerk. How about minute details or otherwise you miss on people? Nega AIDS, thank you. You're immune to 1 AIDS. Tokyo Drift just music starts so you know that you do 40% more damage when drifting. These are things that would help you in a video game, not so much in real life. You know? It's like, sweet, this gun is going to do 40% more damage. Not helpful, not helpful, not ideal. You remember back when we didn't have 10 wings? I remember back when we didn't have 10 wings. It was a better time. We had to earn our fucking wings. It's true. Humans are... But here's the thing that's interesting. Do you guys know how beauty is registered? You're gonna love it. And no, it's not just people who are more bangable than people who aren't. I mean, it is. That is the case. But the idea is the way that we see beauty, the way that humans identify beauty, is symmetry. So basically, not basically, but literally, just outright, the more symmetrical a person's face is, the more beautiful we consider them to be. There are, of course, finer details to that, but you catch my drift. You don't need me to explain beauty to you, unless, of course, you're a jerk. Though I did kind of put myself out there, because I was like, do you know how beauty works? But whatever, yeah, it's fine. Symmetry of their face and the bills in their wallet. Shit. You made me laugh. That's gotta be worth something. Holy shit. I ain't say it though. That wasn't me. I didn't say that. You all said that. Holy shit, that's good. The symmetry of the bills in their wallet. It's been a while since you've seen something like that, chat. So the reason why that explodes is because there's an ammo crate that's hidden there. I should probably remove it. If I cared. If I think that I'm gonna go against other Mortas, I'll remove it. But if not, this will be fine. The symmetry of the bills in their wallet. Fuck. Oh Lord. Now that's a jaded man. Of course I can get hit by the same Morta projectile twice. Look. Y'all dick bags be dick bagging. Look, I know that it's all because of the placement of that ammo crate. No joke. It's just the ammo crate. So right now this should be able to take, I don't know, 4. And the 5th one probably pop it. Yep. So it's just a placement of that one ammo crate. That's the reason why I said if I'm worried about Mortas and Mortas alone, I'll remove the ammo crate. True-ish. But if it comes down to it and I end up getting popped too many times, I'll remove it. But for right now, that's the holdout ammo crate. Because, I need it. I don't necessarily need it, but I think I do. You know? This is one of those weird scenarios where you think you need the ammo, so you bring it anyway. Alright, let's rock. Wait, what power score is 13k? Oh. Put a kaiju on there and say, we're not doing a kaiju. No, we're trying to test out these, what's it called? Harmonizers. We had an individual in chat say that they hate the Morta, and I asked why, and they're like, have you seen it with harmonizers? And I was like, who are you? I don't know who you are. I mean, the projectile is a lot faster. I do that all the time. That is the... Hold on a second. You want to see me negate a Jupiter ball with the Morta? I've been doing... That's why I have the Morta build. I built it explicitly for that. There we go. Boom. See? Yep. I'm thinking he's gonna dive to the right, but he never does. Someone's rocking the clarinet toe. I didn't notice that. We gotta get out of here. We're in danger. Run, Edelwolf. I'm always just a little bit off. The Morta does not slow down on contact. The Jupiter slows down on contact. Blah! My shitty build, no! Nope, that's the problem with the Morta. The Morta will pass right through their build at that speed, so I'm not 100%. Yes, baby?
Hello, I'm just seeing what you're doing.
Aw, she's just seeing with her eyes. Look at her doing it.
You're doing a good job.
She's doing a great job, guys. Alright, we're once again reliant 100% on Gravistar Man to carry us because we're going to lose without him.
Gravistar.
Poor Gravistar Man. What the... He's got this. He's got a fully charged Hertz perk.
Is that all you got not working?
Is what?
That this thing for your car.
It's working great.
When I
Thank you.
said car, I meant chair.
Thank you. It's great. Thank you.
Okay.
We'll be in lower power score. Still at 15.
This is our team, Snappy. Look at him. He's a Durware team.
Yeah, a Sirius K does that. He doesn't like losing.
Well, he lost too.
He did. Sirius K always talks trash in chat.
That's why people don't like him.
Let's see if we're at a lower power score. I doubt it. Oh, a little bit lower.
Salty Grip! He's fighting you right now, but he used to be somebody who watches your stream.
Alright, I need to slow down because that's the only way to get the projectile speed increase.
Oh, I'm sure Zora is fine. I just like unless there's drama, I just have absolutely no interest in anything, like anything, and so I try to like find people that like we don't like and cross out.
This is a gajillion drones. Is anyone else noticing the number of drones in this drone pit?
I don't even know. Who
Why
that
can't I
is.
look down? Game. Still not fast enough. Doesn't do enough to kill a drone.
Dog Order, listen, people love me. I have all the gossip.
She does.
Look,
Drones.
see how everybody's got some register now? This is what I live for. Thank you guys. I heard that he's a stupid poopy pants.
Nice.
Yeah. Oh my gosh, I was talking trash about my
Oh my
daughter's
god, I can't believe I hit him.
7-year-old friend the other day. It's
She holds all the cards and half of ninjas.
oh.
Anyway, please continue with your drama talk.
No, I live for it. It's the spice of life.
Yep, it's true. She does live for drama.
I tried to start it with my husband. He's like, "Oh, my little drama llama, you're so crazy," and then it's hard to continue. But I still try.
Maybe Echo Morta? Would Hertz help with the perk? No, actually Hertz would work against the perk of this gun. So the reason why it would work against is because Hertz perk will activate, and it will increase damage dealt to all things except for the stuff, except for normal stuff, right? So it will decrease damage dealt to, let's say, any structural part, but increase damage dealt to cabins and stuff. But remember, the Morta does no damage. Look, 46, garbage damage. So it'll increase damage to the cabin. Sure. And by the way, that 46 direct damage, it shouldn't have done. I don't know why it did that. It's supposed to do 89 explosive. Every now and again, the Morta it just doesn't function right. If you fire it at an odd angle, so remember the ball is a sphere, right? If you hit it at a certain angle, it should deal collision damage. Should. I don't know. See, I don't know. This thing is, sometimes it hits hard, sometimes it doesn't.
Wilbert, we're friends on Crossout. It says that you haven't played in I haven't checked recently, but last time I checked, it said you hadn't played in a long time. That's what it said.
Bluebird mentioned that.
Yeah, oh, well, that's probably why you don't know who Lexi is. I also don't know who Lexi is, but I also don't play the game.
The best part about the Morta, people might think it's the other gun. Someone mentioned that in chat, and they're right.
Oh my gosh, have any of you guys seen Wayne? It's a TV show.
Yes, I saw Wayne.
No. Well, okay, so I've been trying to get my husband to watch it with me, and I think we're on episode 2 right now. But it's so good, and I want someone to talk about how great it is.
We're on episode 4.
We're on the goddamn Beacon of Truth episode, I think.
Whichever one that is. If that's 2, then it's 2.
No, you're right. I think we're on a 4. I think you're right.
My shitty robot legs, no. I just shot my freaking shot into the air. Good job, me.
Oh, by the way, my family is in our state now.
Great.
Gosh.
That guy's using a wheel for armor.
Now I want to meet Lexi so that I can talk trash to him to his face. I hate Lexi.
Good job, honey.
Lexi is the new Meghan Markle.
It's true, that would be cool if the Morta did have any perk. I don't think it has a perk.
You can't miss the bear. Redbird Ninja.
Yeah, I see it. By the way, notice how Serpent can damage this person on the other side of this wall by just simply firing over it? That's because the Jupiter does what the Morta doesn't, which is AoE damage. And if he wants to engage this guy at close range, he just needs to fire one at a time, but he's got them linked, so he can't, so he's got no choice but to, lob the ball. But if someone's at close range, you just want to hit him with the actual shot, the actual true shot, because it does incredible amounts of damage. It does. It has this perk is what the gun is syndrome. Look at that. This guy shoots like I do, but he's getting tons of damage. He's getting grip damage because the fucking damage ball does so much. That's such a colossal AoE. Meanwhile, here I am having to try and hit the fools with the gun. I don't know. I'm not saying that this is a bad build, per se. Oh, good job, Leviathan. Leviathan putting in work. It would just have to require more work than I'm willing to put into it. Go bring me more copper, Leviathan. Go bring me more copper. I don't know who Lexi is. First of all, the power score bracket seems to be about the same. No, I don't know Dogwater. No, I mean, I'm not really losing the Morta. That's never really been a problem. No, I think I live a decent amount of time. Is the Morta good? How do I answer that honestly? I think that the Morta is not necessarily good. That said, with the current meta, where people have gone back to bricks and all sorts of shit like that, the Morta is in a stronger spot than when it was released. But that's not because the Morta is any better. It's because everyone builds in a way that the Morta... a lot of people are building in the ways that the Morta can exploit. However, that said, the Jupiter is simply what the Morta should have been in the first place. That's the best way to put it. The Jupiter with its perk is what the Morta should have done the whole time. And is the Jupiter strong? Yes. But the Morta is not. The problem with the Morta is that its damage hitbox is so small that it's actually very easily avoided. Its movement speed is unbelievably low. Its damage is also surprisingly low. It's not good. It's not good. It can do some neat stuff. But once again, as I'm sure we are all aware, doing neat stuff does not a good gun make. Doing good damage is what makes a good gun. And the Morta doesn't deal reliable damage. Even when you're like cracked out of your mind with the Morta, you're gonna find that you're not gonna do nearly as much damage as you want. Come on, guys. It was my last shot, but it was worth it. Not bad. Go with a space-themed build. Mars, Jupiter, Apollo, Gen. Oh. If I had the Jupiter, I'd do it. I can't believe this thing worked out. Have you ever tried Jules Satori Banana with widgets? Wait, I would have sworn that that was supposedly falling to those new shotguns, though. Would selling the Morta and buying the Jupiters make the Morta good? Hold on, let me find out. Remember, each Jupiter is 3.8k. The Morta is 2k. I guess the answer is still no. You need you need 7.6k to get 2 Jupiters, and you only get 2k for a Morta. This is the example of you get what you pay for. You just get what you pay for. An avalanche loader. Hold on, let me check something. Is yours a fused avalanche with reload? Are you one of the lucky ones? Oh, you're one of the lucky ones! You son of a bitch! Ah, I could feel it immediately, by the way. The second I left mouse button, I'm like, oh my goodness, this has a faster reload. So this one doesn't have faster reload. This is the Battle Pass fused avalanche, and that came with penetration ability and projectile speed, yay, and mass, yay. So this one is just going to do a lot of damage. This one comes with resistance to all damage. That's not good. That's actually, I know that doesn't make sense because everyone keeps telling you that resistance to all damage and bonus hit points are the same. They are, except when they're not. And this is one of the few times when it's not. It's a decent fusion. It's a decent fusion. Like, let's be clear. This is a decent fusion. But it's got issues. It does have issues. I do like the 50% ammo reserves, honestly, because that means that you can carry less ammo crates and get even more, obviously less ammo crates, more bullets. But that's crazy because I didn't even know that was a thing. So the God Fusion for Avalanche, depending on the way you look at it, is mass. And I know that doesn't make sense because you might be thinking, well, why I want it more durable. You don't. You don't. Usually, you never lose your avalanche. It is almost impossible to lose an avalanche. I never had a problem with those myself. The only thing I had a problem with in Battle for Iranian was a really good Destructor player named Rylex, who had double Destructor hover and for some reason just couldn't deal with the guy. Interesting. Destructors are always good. But so the idea is that even though this gun, the Avalanche, especially because with 2400 power, with 2400 durability, 10% more durability or 10% more damage resistance, whatever, would be great because it's giving you 240 more health, and that is not insignificant. That is a lot of health. The reason why you want mass is because it's 5,333 mass. That is an incredible amount of mass, right? This brings it down to 4,444. That's, obviously a 17% difference, because I know that because it says mass minus 17%. But that's a lot of mass. That is a lot of mass. Like, you can shove a lot of extra fucking shit on your build for the 1,000 something extra mass you get from that. So, believe it or not, mass fusion is best fusion. Penetration ability is not the best. Certainly not the best. Reload is the best. So, this is actually... To put this in perspective, I was going over this earlier when people were like penetration, reload, blah, 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 all that good shit like that. And I was mentioning that the Avalanche is the number 2 gun in the entire game. That isn't considered, that isn't not a special weapon like the Scorpion. That could be used with the Nox, blah, blah, blah. And that's because of its high penetration value. Even then, like, it's nominal. It's like no difference. This penetration ability plus 20% is next to nothing. It doesn't actually help. This is actually a hindrance, believe it or not. So 10% reload, far better than 20% penetration. Infinitely better. So if you have a reload fused Avalanche, double thumbs up to you. Good job, because it's much better than penetration. And finally, projectile speed. Projectile speed is like the only good third upgrade. So if I were to go here and do this, and I were to go to guns and do this, and I would say upgrade. Of the options, projectile speed is number 1, reload time is number 1, mass is number 1. Now, there's I'm not gonna rag on your fusion. I do like your fusion. I like your car. I'm just gonna let everyone know the reason why resistance to all damage on the avalanche in particular, specifically the avalanche, is not good, is because of how damage resistance and health interact with each other. If you had, instead of 10% resistance to all damage, 10% more durability, when the avalanche fires, because the avalanche does have a perk, during reload time, the protection, which is your damage resistance, which is the equivalent of resistance to all damage, is increased by 30%. So his gun, the one that we're looking at right now, when he's reloading, has 40% increased resistance to damage, which is the equivalent of 40% more durability during that time frame. Okay, so that's how that works. In reality, you're going to get 26 something percent or something like that damage resistance during that time. If this were just flat hit points, it would mean that you'd get the 30% protection, but that 30% is 30% of 2,000, not 418, because you'd have 10% more durability. It would be 30% of 2,650, which is more. You actually just get more durability. That's the idea. It's just more durability. Whatever. I don't want to bore you guys, but that's just a thing that you guys need to be aware of. And in particular, the reason why I bring this up for the avalanche, damage protection is a linear. It's a co-linear increase in durability. What that means is if you have 100% resistance to all damage, 100% of the stuff that this perk is giving on the avalanche, 100% of that plus the resistance to all damage that you see written there on the screen down there next to my head, if you had 100% of resistance to all damage, you would reduce the damage taken by 50%. That's what I'm talking about. And so as you get further along that line of damage resistance, because it's not damage protection, this is damage resistance or whatever, as you go down that line, you get less and less returns. That's the reason why. So in particular for the avalanche specifically, resistance to all damage is actually, unfortunately, the worst fusion. I don't mean to be mean. I'm not saying that but it's still, fused is better than unfused, obviously. But damage resistance 10% is actually the worst of the three because you get significantly less actual durability out of it. But that said, the avalanche never gets removed anyway. Like, I'm fairly positive he doesn't get stripped. Like, I bet dimes to dollars to donuts, he ain't getting stripped. I'm fairly positive that, it's just fine either way. Because no one's shooting your gun off. They're going to blow you up, not your gun. Dogwater immediately says it gets stripped a lot. God damn you, Dogwater. I have this build. This is a very similar build to the one that you're using. Notice how it's like I even have the reload module on the underside of the gun. This never gets stripped. What do you mean it gets stripped? It doesn't get stripped. I don't believe you. No, it's frontal armor. Okay, so here's your problem. Are you using it like a lance? Are you crashing into your opponent and firing? That's the only way. That's the only way that gun gets removed. No, mine's not using Omnis, but they're the same, right? They're effectively the same build. We have a Hadron King Reloader Avalanche. His reload's faster, so his is better. But regardless of that, they're similar, where, And by the way, his is actually more durable. Mine is less durable outright, because I have minus mass, and he has plus any degree of protection. I have no idea how you're losing your gun. Yes, mass is the best fusion for the avalanche. So, any gun that's heavy, the best fusion is mass. So, kaiju, best fusion's mass. Best fusion's mass, not the best fusion for mass. Obviously, when you go to the cannons, this is where you want your mass fusions, right? Because this is incredible. 2,200 mass each. That's 4,400 mass total. You definitely want 17% better mass on those. So, by the way, the front bumper is intentional. Notice how I'm looking down as hard as I can, and my gun is level. That's the reason why I do that. No!
Hey, come down here. Hi again.
Hello.
Don't stop meowing at me.
Oh, I fired way too soon. That's okay, honey. Oh. We're gonna have to deal with that cat, if you know what I mean. We've already lost 2 dudes on our team. That's not ideal. I'm just letting it fly. Oh no! Oh no! No! Huh. Not ideal.
You guys don't know this? The last time he streamed, his office was beige, and now it's blue.
So we fired on there just because he was near here. We're gonna pull back and bop him in the nose.
And it also didn't have a windowsill before. Now it does.
Our office is different, chat. See, I don't know what you mean you lose your gun. Like, I have had people hard lock the gun. I admit it. I admit I've had people try and strip the gun off. But the avalanche is like, hold on, I ran this other build earlier. I died.
Did you make that?
Yes, of course I did.
That looks so effing cool. Looks like a cool dragon.
Thank you, baby.
Wait, can I see, like...
Like, I made this one, and this one you saw that they didn't strip the gun at all. Like,
Can I see it again?
there's no way to strip this thing.
What gun is that?
This is the avalanche.
I like that gun. Hey, do you have things that look like horns that you could put, like, around the gun?
Hold on a second. So you're saying that because you keep your face forward, that's the problem? They're focusing on... Then don't keep your face forward.
I think it was foam blue. It's probably, like ice blue would be an easy way to visualize it.
Okay, so I will admit I don't have that many Omni wheels. You've got 2 more Omni wheels, or sorry, 4 more Omni wheels than I have.
I think the people who owned this house before us, they just, like, bought whatever paint was ever on discount and painted the house that color.
They
like,
didn't do that, you know that.
Okay.
Wow, 33 shots?
Why in the world would somebody paint their house
Oh,
brown?
Jesus. So that's crazy. So for those of us who don't know, one second. Because his is fused for 50% additional ammo, let me guess, you only have like 1 ammo crate, don't you? Yeah, 1 ammo crate gets you to 33 shots? That's incredible. Like, I only have 28 shots. Like, and that's with the same ammo crate.
Did you build that today, like just now?
No, I did not build this today just now. I have had this build for a while. It's on the exhibition because I put it there. This
Can
is...
you put something that shoots flames on it? Because it looks like a dragon. Make it like a... Like shoot flames somehow.
Roar. But wow, that is... You got ammo to spare on this thing, and you've got 10% faster reload. Ugh. Now I'm just a little bit jealous. But yeah, you can do that. Like, you can shoot and turn your build sideways. You can shoot and turn your build sideways. And wow, that snaps back really fast.
Damn. No one wants to be around you because all you do is meow. That's why we got rid of the last black cat.
That's true. Oh, that was annoying. Apparently you can run across your own mine and it can get in your way, but other than that...
You know, we need to do something with like the air filters because I think it's because of the air purifiers that we're both having such problems with allergies lately.
Or, you know, it's the summer.
I know it was bad like this during the winter too. I mean, for me anyway. If I suck in my gut, this is how I look.
She looks great, chat. Am I gonna lose my gun to this guy? How is this already sparking? What's going on here? What co-driver is this? Yuki. I think I'm also using Yuki, aren't I? No, I'm using Grizz. Okay, so there's another one of your problems. You're using Yuki. I understand why, probably due to active tonnage. That's my best guess. Yeah, you're running like right on the line of active tonnage. So I'm going to assume that you're actually using Yuki to get the active tonnage for the cabin, or from the cabin, so that you can actually drive this thing. Am I right?
Are one of the people Johnny Ringo? Because I have a question. Did you mean Johnny Rico? And the other thing is that car looks really cool. Hey, you should replace the wheels on your car with the ones with spikes coming out.
Oh.
Sorry. Men don't really like it when women tell them what to do. I've learned that in life.
Yep. So what's another one of the reasons she learned. She's so cute. Where is your engine? Okay, your engine is obviously the, what's it called? I love you too. Oyaboon or whatever it is.
Thank you. Like right in your bottom.
So one of the two things you can do. These are fused. Oh, but they're fused for power penalty. Okay, that makes sense. I mean, I know this sounds stupid, but if you don't do it, clearly, don't do it. But if you had tonnage fused Omnis, that would play to your favor. Wow, the dream. Perfect fused Hadron. I'm pretty sure mine's ass fused. I'm pretty sure mine's like power. I know it's not top speed, I don't think. Oh, mine's mass. Yeah, that's not good. So, believe it or not, even though like mass minus is always great, you always want more mass minus usually if you have something that's excessively massive. The Hadron cabin itself isn't actually that massive, so getting 17% less mass on the Hadron isn't that big of a buff. Maximum speed is great, mass limit is of course great, which means that technically I can have more stuff on my build than him, but he actually has a perfect fused cabin. This is just a better cabin in general. Because remember, even though it says durability 10%, it's all durability. So that's why he's got 2270. He's getting an additional 200 or 2000 something durability out of that. Whereas mine's 1860. See? Even though I have more stuff on my build, I have less durability in my car. And the reason why I have less durability listed in my car is because my cabin is not durability fused. If I had Durafusion, I would be significantly closer to his, but because I don't, I'm not. That's the reason why he's got a lot more durability than I am. Actually, 1440 power score versus I think my power score is higher. Yeah, he's got lower power score, higher durability than me. That's a fusion for you. One of the alternatives you can do, you actually don't... I'm not saying to do this, because I actually prefer dropping the mines. If the mines do like provide you problems, you can actually hide the mine layer in your build and treat it like a module, so it doesn't drop mines, but is, it is protecting you. That kind of stuff. By the way, you should probably consider changing this out. It would increase your power score, but you'd get more durability out of it if you changed this up for a snowplow. Just change the button and don't use them. How dare you? Boo! Boo this man! Boo! Having more than one button on your build is sacrilege. Get out of here. I have multiple different weapons on different buttons. Get that shit out of here. That's ridiculous. And I eat my pasta with a pasta fork. And I eat my soup with a soup spoon. I dare not get my utensils dirty with the wrong Get that shit out of here. I agree, the train plow looks better than the snow plow. And originally I used the train plow. I'm trying to duck Matthias because Matthias is going to shoot me with his bullshit. Oh, really, Matthias? Fuck you. There we go. Let's hold you still. I don't know what weapons this guy has, but he seems to be held still, so... Oh, holy shit, there's no way. Okay, do you guys see how I have a commit shot sticking out of my bumper? Do you know how that's even possible? It means that I fired my Morta shot at the same time he fired the commit. He destroyed the Morta shot, because obviously he would. But the Morta decreased the damage from the commit so much that it actually didn't penetrate this front armor. Because there's no way that this one tiny little piece of armor, this one bumper, stopped the commit on its own. And that's the only way the commit actually wouldn't have made it through. We did it. We used the freaking commit to defend or the Morta to defend ourselves. By the way, I appreciate the chat was filled with people telling me, oh, I use 2 buttons all the time. Get the fuck out of here. How much damage does the Morta projectile? Not much. So, okay, the Morta has a maximum damage that it can deal. And it also has a certain amount of hit points. Here's what I do know. If the Morta ends up striking the Jupiter's ball, the Morta is destroyed. The Jupiter's ball only does 200 something. But, you know, it's difficult. I don't know. I know that it's technically not a projectile. Technically, it's an energy shield. That's how it's treated. And also, by the way, interestingly enough, 100% of all energy shields in the game, including those on what are those, Atlas wheels or whatever the fuck, instantly stop the Morta. Instantly. Even if you have only like 1 hit point on it, it just stops it. So if you're ever worried about the Morta penetrating deep in your build and you want to build anti-it, just grab those balls and you'll be fine. Really, Alec? You're gonna fucking... Really, Alec? Why? Am I still in one piece? They've just shot only my gun. Only my gun is sparking. Everything about my build is mint condition. I still have maximum hit points. There's a guy over here. It's a Cirrus K, isn't it? So, the sheer fact that I'm able to play a couple of these matches and strip MVP away from teammates who are using the new Jupiter while I'm using the Morta makes me feel good. It means that there's a chance. There's a chance. But that said, the Morta's not good. Don't get it. Don't get it. If you don't already have it, don't get it. If you have it from Battle Pass, okay, that's fine, but don't get it. Don't build it. Don't trade for it. Don't pick it up. Don't get it. I'm not joking. I'm not saying that because I'm like, oh, I want to be the only one. No. I don't. You will be disappointed dramatically in its effectiveness. It will not get you the kills you're looking for. It ain't the one. Desperately trying to protect Peter. Peter, no. Somebody else is using the Morta? Why? God damn it. I'm weak against the Morta because I have a specific... No! Oh no, I've been shot! I'm at 1 hit point! So, remember what I said? If I came across the Morta, I would deal with the not having, the Dura? That's about to happen. If I get one more rake across my build with the Morta, I'm just dead. Dang it. Yeah, seriously though, believe it or not, all of the shots that I made just now with the Morta, had those been with Jupiter, they would have actually taken a fuckload of damage, to be honest. You're trying to fake the Jupiter like me. Thank you. That's right. This guy's dead. Here it comes. Oh no, that was a Morta shot. He's fine. He's perfectly healthy. He's safe and healthy. Those are Morta projectiles. He's safe. Those don't do shit. Look at that. Look at that. No damage whatsoever. Because no damage. Oh, he got hit by that. Don't get hit by it. So here's the thing I was telling you about. Watch this. If he actually can shoot this guy, he's in a good spot. No, he's self-destructing instead of trying. No. No. He should have tried. But yes, I am faking the Jupiter. It looked like they were all using Jupiters, but no, there was someone in there with the Morta. And so it looked close enough that they didn't see the difference. Like, again, that's my hope. People are like, oh god, he's using a real gun. But no, notice how, like, you can fire near them and do no damage, like, at all. Right? No. Dogwater's asking a very simple question. Can the Jupiters from other friendly Jupiters combine? The answer is no. So, do you see how far off that is? Do you see how far off that was and it still landed? Oh, and this is a fused unfused, so one of them's reload speed fused and one's not. See? Tons of damage. Tons of damage. Meanwhile, you miss by an inch on this thing, and you do nothing. You gotta hit him. And yes, by the way, that is dope. For those of us who don't know, like, go to the exhibition and upvote this cat. The inflatable Goliaths are awesome and when used to make it look like your car's actual hovercraft. Does anyone remember the hovercrafts from like the 1990s? Like, this is actually how hovercrafts look. People thought that was going to be the future. It wasn't. Here we are in the future. We ain't got that shit. No one used that garbage. But in the past, looking forward, they were like, that's going to be the future. It's not. Who here remembers the Jetsons? People thought there'd be flying cars. Hell no. Hell no. Imagine a single car accident. Okay, hold on. You guys remember the old Star Wars movies? Not the good ones, but the bad ones. The original bad Star Wars movies. Star Wars episodes 1, 2, and 3. And remember what Coruscant looks like? No? Coruscant's the one with all those flying planes, and those planes are all flying around like they're in space lanes and shit. Here's the thing. Imagine any one of those assholes getting into a car accident with another asshole. It's going to take down the city. The whole city is going to collapse. Shit. That just sounds cool, Fuyum. You have the... What? That is the coolest thing I ever heard. Okay, Fuyum says that back in high school, they made a fucking hovercraft out of trash cans and rode that shit like a Zamboni. That's crazy. I might die here, chat. I don't know why this guy broke off. He had me. Oh man, they are coming through like fucking... Does you remember The Matrix? I think it was Matrix 2 or some shit, or Matrix 3, when they were coming through and they were just like... There were more fucking guys coming through than they had bullets coming back out at them. That's what's happening. Ah, you prick. Okay. We're gonna drop 2 mines, and we're gonna leave. My team has this one. Ah, the mine went off but it didn't hit anybody. Okay, we're gonna drop another mine. And we're gonna drop another mine up here. We're gonna scuttle away like a roach. UFOs are next. How did this guy get here? Oh, he's got hovers. Alright, so if 2 of us are here, that means that one of us is fighting what appears to be 6 of them. That is not ideal. Uh-oh, uh-oh, they're coming. Our early warning system went off, guys. Oh my god, no, I needed that to... Well. Space crossout. Isn't there a game like that? Alright, we're gonna do something. Let me think. By the way, Fuyum, if you're still here, which I know you are, did you see the buff to the Griffin? It's on the screen. Griffin's ultra strong right now, Fuyum. Like, ultra strong. So it still does the exact same thing that it always did. Ignore that shit. While active, this is the new shit, reduces the recharge time for modules and autocannon, or autonomous weapons, except for sentry drones, by 5% per second. So you know what that means, right? William knows. He already knows. For those of us who don't know, that additional buff means that you can throw down the Aegis, you can throw down all sorts of extra modules that have cooldowns, you can throw down the, what is that thing called? Tormentor, if you're rocking melee. Yeah, no, the Griffin got ultra buffed. Like, it was already, in my opinion, an S-tier cabin, but because, I don't know why they did this. It wasn't getting played enough? I don't know. It's an insane cabin that just got even stronger. This is nutso. This is overpowered. Have you noticed there's a bug with the King that makes it sometimes not deal damage? So, no, I haven't noticed that. But here's the thing, Dogwater. There are times that you'll even notice on stream that I will shoot someone and no damage numbers will pop up. And so in those instances, if the king is doing that at that time, then it looks like it's doing no damage. I've done that with every gun, basically. I've shot people with auto cannons, I've shot them directly with scorpions, I've shot them with tsunamis. Directly, you'll see parts fly off, but you don't see any damage dealt. You don't see any numbers. That's a bug. The no damage displayed is a bug, but from what I can tell, they take the damage. From what I can tell, they still get injured. I've killed people with that before, with the no damage thing popping up. Alright, Mateus. Let's hear your crazy idea for a build. But yeah, Griffin with the Cheetah engine is going to be fucking nuts. And you know what? I've got an Aegis. I could do this. So Secret Jet Racer, when I see the no numbers, I also see parts fly off their car. So I know there's damage happening. The Nox, which I don't have. The Odin. 3 Phoenixes. 2 Harmonizers. Cyclops. Oyabun. Hovers, and J. What? I don't understand. Why the Nox, Mateus? Phoenixes only do 50 damage bullet. The additional penetration is only going to affect that 50 damage. Does the Nox give projectile speed? Penetration, blah blah blah. Maximum effect, higher rarity of the weapons, more damage at full charge, additionally increased penetration. No. So yeah, hold on. So you have to understand. Okay. I've been over this earlier. I believe, Mateus, you weren't here when I went over this when I first got on stream, but the Nox really only works with 3 guns: Scorpion, Commit, Avalanche. It really only works with those 3 guns. Everything else, not so much. So, like, even other sniper weapons that are similar but suck, like the Assembler, it doesn't work with that. So if we find the Assembler, which I think is under, what, energy weapons, and we find the Ass Embler, it only has 50% penetration. So this isn't going to... The Nox doesn't really help the Assembler at all, like jack shit. It will affect the Toadfish, and it will affect the Phoenix. I don't think it's going to help the Raijin. Raijin's what, 55%? No, doesn't help it at all. Thought process is to get bolts deep into the build, deal more explosive damage. They would actually go deeper, seeing as there's only... Exactly. So Bear understands what I'm getting at. So the idea is this, right? The Phoenix only does 50 damage. Even if the Phoenix does... Even if the Phoenix has 100% penetration, penetration is damage rollover. It doesn't add damage. It's just the damage, right? Unless, of course, you go over 100% penetration. We'll go over that in a second, right? So the idea is that when you fire... Oh, wow. It even has damage drop-off. Oh, God. Okay, I didn't know that. I thought that it did 50 at all, or it did 50 at the full distance. But yeah, apparently it's got... This is... It does not have damage drop-off. This is on a Catalina. I'm an idiot. Let me guess. Catalina Jackie? Jackalina? Yep. That explains that. Here we go. 115, Jackie as well, I take it? Probably. Okay, whatever. Long story short, clearly has a Jackie on it as well. It only does 50. If you have 100% penetration, it means that it will deal all 50 of that damage before the projectile disappears. That's all that means, right? So if you get, let's assume you push this to the limit with the Nox and you get 150% damage, that's 150% of 50, which means 75. So that would mean that assuming 3 of these, you would hit hopefully the same part, and it would deal 75 damage 3 times, which is 150 plus 75, which is like 225. And that assumes that there's parts that you're hitting. If you're hitting the cabin, the damage should not increase. They also, yes, that is also correct, Fuyum. Fuyum is still tripping out about the Griffin buff. Yes, they did in fact buff the area radius as well. So originally the radius was 15 meters. They increased it to 40. So they made it better. They reduced the cooldown. They just buffed it. The Griffin just got straight up buffed. There was no downside to what they changed. When they buffed the Griffin, they just straight up made it more gooder. It is just great stuff now. It was great before, to be honest, but now it's just even stronger. You know what? Why don't I make a Gravistar Man build and beat Gravistar Man? That'd be funny.
Honey, you didn't tell me that Mateus finally got here.
Oh yeah.
Are you ignoring him? I nagged you to do this
I'm
because
talking.
of him.
I'm talking to Mateus now. We've been speaking the whole time.
Oh, okay. I nagged him into it.
She nagged me.
I did it.
Oh, women. Is there any more salad stuff?
There is. Do you want some?
Yes, please.
I added some cheese to it too because they're thinking not adding cheese before.
Gravistar Man doesn't want me to do it. And
Stop playing with him.
Gravistar Man says the additional perk of the Griffin is not actually that necessary, but yeah, it's a necessary cabin. I prefer the cabin to have 2 things. It can be immune to the radar and Oculus. Second, it can detect enemies. Oculus when the Griffin user got detected. Wait, what?
Mateus, guess what? I'm pregnant. Nagatha, yes! That's what I asked him to call me. Or Hagatha.
Oh, she hates hags. There's this thing about hag maxing that makes her real mad to hear.
Oh, yeah. He just flinched when I tried to rub his shoulders because he thought I was going to smack him.
Yep. It can detect enemies. Oculus
Nagatha.
when the Griffin user got detected. I don't understand what you mean, Gravistar Man.
Wait, is Gravistar Man in your chat?
Gravistar Man is watching my stream, but he's also playing Crossout. He's messaging me in Crossout live
Wait.
in person.
Gravistar Man, identify yourself.
His name is Gravistar Man.
Well, I mean in chat.
No, he doesn't need to do that. But
You don't need to do that. I'm sorry. I don't know
but
what's wrong with me.
we, if we really wanted to, could crack out a Griffin build, and yes, it's going to be a goddamn strafe
No.
build.
Use the eagle head one.
All right. So anyway,
Wait, is that a thing?
I don't know what she just said to me. Is there not enough energy for you? I have no idea what she's talking about. Bear. She's like, use the eagle thing. I'm like, whatever. Sometimes you just gotta whatever it. Alright, we're gonna test something. Yeah, I want to know if there's enough energy for triple grav with an Aegis. That'd be fucking tits. But I don't think that there's gonna be enough energy. Like, I'm pretty positive that no matter what we do, there's not gonna be enough energy. The rate of this one's gonna be in the back. We've got 24 out of 35. Actually, this looks doable. But we need to find the perfect mix of grabbing nuts and cooling things. Also, we can't do this without the cheetah. Because we're cowards. So we have 5 energy, which means that we have approximately 1 energy. Because of that Dude, we could actually drop something and bring the days and just completely and totally ruin people's day. One Aquilo we good? I don't think so. I'm pretty sure single Aquilio ain't gonna do it. And Cloak is kind of mandatory. And I think the only cloak that matters is the Yeti, which means we're out of energy. So it's gonna have to be single Aquilio we good. Oh, we not good. We not good at all. Look at that. That cooldown is insane. But the advantage there is that we can, you know, constantly use our perks. Though we should not use the Aegis at the same time. Gravistar Man says the OG, which of course looks sexy as fuck. Really? You didn't like this design? Hold on. Gravistar Man says he doesn't like his original design. He says, old design, really bad at maneuvering, and still needs effort because it's not roofed. Pure top mount grabs. Oh yeah, he's right. This thing handles a little rough to start. And he's only using double Gravistars in this one, Fuyum. Oh, look at that. He's also has energy for the Doppler. I like it because it's sexy and low to the ground. Clever. This is some clever stuff here. Let's give props to Gravistar Man for his cleverness. Look at that. This Gravistar is as defended as it can possibly be. You're like, well, that's not much. It's still a bit. No, look at this. Look at the base of that Gravistar. Who would look for those parts? Those are your they're not Cadillac side parts, but they're the fenders. They're not necessarily high durability. They're these things. Hot rods, but that's really well defended. Double grab, Fuyum says. Holy shit on a cracker. How much Aquilios do you have? He's got Aquilo armor for days, chat. Aquilo, RN Seal.
I gotta tell you something. The kitten did something against God.
What did she do?
Ugh, the entire next floor smells so bad.
I hope she didn't poop outside of her poop factory.
She didn't, but it's terrible. It's...
And a Tamir. Holy
God
shit.
has turned his back on us.
Hold on a second. Like, this is some... That is some crazy shit right here. This is someone who doesn't... Wow. That was actually... Look at how fast the guns cool off.
Is that Johnny Ringo's again?
What are you talking about?
Well, because his stuff is really colorful. So I thought maybe Johnny Ringo built it.
Okay. Gravistar Man is going all in on the Gravistars. This is part of the name. This is like no fucking joke damage. This guy doesn't give any fucks. It's like, I'm not gonna stop firing with these two guns.
This is the way of life.
This is the way. This is the way of the ninja. This is the way of the Gravistar. I mean, if those are your only two guns, making sure that they never fucking stop. Better to use coolers in an Aquilo than all four of those Aquilos. That's the sound of jealousy. We're jealous. It's okay. We can be jealous. Gravistar Man's build is pretty sick. You don't want all those inches of dick. You only need a few. We get it. You're jealous. It's cool. Don't worry about it. I have 4 kilos. We all got 4 kilos. Yeah, no. This ain't gonna keep up. Look at this. Look at that cooldown time. That's way too long. Boosted cockpit commit car. That would probably sadly work. Anything that increases the commit's damage beyond what it currently does. It just starts getting insane. That would work. It already does 700 base. It's already doing 805 because obviously it's on a Jackie. Then you're adding 40% more than that.
Oh no.
You remember why you stopped watching me? Why is that? Was it because I stopped streaming? You know, I think that I might not be able to run triple grab, even though I could have triple grab. I don't think I'd actually have triple grab. You know, because even though you have 3 of them, you don't really have 3 of them. No.
Okay, I have bad news. Okay, so you know how my friend Chris has that dog that we're playing with? It's no longer listed for sale, so she must have found a new home for it.
That's good news. All right.
Oh, honey, that means that we can't have the dog.
We didn't want the dog. All right. So it's devastatingly apparent. One Aquila ain't up to the task. But we can't sack the Aegis. We can't sack the cheetah. I mean, technically we could, but we're not going to.
Sack that round thing.
I like how she came in here and immediately said sack the Aegis. So we just have to sack a Gravistar. And even then, like, I couldn't get the level of cooling that freaking Gravistar man's
Can't
rocking.
be like Gravistar Man. If you
Can't be
sacrifice
like
the
Gravistar
Gravistars,
Man.
it sacrifices everything but the Gravistars. That's the whole point. That Kevin looks cool as heck.
Use the legendary engine? Why would I do that?
No, that's a good idea. Do what he says.
Oh my goodness. Hold on. So we're going to pick the one that we have double rate and a range. We're going to get rid of range and we're going to stick with the double rate. This is going to be tough.
Orange, kitty. You're so orange.
That netted us 8 energy. There's 2 of that energy gone. There's 6 of that energy gone.
Use the verifier.
And that's all 8. You're just saying things now.
I just think it looks cool.
Why not use the Oya boon? I've got one reason for that. That's your reason right there.
I don't like that reason.
I love you. Alright. So our goal, I suppose, is to make something low to the ground. somewhat deadly, invisible.
And invincible.
You can have more Aquilio, though. I can't. Look, I only got 2 Aquilos. There they are. Aquilo 1, Aquilo 2. I never thought I'd need 4. Why the... Who but Gravistar Man would think, I'm gonna need 4 of these?
What wheels will you use?
Iron Seals. Hmm. You have regrets? Look, I'm going to be honest. In all honesty, across all builds I've ever made, across all builds I've ever had, I don't think I've ever needed more than 2. And in fact, many of my builds use only a single Aquilo and a single Iron Seal. Because these are fused, right? Like, I don't need them, but for this particular build, I need them. I fucking need them.
It's like on Love Island when the woman said, I don't need you, I want you.
Oh, that is a noisy cat. Hold on, I'm gonna try something though. We're gonna test. Is that fast enough? Or do we want to instead double shiver it? Hold on. 400 to 91. We get 9 shots like this. We get 2 more shots out of it. We get 11 shots. 9 shots versus 11 shots, chat.
Hey, I had an idea. You know that cool dragon build you made?
No.
You should use the mammoth instead of whatever cannon you're using. I just think it would look cooler. Are Gravistar's long distance?
No. 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Maybe 9?
Use them with the dog build.
All right. There's only one way to. There's only one way to tie break this. Damage bolt. I know that the 2 shots is gonna outperform it. It always does. I know. But we still should damage ball it just to test. I know the Iron Seals perk is going to change it. Don't worry. I know. You get even more shots. There's only so many different tests you can do. Technically, while moving, I'm going to reload even slower. But that's neither here nor there. We're going to try this stationary, which gives the Shiver the greatest benefit. So first, we're going to do Shiver. I'm shooting myself, aren't I? No, I'm not. Okay, 5-2. I'm pretty sure that the Gravistars are going to do more damage with the Iron Seals. It's almost guaranteed. I'm missing shots. Hilarious. I'll re-aim later. Alright, let's try this again. Because I was missing 1/4 of shots every now and again. But it looks as though the 9 shots is going to outdamage it. But we're going to try again.
My sister says that groceries are way more expensive here than where she's from.
We're still missing shots. Okay, so based on that, it looks as though Double Shiver is better. But that, please note, Double Shiver is getting the full bonus right now because I'm perfectly stationary. So the shivers are getting the full bonus, and the iron seals are getting no bonus. In a match, I'll be moving, and the shivers will be not getting their bonus, and the iron seal will be getting its bonus. Yeah, so this is doing something with 300 more damage with the shivers. Just use the Torero for the test. I could do that. Okay, so as long as perfectly stationary at point blank range and all that good stuff like that, then it would appear that the shivers are going to do better. However, in a actual game when we're driving around and shooting at things, the Iron Seal's bonus is going to dramatically increase the number of shots that we fire. So a good example would be just moving right now. Remember, we're supposed to be only able to fire 9 shots, right? Now we're able to fire 10. 11 shots. So while moving, we get 11 shots naturally. So it will go from 11 to 12 or 13.
Oh my gosh, it's Heavily Gamer. Did you tell him I said hi?
What the fuck? Gravistar Man. They're not all fused, they're fused? Why do you have this many fused Aquilos?
Because 4 isn't enough.
Why do you have this many fused Aquilos?
It says right there.
That is what, 6? 2, 4, 6? 6 fused Aquilos and 6 fused RN Seals? With 1 Gravistar on it? Any day now, we will run out of shots. What the fuck is this?
Hi, Death Grip TM.
At a certain point, you gotta wonder.
I want to know who this mystery person is in your chat.
Oh my lord. Okay, so Gravistar Man has gone all in on cooling. He doesn't like not shooting. Fucking Aquilo armor on this shit. So.
Goodbye again.
Oh. Goodbye. Goodbye, honey. The first question is, what do we do? Alright, I'm going to keep the shivers. We don't have a radar, which is unfortunate. Does this have radar radius? Nope. So we're going to have to bring a listener. And a radio. We're not going to sack another Gravistar. That's for shit sure. Hmm. Claws and buggy wheels? So pure Bigfoots would get me even more shields. Which would be ideal. But raising the build up that high is not a good idea. Everyone's saying claws, but as Gravistar Man pointed out, when you have claws like this, the car handles like dog shit. It's like, oh, hey dog shit, what are you doing here? Oh, you're my handling. Well, I mean, it's not that bad. So the first question is, how many of those new effing wheels do I have? Not enough, I'm sure. Two forward-facing claws and 2 or 3 Bigfoots in the back. So that can work. The only thing that I'm thinking about is, what perk do I want? We've got claw buggy wheels. The buggy wheels, of course, would be reducing speed bonus activation, which would dramatically improve the Iron Seals perk. I think the only answer is Hertz, by the way. Let's just get that out of the way. I mean, there could be. So here's the deal: if you add in claw wheels, you dilute the bonuses granted from the buggy wheels and the Bigfoots. Oh, by the way, very minor note: with Hertz, you actually stop the avalanche. Not the avalanche. That's a dumb statement. Actually, it does stop that too, but it actually stops the commit if you're using an Aegis. The Aegis actually has 600 hit points even. And with the benefit from the Aegis perk, it will push that from 600 to 705 or something like that. Long story short, 20%. 20% of 600 is 2 times 6 is 12, so you go to 720. So a 720 Dura shield will basically leave you with 20 Dura after. And yes, claws are like 20% damage. So, if we use claws, the thing that's great about claws, as Fuyum's point typing out, is claw wheels always grant their full bonus, no matter how many wheels of any kind you have on your build. So that is a good thing. They will always grant you the full bonus. 4% times 4. 16% damage, 16% damage. It used to be 5%, they nerfed it to 4%. So the question is, how many of the other type of wheels do you want to bring, but they will be nerfed by that amount, right? So if you bring buggy wheels, or if you bring Bigfoots, and you have 4 claws, then that would mean at 4 Bigfoots you'd get 50% of the Bigfoot buff, right? Yeah. That's probably more accurate, William. Buggy wheels do keep a low profile. Could claws and widget for 80% power work? Yes. It wouldn't be 80%, but you'd get 40%. Do Bigfoots buff the claws? Yes. That's another thing. There's a great buff between Bigfoot and Claw, because the Claw says you have to travel 120 meters, right? And Bigfoots buff that directly. Yes, you get the Claw perk faster if you use Bigfoots. Oh, that's good. Are you passing, Mateus? Passing mostly. Do we need to assist you on this? I mean, I don't know if I can, but I mean, I would. Alright. I don't like the answer that this is coming to, but we're going to go with Bigfoots. If we're bringing claws, and we're bringing all this stuff, Claw Bigfoot seems like the correct answer, even though our profile won't be as low as we want it to be. Life is life. What are we going to do? We're going to go with Mass Fusion, because we are low mass. Do we want 4? Ugh. Does the cheetah buff the cabins perk? No. Cheetah never affects cabins. The history of British literature and culture of Great Britain. You're fucked. All I know is that a couple of days from now, in the past, we're celebrating when we dominated you guys. So, hope that's in your books. But other than that, I can't help. We could do 2 Bigfoots, but then the bonus is very low. 4 Bigfoots gives us at least 1/2 of, I believe, at least 1/2 of our bonus. Who wants to use those new frames? 4 or 3, not 2. 3? I'm just trying to get enough for a bonus out of here. Like, that's going to be tough. So my goal is we want the guns underneath the shield. And maybe a little bit of the cabin under the shield. But by and large, this is kind of what I'm envisioning. Unless you guys think different. I mean, we could do a 3-wheel build. Why not Uabakis? So the problem with the Uabaki is a couple of things. 1, you get that power bonus only when people are near you. 2, the power bonus is 50%. 3, you don't even get the full bonus. You need a lot of people next to you to get the power bonus. 4, it stops working if you touch someone. Ugh. However, you're right. The bonus does not depend on the number of Ubaki wheels, though it does percentage decrease. So, yeah. So the bubble's not going to go under the cab. That's what's going to be interesting. All right, so let's start doing interesting stuff right now. So first of all, someone mentioned frame. I've not done things with the new frame yet. So we're going to try using the new frame today. I don't really want to use the cheetah as armor. It's true. Gaijin doesn't like movement parts. And so because they don't like movement parts, it's difficult to mix and match, but we're going to try it anyway. That is a big module. The way you build is perplexing. What? Not that bad. So when it comes to building, I try and imagine what it is that I'm trying to do. I don't know. I'm just throwing them together. But no, I'm trying to imagine what I'm trying to do first, right? And so, ultimately, there are certain build techniques that I want to incorporate into this build. One, I'm not using standard frame. I want to use the new frames. I don't have a single build that uses these new frames. Even though I've been, like, lauding the frames, I haven't actually been using them. And the reason why is because, you know, old dog, new tricks, right? I've used those old frames so many times that I haven't done it. And yes, we're probably going to go for a wedge. Where's the generator going to go? That's a good goddamn question. So, I'm trying to think of A, how I'm going to incorporate the new frames, B, I forgot the ammo crates, where I'm going to put the ammo crates, and hopefully utilize breakaway parts for them. C, my goal is to have a... So just to put this out there, my goal is to have a nose that is low to the ground, and on that low to the ground nose, I want both of the guns and the Aegis between them, but underneath. And so that way I can use the Aegis to protect the guns constantly and consistently. The Griffin Cabin's perk is going to be used to fuel the Aegis, to keep that going. And I want to make sure that I'm also fueling that with the Cheetah engine, which is around here somewhere. Cheetah? Where you at, Cheetah? There it is. Ubaki's sound like the wheel version of how shit the Quantum's perk is. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Oh my god. Actually, what's really sad is the Uabakis would have been good. They would have been great if they didn't release the, what's it called right after it, that were just better in every way, shape, and form. The widget. Like, someone pointed this out on stream and I couldn't believe it. I was like, wait a minute, he's right. Like, just straight up. Like, the Uabaki has the exact same perk as the widget, but it's worse in every way, shape, and form. It's like, okay, look at this. If there are 4 enemies around you, meaning you're getting pounded, if you're being taken to Pound Town, there are 4 enemies around you, you get 50% power, but don't touch them. Oh god, no. Don't you touch them. If you touch them, motherfuckers, you lose that immediately. It turns your perk off. Get fucked. Okay, fair enough. Alright, fair enough. Hold on. The widget. At all times, regardless of whether or not there's 5 dudes pounding you, regardless of whether or not you're alone, regardless of everything, you get 80% power! Did you see me stop talking? That's it! You just get 80% power! You just have it! Uabaki! You need 4 dudes near you, you get 50%, and you can't touch them, or you get fucked. Versus, you just have 80% power. I'm like, what? That's ridiculous. Uabaki's got fucked. They were obsoleted literally in the very next battle pass. Like, one right after the other. So, Gravistar Man is saying... For the Uabaki is 50% power for 1 enemy close to you. 4 enemies is 200% power. That's what he's saying. Hold up. Hold up. Gravistar Man's correcting me. We're gonna find out. Is that accurate? You're right. My apologies. He's right, I'm wrong. For each enemy, you get 50%. So technically, the Uobakis can give you more, but you need 2 enemies near you to get 100% power, and it's divided, etc. And you can't touch them. So, it does stack 4 times. True enough. So if there are 4 men pounding on you, and somehow none of them have touched you, and somehow you haven't touched any of them, somehow you manage to pull off that miracle scenario, then yes, the Uobaki will give you more power. It just doesn't seem good. Like, nobody uses it for that very reason. I'm not the only one who doesn't use it. Everybody else, every one of you in this chat doesn't use it. Okay, only Gravistar Man used it. He would know because it's on his build. He's rocking quad Uobakis right there. But even then, at quad Uobakis, assuming that he gets the full perk, he's still only getting 100% power because he was using 4 claws. On a build like this, he had 20% more power before someone tapped him. Yeah, something like that, yes. We will probably be putting this under the cabin. Because it fits. I don't like how that sticks out. So for those of us who don't know, this is actually fatal. This 1 pin is a fatal difference. So when enemies shoot you, like, with their guns and their, like, explosives, they'll hit your cabin, and splash damage will splash down. And if this is not here, nothing happens. You're fine. But if your generator has a 1 pin sticking out, and they hit you like that, you explode. It is not good. In fact, it's so not good, I might actually invert this like this, just to have it not sticking out the front. That's how fatal that can be. Alright, so we need to envision a platform that holds these 3 things out in front of the car at a certain distance, whatever that distance may be. I was thinking we could do a Kensai Widget Sabbath Oyubun Punisher build. I don't have... Oh, Pusher builds. I don't know what weapons, but they'll have to be melee in some way. So the interesting thing about that, Mateus, is you have to find a way to come to a complete stop on impact. If you keep moving, then it's not going to trigger the Oyubun. But if you do stop moving, it will trigger the Oyubun, and then you'll be able to push even harder for some reason. I don't know why they decided that. So the cabin... I'm going to keep most of the cabin in the bubble. Kind of. I foresee putting my nose at them. So, for those of us who were watching Gravistar Man carry us, one of the things that ended up happening was G-Man over here would be all up on someone like this and shooting like this, right? Or etc. And so they had a choice between the cabin and the guns, right? And so this is more or less what I envision. Because I'm seeing it with my eyes. It's really easy when you see it with your eyes. That's how you envision it. But the idea here being that the difference is between those 2 guns, for him, there's not an Aegis. For me, there's going to be an Aegis. It's true. I have seen that, by the way. He's talking about knocking down trees and triggering the Oyubun perk. That does happen. That does happen. Also, I don't know... and I should probably find out right now how good the claw wheels are at turning. I don't believe they're going to be very good at it. That's just from personal experience of how games work. But we'll find out right now. Also, we're going to do something kind of cool, I guess. We're going to invert these. We're going to find out. We're going to FAFO this. Oh, do they only come in 8 buys? That's fine. Yes, Fuyum. Yes, I am. This build is going to be a little bit long, Fuyum. You finna make this build long as hell, ain't you? Goddamn you. I'm just seeing if this is doable right now, guys. I don't need you giving me... Well, I mean, this might be doable. Hold on. If this does work, I'd have to invert these again. Oh, look at that. Because you take more damage in the center than you do on the sides. Wow, handle's pretty good. It handles all right. I think... if we replace with a standard Bigfoot, this might actually handle better. No, I know. The weight's gonna change everything. I'm trying to determine how this feels, but you're right. We should probably throw the weight on before we start making decisions. You think the middle claws should be next to the cabin? Could. Gremlins or Tritons on the... Tritons! The Tritons I hear are extremely good right now. French fries like, what are we doing here? What do I walk into? We are attempting to join Gravistar Man. That's what's happening. G Money is what's up. We need a... this is the thing that's going to piss Fuyum off right there. Thank you. I mean, we could pull them back, but the idea is that... So, here's the deal. I want to have the... Just looking at this, you know what happens for a moment when you lose a claw? Yes. I know you can't collide with the people with the claw wheels. I know. When a claw wheel pops off due to a collision, all your guns turn off. I know. 2,000 explosive damage from 4 Tritons. I even saw some people do 5 Tritons in one build. This looks dope so far. Yeah, it's true. You can't lose them. Damn it, Fuyum. Grandma Fuyum over here is like, you can't go out with your coat. What? You go out there, you're gonna need a coat, because then you'll lose your gin. Ah, Jesus Christ. Doesn't matter if you're right. Fuck you. Oh my god. It's cold out there. Fair enough. Theoretically, it could do something like this as well. A little drifty, though. Also, everyone is correct when they say that the wheels have to be protected. Also, one of the other things is I'm not using up enough the space well enough. You could make your build decent if you attach the parts. Fuck you. God damn it, Fuyum, you're just trying to make this your bill. Fuyum's like, now bring those fucking wheels back. Make it smaller. Fuyum, I'm trying to make something somewhat similar to this. Somewhat similar to Graphistar Man's build. Fuyum's like, and now make the following build. Do this. He's like, just bring it back, bring it closer together. Oh my god. So, I'm being told that 2 of these claws aren't charging. Because they're not touching the ground enough. And he's right. Damn you, Gravistar Man. Are they charging like this? Okay, so yeah, they have to be that 4 forward because otherwise they ain't gonna charge. Because again, we're using that thing where, you know, Gaijin hates movement parts. It's like movement parts in a video game about driving. Herk. They don't like it. So it looks as though Gravistar is dropping his 1 below frame. Wow. That is smexy as hell. His guns are at frame height and 1 below frame height, guys. We're gonna have to change this up. That's how low his guns are. Thankfully, Gravistars can fit basically anywhere, but I think we need to go back 2. And we need to somehow, some way, get this bitch in between the 2 of them. Because that's not good enough. Oof. This is a design decision. We're going to change the frame here. I think I have an idea. We're going to use... What's the distance between here? I wanted to use the unusual frame, but we're going to do something stupid first. So bear with me. We're going to actually use 2x5. Oof, ugly. Oh no, they haven't given us the lightweight part yet. No. Oh, good, it's 2x6. 2-6 lightweight. So the reason why I'm opening this up is because this allows me to now place things upside down and backwards. That's the plan. So this could now be placed down here. Because again, we also have to worry about the angle, right? So I know that's not going to work for the front, but give me a second. I just have to see if this is dragging. It doesn't look like it's dragging. So assuming that this somehow worked, we have to move it back a pin at the very least. This has to be crisscrossed on the worst possible frame. Very bad building. Don't do this, chat. This does protect the Gravistar. Very quite barely. Remember, the idea is, for those of us who are wondering, like, wait a minute, half your build's exposed. That doesn't matter. I'm not looking to protect the butt of the build. I'm looking to protect the guns. So what we can do is, we can move everything forward. I'm gonna just watch from here. God damn you, Fuyum. Push the Aegis back one more pin. Use a 2x4 because it's suicide to use a 1x4 to hold all your shit together. Fascinating. Go on. Hold on. You know what's interesting? These new frames. They are interesting. Give me a minute. I thought that there was a 6x, but there's not yet. So there's no 6x L point? Is that later in this battle pass or some shit? Ah, raspberries. They haven't given us the 6x. They're gonna give... Those motherfuckers, they're gonna give it to us in the next battle pass, aren't they? In the next battle pass, they're gonna be like, and here's your 6x frame that you wanted. Alright. If I had a 6x piece right here, it would be actually perfect, because I would have it go 6 up and 1 over, and it would wrap around and act as this contiguous piece holding the front on, and I would have no problems whatsoever. But because this isn't working that way, it hates my freedom. Alright, that's fine. Whatever. This is what durability. 38 points of durability. That's significantly more than the, what is it? 23 points of durability that has. We could corner frame this. If the game didn't hate my freedom, but it does. Just lift the build? No. That's ridiculous. You're crazy. I won't sit here and listen to that heresy. So now, everything on the front is actually held on decently. And it doesn't have to go back 2 pins. Yes.
Symphony.
Oh, she wants to go to bed now. And she wants attention.
No.
Oh, not you. Oh, she's adorable. Hold on.
I love you.
Oh, I love you too, baby. Theoretically, if I was willing to put these wheels a little bit further forward, which I'm not, I could do that. Or, theoretically, I could do something else that's also bad, but cool. You know what? We're going to try something that I think is bad, but cool, okay? Just for a moment. This isn't going to work. It's too far back. We've been through this a moment ago. You subbed right now after you noticed I streamed for 5 hours straight? Yeah, of course. Like, here's the thing. You know what? It's been a while. I'm gonna complain. Sorry, guys, but it's gonna happen. A while back, there was a streamer, a popular guy. His name is JB Ryder. You guys might have heard of him. Now, this guy did a streamer tier list. Can you believe this shit? Can you believe this shit? And the motherfucker put me on the same tier as Mr. G. Now, I don't know if you know this, but that makes me salty as hell. me on the same tier as Mr. G. Motherfucker doesn't even play the game. He's not even here. When was the last time you've seen Mr. G? He's like, Cardboard Ninja. He's like Mr. G. Same tier. He put me on the same tier as motherfuckers who quit. And I'm like, what? That is cold-blooded as hell. That is cold-blooded as hell. I was so mad. You don't even know. Like, I know it was unreasonably mad. I'm not a mad person. I don't run around mad. I'm not an angry guy. But I was so mad, I wanted to make my own tier list. I was like, oh man, I'm going to make a Cardboard Ninjas motherfucking streamer tier list. And the definition for the tiers were so effing salty, you don't even know. I was going to be like, so we got A tier, which is your access tier. These are the people who will shill for fucking Gaijin because they don't want to lose access to their fucking precious accounts. S, we've got the shill tier. We got the B tier, the bought and paid for tier. These people would never say anything. I was so mad. I was so fucking mad. Oh wait, hold on. The shield works. Okay, so here's what we know. We know this looks sick. We have not yet put on the Yeti. The Yeti is going to go back here somewhere. We know we need an ammo crate somewhere. We're going to put a radar somewhere. We're going to put the radio somewhere. This is not perfect. Sellout tier. Fuck yes, Mateus. Ugh, these are the people who sold out. Motherfuck. Sorry, I'm not an angry person. I'm going to let it go. But I'm going to let you guys know I was so fucking mad. I was so fucking mad. Just ridiculous. Oh, Cardboard Ninja. Same tier as Mr. G. Fuck you. How the fuck do you put me on the same tier as Mr. G? How does that happen? Anywho, so this is looking interesting. The things that we need are armor here and armor here. Very specifically, I'm going to look at my tonnage. We're okay right now, but the things that we want, not melee. Snow cutters are obviously the choice of armor because these will wrap around the wheels. You have two options. You can either undermount you can proxy mount it, and I'm considering a proxy mount, but then you have to run the risk of running out of ammunition. But I mean, it is what it is, right? You can't have it both ways. That's a great question. So the question that was asked is, how am I going to attach these effing snow cutters? Once again, a phenomenal question. I don't necessarily need to use the radiator bonnets as the front pieces, though they are not bad to be put there. I'm going to imagine that... I mean, theoretically, I could do something like this. But this is going to be a lot of mass, so the reason why I don't want to do this... I could do this, but I don't want to do this. It's because it's a boatload of mass, right? So my other alternative was coming out and around in order to make that possible. Side armor. But then again, yeah, the other issue is these things have to be armored. I wanted to leave enough space for the hot rod fender. Idyllically. But we don't live in those ideal worlds, chat. I mean, every build that you make should be about the size of this box, by the way. You should almost always have a build about the size of that box, if not just a little bit thicker. I can also, if I wanted to, shrink this. These wheels probably could come in a little bit by 1 pin. He says, thinking about how he's going to achieve that. Maybe 2 small elbow frames in front and shoot the part. Yeah, I see what you guys are saying. Alternatively, what I could do, I don't, because again, I'm not married to this. I do want the Gravistar up front, but it can even come back a pin. I know that doesn't sound like it's possible, but it is. So the way that this would work is, in order to bring this back 1 pin, I would have undermounted shit. And that undermounted shit would travel underneath the build along this, and then it would also be able to produce stuff out in the front. So reflectors do work. The only problem is reflectors are big. He's talking about the Don's Children reflector parts. These things are always great. You use them for Gravistars often, but they're big, right? Let's think it through, guys. We got this. We're smart. We're gonna use... It isn't... It's... Wait. Hmm? Which part are you referring to? Reflectors? The new Ravager split bumper could work. Are we talking about the Lamatas? I gotta say though, these things do look cool. These aren't bumpers though. You're saying that there's a new part. These. Are you talking about these? The Coglas? No, those aren't bumpers. What are you talking about? You're talking about the thoraxes? These aren't bumpers either. What are we talking about? Higher? There's like nothing left. This? What the? These are incredibly high, incredibly high mass. These things have a mass of 202. Mind you, to be fair, 141 for 202 isn't terrible. 141 for 202 is not bad. Yeah, considering I was going to go with snow cutters. I mean, the sheer fact that I was going to choose something worse than that is kind of implicit that it would be better. All right. It's a good ratio. I don't have them. Everyone's like, hey man, this thing's just phenomenal. Okay, I get it. It's great. I don't have it. Gotta take my kids to school. If you're here in 45 minutes, you're a legend. Hopefully, if I'm here in 45 minutes, this build looks more complete. Have fun. Thank you for stopping by. Hope your kids are doing well in their schooling. All right, so the first things first is we need to get underslung mountings. So let's get that done right now. Because I have a feeling that's going to come into play. test drive it, see if it's dragging. It's dragging, so we can't do that. We have to bring it up one. We're going to bring it up one. Then we're going to start it. Let me think. I know that there's parts that are not pass-through parts that will work for this, but by using not pass-through parts, you're doing yourself a disservice. Not to be an ass, but why don't you retrofit an Aegis on Gravman's build? I love you, man. It's like, hey, look, I know that watching you build and all that, that's fun. Yeah, woo, yeah, I'm having a lot of fun. Here's the deal. You know, why don't you just use the build that you got? And you could be shooting things right now instead of us watching you build. Fair enough. Point taken. God damn it. Kids these days with your attention spans as short as gnats. Come on now. It's for the love of the game. Thank you. Fuyum gets it. Jesus Christ, Fuyum. Fuyum gets it. But what we do want to do, however, we do want to bring these closer by one. This is a little bit wide. Which is unfortunate because if I have to bring it in by one, it means that I can't use this new part. And I do want to use this new part. You know what? Hold on. This is what, 90, 162? What are these? 80 each? Nah, you know what? No. Touche. But the content. Alright, so what we're going to do is we're going to put something one pin here. We're just going to... This is a temporary piece to remind me. This is not the actual piece. We're going to put a one pin anything here. Okay? So that lets us bring that back by one. Then we're going to put... Because the reason why we want this is because I want to put armor off of that. And then the gun will be in front. Which will be silly. Why don't we just copy Gravistar's build, man? His build is perfectly fine. Why don't we just copy this shit? No, I do understand, though, that I can see why you guys are saying that. His build is pretty tight. Again, like, big ups to him and his infinity fucking Aquilos. Did he use any of the new frames? Suck a dick. Yes, he used the new frames. You can see them right here. I'm pretty sure. Wait, he didn't use any of the new frames? Well, he did. This is his old build, so that would probably be why. We enjoy watching these streams, watching the monkey brain build work out. Just hammering rocks together. That's how you see me. It's like, we're going to figure this one out, guys. Wow. All right. Let's get this done. Let's get this over and done. We're going to flip these, move them forward, and no, this isn't a good idea, but it's the idea I'm using. We're going to use these as the mounting points in case we need to build under. And we're going to then... There's only one part that does this. Wait, this can go here? Nani? I did not expect that. Actually, come on, I know you fit, don't be a bitch. I know you fit, don't do this to me. Do you not fit because of the Aegis? Oh, you suck. If you use the buggy engine cover? Hold on. Always bring these. Oh, you're talking about doing this here? I don't think it's gonna fit. There's some great armoring ideas out there. This could be nice, though. I am worried that, remember, of these 3 pins, only the center pin is armored, which is the reason why I want this I would prefer it to be inverted, but because the Aegis Prime is there, it's causing problems. But you know. When you watch me build on stream, Melissa, want to see 70 hours of testing and removing what other players would think were very insignificant parts. I think people would want to watch you stream, Food. I think you underestimate the technical minds at play here. And I don't mean that to be, like, jock riding my stream and telling everyone that they're all special, but no, I'm serious. Like, there are some pretty... Again, this is Crossout, right? There's almost no game like this in all of existence. And so people who play this game are very technically minded, where they're like, you know, what if you did this? What if you did that, right? So watching you build would be interesting. People would enjoy that, I'm certainly sure. I like to incorporate screeners to get connections under the frame. Yeah, that's a good idea. If you put screeners low and then you can get underside connections, and so those underside connections can then bring you profit, which is to say you can then build out to over here. That's what I'm looking to try and do. So we need a cross peen. The thing that I'm going to use is a... Is it melee? It's not melee, it's a bumper. There it is. I am 100% sure that's dragging. But that's okay. Because I'm not going to use it. I'm just checking to make sure that that width is appropriate. So this connects to each of these across. And I could put it like this, but that defeats the purpose. I don't want it like this at all. I want it... This fits, but doesn't have connectors on the sides. It would be one of these pieces, but they only have 22 durability, and that's not acceptable. This isn't bad, but it won't fit. Oh, holy snap, it fits. That shouldn't fit. I did recently read the recent Q&A, yes. People are like, oh, the commit, it sucks because it's so hard to see the projectile. And they're like, cool, don't worry, that won't be a thing anymore. We're going to remove that projectile. The damage stays the same, though. Fuck you. As long as you're okay with the damage of the commit staying exactly the same, we good. We Gucci. Wait, so this means that this will take a 2x6, but I think that's the correct... It's 2x6x1, and I think that's actually the highest durability part, isn't it? It is. I know, it's a nothing burger. Like, nobody really cares about that. It's not like, and I don't believe, from what all of my testing has shown, I don't believe that the commit projectile on the ground dealt damage based on all the damage buffs that you had at the time you fired it. So I don't think that like if you have like a gajillion damage buffs and you're doing like 2200 damage or some shit and you shoot the ground and someone runs over, they take 2200. I don't think they take that. I think they take the standard collision damage, and the collision damage was garbage anyway. I don't know if that's going to be any good though. Like, hold on, give me a second. The reason why I'm looking at the dove is because they said they're going to make it mimic the dove. And yes, I know that I have to type in dove a billion times to make it work. And I'm going to choose a helicopter with the dove. Why do I do this to myself? There we go. So, according to them, they're making it work like the dove. So, does that mean that it stays on during the shot? So that's what you're going to get. So if you guys caught that, do you see how when you fire, it gives you that reticule of where your bomb's going to be? And as the shot continues to break, it stays down there? You're going to get that. I don't know if that's going to be any good. But I mean, it's better than what they have. By the way, who here remembers the dove? Anyone? The dove is like the ultimate... By the way, the dove is like a dove. Harmless. Boom! Yeah, no, it's bad. It's genuine ass. You can either use it like a mine like that, and it's bad, or you can fly really, really high and shoot down and it'd be bad. Either way, it's bad. It's not a good gun. I actually know what you're talking about. Lewis G95, he plays on the PC, he plays on console, right? And I think he named it, I forget what the name of the video was, but I do believe I saw it, and I do believe he was saying that it was like one of the most, I don't think he said it was overpowered, but like toxic builds or something. But yes, no, I understand that there are things, and it does hurt you more than it hurts the enemy. It can. It does not necessarily does. It can hurt you more than it hurts the enemy. Mind you, I did see the video, and I'm not going to say that he's wrong, but what I will note, and should be noted, was that it... I don't want to say it wasn't very good. Not the video. The video is fine. The video is fine. What I mean wasn't very good was the dove. Like, there were times... Because again, if you look at a highlight reel of any weapon, the weapon is always going to look strong. Every weapon looks strong in the highlight reel of the weapon. But when you actually watch the gameplay footage, it wasn't so strong. That's the best way I can put it. It just wasn't as strong. I know he does raw footage. I watched the video. I'm not saying this as someone who did not watch the video. I watched the video, watched the whole thing, and no, I mean, the best way to put it is when you have those highlight reels of when you drive past someone, you grab them, you throw them in your dove shit, and you just shit all over them, and everything's great. Everyone high fives and it's great. But then when you actually watch the video, it takes some good long time to achieve those. Like, he has to whittle them down, which is acceptable. I mean, I understand that one-hitting people is not exactly fair one way or the other, but like, it takes some time. It takes at least 2 of those. No, I'm not, like, again, yes, he might cherry-pick games like that, but everyone does, right? That's just how video games work. You're not gonna post the times when you get completely and totally shit on. Like, and here's me fucking getting dominated again. Yeah, you don't do that, you're right. But the idea is that the dove, in general, not very good. I do like that he tried. But the thing is, it's like there is no appreciable difference, or there is not much of an appreciable difference between the Dove gameplay and King Mine gameplay, right? So if you are a King Mine dragger, you can do all the things that he did ish, but there is a difference. So the difference is, and this is actually cool and in favor of the Dove, if you hook someone and you have no mines on the ground, all you have to do is drive in a straight line and click left mouse button, and then you pummel them mercilessly with six mines, and it looks cool. If you have king mines, you can't do that because you have to have the minefield out first. You have to lay out the minefield close by, near your opponent where you plan on going, and then immediately you drag them to that minefield, right? So the Dove actually allows a more active playstyle in that regard. It does. True enough. Fair enough. The Dove is more active in that regard. But the problem is the damage is much lower. Yeah, kind of like that. When you're driving around in your Tusk build and you either instantaneously send them directly to the X zone, or you don't do a goddamn thing. You're just like, huh, that's weird, I just bounced off of you. I'm actually still wondering about that. That didn't used to be the case as much as it is right now, but right now the Tusk builds are actually suffering from that, like a lot, surprisingly. It's just that the Dove's damage is very, very weird. It's not high enough. We exist in a game of crossout where sometimes weapons do too much damage and sometimes weapons don't do enough. And I think the Dove falls into the latter category. Who else here is actually for a Tusk buff? I am pro Tusk buff, by the way. I don't think they should have ever nerfed it. I don't even have one. I don't even have a Tusk, but I don't think they should have nerfed it. Oh yeah, that's right. While I'm here, let's get these on different buttons. Griffin perk should be on 5. Let me test something. So first we drop the Aegis, wait for the Aegis to go, and then we pop that, and it's recharging the Aegis. Aegis up again. Right now I'm just testing how fast the Aegis comes back. Wow, that makes it come back real fast. It's not an instantaneous pop, like you can't always have it up, but that is actually really, really, really nice. Also, Gravistar still being hit scan still makes them feel like the OG shotguns. This is what shotguns used to always be like, chat. Remember, never forget. Never forget that shotguns used to be good. Yeah, you would. Barry actually brings up a good point. It's like you would think that fucking the Dove would be great at popping gens, but it really isn't. It really just isn't good at that. It's because the blast damage is standard blast. It's probably because of the fact that when you fire the dove... One second. Where do you want Fury Offenders exactly? When you fire the dove, it's actually still an explosive projectile, so... Do you have super pay or some method of donation? I mean, there's super chats. If you want to super chat me money, I will accept your super chatted money. But I will tell you this. If you exist in this world and you are working hard for your money, you can keep your money and spend it on something for yourself. Because your contribution to the stream of just mere conversation is more than enough. Yes, Friendship Bunny? What are you doing?
Tell me that I have to take this.
Oh, she's taking a thing. Hold on. I want to see if this...
It's drugs.
It's drugs, chat. Drugs. One in front of the back of the Gravistar. Oh, you mean you want to put a Fury Offender here? I mean, no. Oh, you mean the... Here. I could. This could be a thing. For the 3 cents, boys! For the Gravistar that's not in the front, this one's got these things. It's got Battle Walker plates. Oh, you mean put it in front? Unfortunately, those Battle Walker plates really hamper my style here. $30? Jesus Christ. Wait, no, that might not be dollars. That could be any type of money. There's no way to tell. I don't recognize the icon. However, I will say thank you very much, Matan, for the super chat. $8 US is a lot. That's a lot of money. And I will take your donation. And I will forever be grateful. And I don't mean that at all, like, how do I put this? You know what's really funny? It's kind of like that idea of when people are like, you know, as a father, and then you're like, this guy. You're like, this guy's just saying stuff. He's like, oh, as a dad, and you do the hand jerking off motion. Imagine I'm doing that right now because I am. But like that kind of thing. But until you get to that position in life, you actually don't realize how truly grateful you are for those things, right? So when I say as a creator or as a whatever, I thank you for that. I really do. I do actually thank you from the bottom of my heart. And I know that might sound like fake or made up or everybody says that, but you know, it's the best I can do to explain that. I do thank everyone for their participation in this, our cross out dreams. Because without you, there is no stream. Well, actually, no, that's not true. Without you guys, there's a stream. And just without me, there's no stream. I don't know. You guys are nobodies. I'm kidding. Like, you get the idea. Nobody... what's the best way I can put this? When I was a kid, there was a person who told me that told me a very interesting thing, and that is there is no business without customers. You show me a business that doesn't need customers, and the answer is no one. Nobody has that. There's no such thing as a business without customers. Mind you, I found out later in life there's a secret, which is everybody hates their customers, but I don't. I mean, I don't. I'm different. No, but every business truly hates their customers. But that was something I found out later in life. But yeah, no, there's no such thing as a business without customers. So, to that end, you guys are the said customers, and therefore I thank you for your patronage. Regardless of how little or how much. With the dono for the crossout battle point level. just go do it. Even the ocean is made of many small drops of water. True. Fuck you, Fuyum. Goddamn Fuyum. So, you guys want to hear something hilarious. I used to date a girl, and this is, of course, not Friendship Bunny, but I used to date a girl, and this girl she wanted to become a mortician. dark shit. I'm just like, what? Why do you want to be a mortician? And her answer was what Fuyum effectively just said. And it's one of the few businesses that you will never, ever, ever, ever run out of business for. And I'm like, is that really it? That's why you want to be a mortician? That's dark. Like that's just dark. All right. There's no 2x3s yet, son of a bitch. This is the problem. They keep giving us these parts that I want to use, but I can't. This build looks so scuffed. Second shit. Oh my god. But yeah, no, that was her reasoning. Her reasoning was that she didn't want to go into a business. Oh, that's right. Of course it's a 1x because there's a pin being used up by a thing. Whatever. 1x3s, I guess. We're just going to go ultra dangerous. But yeah, she didn't want to go into a business that would have no future. And I'm like, what? And she's like, yeah, no, because you will always need morticians. And as Fuyum pointed out in a very hilarious way that's not entirely accurate, she might be a little bit wrong, but she's also, for the most part, right. Unless something goes dastardly wrong, you aren't necessarily going to need you're never going to run out of need for morticians. Because the moment that you run out of the need for morticians, literally everyone is dead. That's basically the idea. Okay, so we're going to use the Aegis to protect the guns, hopefully. We're going to... We need a better solution, damn it. And I'm not going to sit here and listen to any of your hoopla about it not being about us not needing a better solution. The frame placement hurts your head, then we're doing it right. Really? Really? He called you a new creator. Is that better than Mr. G tier list? You know what? Here's the deal. I caught that he called me a new creator. But I ain't say anything because I'm being nice. I'm so touched that I decided to not bring up the fact that I've played Crossout a little bit. God damn it. Just have to go and spoil shit, don't you? New for me, there you go. Wait, what am I doing here? Am I drunk? The thing that I want to do is, do I have that part? Does a part exist? It's a 3x4x2? No. Matan, don't worry, there's no shade here. They're just throwing shade at me. They think it's funny. They're not wrong. Oh my god. Let me think. I know what I want to do, but for some reason my hands aren't doing the actions necessary to achieve my goals. So what I want is, off of this, I want a split. But I don't want this to go all the way out. I don't want that. You know, but then again, beggars versus choosers at this point, I guess. I mean, I can't just... Well... Wait a minute. Can I? Theoretically, I could be able to put something like right here, right? I could, but that's gonna drag, guarantee. So the only thing that's smaller in the entire game is a melee part known as the Thorn. So if you're looking to ride the lightning as to what is even possible, even it is too big. I feel that this build is going to be mid no matter what you do. Just keep building cardboard. Just keep building. Man, that is cold-blooded. Oh my god. Hold on. Think harder. I know there exists a part that can do this. But none that I want to use, I think. Maybe there's not a part. Okay, then we're just going to accept that there isn't a part, and then we're going to extend this by one by one, and we want... Hilarious. These things will fit, but not in the way that I want. That's actually okay. Aw, thank you, I guess. If we were to make a content creator tier list, you'd be C tier. Right next... right next to Mr. G. Uh-huh. I see where you're going with that, by the way. The full-on fuselage or one of the slopes? So what I'm looking for is something that tapers, that connects here and tapers out. There's only like one thing that I can possibly think of, but I don't want to use it. It's an engineer part. It's the medium strut. The medium strut should fit here, right? And it should fit here. I already know this part fits, and it matches the criteria for what I'm looking for, ish, but I don't want to use it. How many hours have we dedicated having one Gravistar? Damn you! Alright. We're gonna hurry up. God damn you. How many hours it would be... Hold on a second. Why don't I just copy this other guy? I already know he used elbows, and he used all of the, not elbows, he used all the radiators in double inverted, which was cool, because it extended his build even further. No, it doesn't need to be long. Hold on. Believe it or not, I think we're just going to call it good. Hold on. I have an idea. How many hours are we going to spend? As many as I freaking need. That's the answer. Excuse me. This is content. This is a bad mounting. You should never do this, but because of the fact that I'm doing this quickly, that's why we're doing this. Because this is not mounted across to this. We need a 5x piece, but there's only one in the entire game, and it's not good. Oh, wait, there's another one now. The thoraxes. Nice. I'm debating this. Give me a second. Because originally it was only the minivan side panel. But now that there is the thoraxes, that's actually good stuff. 2x6x1. There's nothing really that I can use. Other than what's already under there. God bless the new parts. Hands. There we go. There's this one time I was trying to build on stream, and this guy was trying to tell me, for the life of me, he's like, no, dude, you need to build it like this, and he couldn't tell me how the fuck to put the thing on my build. It was so frustrating. Oh my god, this is way too heavy for frontal armor. That is way too heavy. No, Fuyum, it wasn't you, but it could have been. It was so fucking bad. So while this turns, this thing handles what we in the business call, like, it feels as though, like, I'm driving a blimp. And this is because of the fact that all this frontal armor here is heavy as fuck. So we only can either use snow cutters or we need a different option. We need bumpers. We need light bumpers or melee. So the lightest melee that I can think of is obviously the Eagles, King of Birds. These guys are always smexy as fuck. Yeah, it feels like driving on black ice. The guessing, just because it's like the best bumper. Yeah, it's true. I could just lazy guessing it. We can melee it, but these are also crazy heavy. 218 is very heavy for what they're going to do. The screeners, I mean, screeners are always good. We're going to grab King of Birds. We're going to set them aside. They're going to get on the build somewhere. They just have a phenomenal mass to hit durability ratio. I know this is silly, but I kind of want to have cutters out here. Cutters are bad, just in general, ever since they nerfed them into the fucking ground. Friendship Bunny requested the Eagle Head. She knows they're coming. She knows. Screeners might be the only option because of mass. This game hates my freedom so goddamn much. Even though it would be a good option, these aren't out enough. They would have to be out one pin further. But it is doable. Also, we need a part here. Oh, shut up, Black Cat. Oh, gotcha. Oh, little black kitty. Meow. Meow. Yes. Actually, no. So Bluebird, because Bluebird's asking about Heathers, what he doesn't know is the base reload of Heathers got nerfed so that the reload of Heathers with reload fusion and the reload perk, because its self-referential perk is that as you're moving, you reload 30% faster. It basically meant that your moving while reload speed is now the equivalent of prior, way back in the day, your standing still movement speed, your standing still reload speed. They basically nerfed it because Heathers were too strong. But then they released the Swarm anyway, shitting on the Heather, making no sense. But other than that, they didn't get nerfed that far into the ground. They just nerfed the reload. They nerfed the cutter because people busting and like one-shotting people at times or only speed count and collision damage. Yeah, they did. That's correct. The cutter is the melee thing that I was talking about. So originally, the cutters, they were only okay. Well, they weren't okay. They were actually pretty good. The reason why they were good was because they did like 300% damage. And even though the durability of the cutter was like fucking 0, it didn't matter. Because you'd hit them to blow them up. And if the cutter was gone, it was gone. You'd be like, whatever. You dealt your damage. Oh, this cat's just looking to tear some shit up. 1 second, this cat's trying to tear up my carpet. Don't tear up my carpet, cat. Get out of here. Oh. So here's how you know this cat is going into heat. You know, I'm a human. I'm a pretty big one, too. I went walking over after that cat, and I turned the corner, and she's like in a crouched position, ready to pounce on anyone that turns the corner. She's like ready to fight. I'm like, okay, this cat, she's looking for a boyfriend. No, kitty, no boyfriend. Get out of here. Shoot. Shoot. Okay, chat. I need to go AFK for about 2 minutes. I just found out why my cat's all mad. She's mad because she's entirely out of water, and that's why she's angry. She's been all sorts of angry because of the fact that we kind of just didn't give her any water, and so now she's just starving. Well, she's not starving. She's really thirsty. I'll be right back. This will take 2 minutes. Gonna give her water. And I'm back. So imagine a world in which you traverse a world of giants, right? And these giants, they provide you with all of your sustenance, all of it. So like, if you need to drink, you get water from them. You need to eat, you get food from them. And then the only thing you have, the only word you can say is meow. How the fuck are you supposed to tell these giants, hey man, I'm thirsty as fuck? Oh. God damn you guys. Quick, changes control. But anyway, that's the life of a cat. Just to summarize, those cats are just sitting there like meow, and it's like from that we have to determine that they're thirsty. That's bullshit. And if we don't, they die. Like, I'm laughing about that. That's what's a little fucked up, right? Alright, so where do I put this? The Yeti is a big, thick bitch. Let's put it that way. And this is true. Cats will absolutely eat you if you die. Dogs will eat you. Cats will eat you. Oh, you guys should, obviously not right now, because my content is so riveting. But when you guys have the opportunity... I got 2 cats. One of them is an adopted female street cat. I feel you about the heat situation. I got your channel from the Knox video, and I really enjoy this unfiltered stream. All of my streams are pretty dang unfiltered. Thank you again with the $30, 30 some currency that I'm not aware of super chat. But yeah, no. Imagine just trying to navigate the world like that. You're just existing, but you need food, but you can't say you need food. Alright, we need to figure out where this goes. I think I know where his goes. I'm pretty sure his is directly under the build. Yep. But we don't got that. Though we could do something again similar. No, we didn't take in the random cat that shows up. Matan did. So we do need to get our cat fixed, though, because she broke. She broke. Come on, brain. Think it through. Theoretically, we are riding the lightning on the clearance at the back, aren't we? We are riding the lightning. So we're as low as we're going to get. Maybe. I mean, it's not a. Well, no, I don't think so. Those might be too tall. They'll block the guns. I might use the paws towards the rear. One of the things that I want to do very badly is get this gosh danged Yeti hidden. Usually, because the way it's shaped, it's probably going to end up going right here, honestly. I don't like it. You don't like it. Nobody likes it. But that's probably where it's going to have to go. God damn it, Fugium. You're right. I don't like it. Something, eyes full of wrath, nose likes boxing gloves. Theoretically, we could move the shivers. How many criticism philosophies did you learn, though? Yes. Yes, it can, Corn Pop. No, it can't, Corn Pop. It's 3 pins, that's 2 pins. Theoretically, I mean, anything is possible. I could force it. So let's assume that instead of this, I just move this all back 1 pin. Ah! The Odin's peeking out again. That's okay. That's okay. The Odin can also move back 1 pin. Alright. And then I could remove these, and I could swap the cheetah in front. You used Marxist criticism and it saved your ass? Wait, why did it save your ass? Is it because it was the one you studied? That's usually what ends up happening. Egocentrism, structural, Marxist centralism, feminist criticism. Oh. Because it was the easiest? I mean, I'm not against that. Every now and again, sometimes you need a break. And sometimes you just gotta take the easy way. Can this fit here? Hold on. Hold on. I know this is dumb. I know this is possible, but I think it's stupid, but I think it's possible. Hold on. Let's remove this for just a moment. This isn't... This is because I want to test something. I know that this can fit through this. I've seen this before. This goes higher, and this slides in, right? No? No, it can't ever do that, and I'm insane? Oh. It might not be able to fit that way, but it can fit this way. Oh, that's fucking useless. This is useless information. Not ideal, chat. Not ideal. All right. That's clearly not going to work. Okay, okay. All right, all right, all right, all right, all right. No, no, no. We know it doesn't fit. And this isn't going to fit around that wheel either. I mean, who says we need 3 wheels in the back? We could just do 2. 14th time the charm. Oh my god. Can we just do 2? Holy shit. This thing... Wow. I am not... Okay, to put this in perspective, I only pressed the arrow key for a little bit. This thing is still turning. It takes a while for it to recover from a turn without a wheel. Okay, that didn't turn at all. Let's swap these out for these. I just want to test to see what happens if we use regular ass Bigfoots. Oh, it drives like a regular car. Look at that. But do we want regular ass car driving? There's still a little bit of oversteer, but it isn't nearly as bad as it was a second ago. Like, the amount of drift with rear steering wheels is actually insane. Like, it's entirely out of control. Like, I do kind of want that wheel here. But I think that we got to make compromises. Time to compromise. Luce also made a video on the cockpit myriad using dooms. How do you achieve the speed to trigger the cockpit? Boosters? Regular hermits in front. Of course, it's a cockpit. Duh, of course, it's boosters. Regular hermits in front of the shivers on the sides? No. We can't. Look, we're already. Okay, so here's the deal. In order to get any benefits whatsoever from the Bigfoots, you need to have a decent ratio between Bigfoots to claws. Otherwise, there's no point. So at this point, we're already getting less than, like, we're getting like 15%. So that's already pretty bad, right? Though, a couple of things, we can change this out entirely now. I don't know if there's enough space for that anymore. Yeah, there's not enough space. We, however, can move all of this up if we wanted to. It doesn't have to be there. This can move forward with that. Let's just do that until it's dragging. Oh, that's close enough. Right there. That's where it's dragging. Let's drag it back one. Oops. Really? If you're going to drag on all of those, I'm going to shove you all the way forward. Really? That hates my freedom. Alright. Then let's assume that we can't do that. Let's instead invert it. Place it on the bottom rung. Still drifty AF. Wow, I gotta say, I bet nobody here thought that it would be this difficult to produce a build to replace Gravistar Man's build. But it seems to be hard as fuck. Hats off to you, Gravistar Man. And this isn't necessarily replacing his build. This is attempting to go even with. Invert, pull forward. I could do it, yeah, why not? Which I've yet to prove can even happen. So we'll see how that turns out. Yeah. No, I'm not acting like he drives a Ferrari. Welcome back, Matan. It's true. That'd be kind of like me named Commit Ninja. It's like, I'm all about the commit. If I didn't have everything for it, then I'd be stupid. I was never gone. Alright, fair enough. I see where you're going from. Alright, okay, what you're putting down, let me think. Let's just finish up this front. We want to put these in front of these. Using nothing but these. You know, I'm often reminded... Let's go to Melee, of a movie called Apollo 13. And in Apollo 13, they are, for those of us who don't know what happened in real life with the Apollo missions, Apollo 13 was one of the mini missions that was going to the moon. And what ended up happening with one of these mini missions that was going to the moon, the astronauts got screwed. And they had to make it back to Earth instead of going around the moon. Though they did have to go around the moon because that's how space works without, you know, what's that stuff called? Friction. So they had to go around the moon, skip landing on the moon because they weren't ever going to land on the moon and had to make it back. And there's a scene in the movie Apollo 13 that I'm always reminded of throughout my entire life. And the idea is that these guys are going to die, right? So if they're going to suffocate to death long before they even reach the moon, they're going to suffocate. And they get a whole bunch of engineers in a room and they say, listen, we have to make this, and they point to a filter that they have, fit into this, and they point to the filter that they need to have it filter through using nothing but this. And they just throw some pencils, some paper cover, all sorts of stuff just on the table. And they're like, that's what you got. That's what you got to work with. These guys are going to suffocate to fucking death if you can't invent a way to make this filter work with this filter. And it's like the most profound thing that I often end up thinking about, especially when I'm playing Crossout, even though it's not very profound. But I always think about it because I'm like, I've got to make this fit into this using nothing but this. And it keeps coming up. Exactly, Matan remembers. It was the carbon scrubbers issue, yes. Because they were going to die. They were going to die, D-I-E, die, if they didn't have that. If they, in real life, these people needed real life oxygen. And if they didn't get it, they were going to die. And so they had to fix the carbon scrubbers because they weren't compatible. They weren't compatible with each other because they were made differently. And so they had to make shit work. And that's Crossout for me. You got to make this shit work. I mean, everybody here, I think you're not wrong, Fuyum. That was a janky mission, but I'm going to be completely honest here. Let's be super real. It was less janky than any SpaceX mission. These motherfuckers have... Like, do you have any idea? Oh my god. Do you guys have any idea how many rockets SpaceX has lost? Compared to the Apollo program. The Apollo program, which got us to the moon. How many rockets do you think we lost in the Apollo program? I think it's close to 0. Just so we're on the same page. No. Pretty sure it's close to 0. Every single time SpaceX attempts to launch their fucking rocket with any load in it at all, any load, 1 ton, any load, any payload for their SpaceX rocket, and it explodes. 100%. They have a 100% failure rate for trying to get things with stuff in it to space. That is crazy. Anyway, I'm not saying I'm not gonna go too hard to the paint on this, but that is a very bad track record. SpaceX basically seen that we could do things, so they decided they could just do everything. I don't know. I don't know. I'm not gonna go too hard to the paint because I don't want to risk making people mad about SpaceX. But holy shit, 100% failure rate. That is not good. Why couldn't, like, here's the thing, let's assume you're Elon Musk. No, let's assume that you're, anyone for SpaceX, anything like that, right? Why don't you just hire someone from NASA? Just say, hey, wait a minute. We're not smart enough. Raise your hand. Like, here's the thing. I work in the tech industry, right? And in the tech industry, if you don't know something, you raise your fucking hand. You say, I don't know what I'm doing. I need an adult. That's it. That's all you do. It's really easy. It's very easy. So if things start going sideways and you don't know what's happening because you don't know, like you're like a C student or some shit or whatever, and you ended up getting into a position that you can't handle, whatever, any of that shit, that's fine. That's actually fine. The answer is you raise your hand nice and high and say, I don't know what I'm doing. I need an adult. That's it. My job is being that adult, by the way. For those of us who don't know, I won't tell you much more about my job, but I'm the adult. I'm the guy that you come to when you spill your juice all over yourself and you need a sippy cup because you weren't trained to do your fucking job. I'm that guy. So you raise your hand and say, I need an adult, wham! And I come over and be like, oh, what's wrong? And then they're all like, oh, no, I don't know what's going on, goo, 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 goo. Okay, it's okay. I'll help you get whoever you need. What are we looking at? Oh, goo, 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 goo. You get the idea, right? You raise your fucking hand and say, I don't know what I'm doing. Fucking SpaceX, they need to raise their hand. They need an adult. They need that adult because somehow, some way, these motherfuckers have blown up so many rockets. So many rockets. It's ridiculous. Fucking dude, you are attempting, like, let me be real blunt. I'll be blunt and then I'll be done. They're attempting to reproduce something that's been done. This isn't new. I know that this is going to sound funny. Have you ever heard the term when people are like trying to explain something simple, they say the words, this isn't rocket science? I will admit, this is rocket science. I will admit, this is rocket science. But this shit's been done. They have done this. It has been achieved. They're attempting to re-achieve what is already achieved. And they're failing. For Super Heavy, you're correct, unfortunately. But for Falcon, nah, man. You're talking about Falcon, if I recall correctly. That's the thing that launches and then they can catch it, right? The attempt to reuse, their boosters, yes? Well, I would have sworn that their landing of the boosters was catching their boosters, because if I recall seeing it, that's what I recall seeing them do. But yeah, no, these guys are caught up. Oh, you mean, oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, it's Super Heavy's the one with the tower. The one that keeps blowing up on the launch pad? Holy shit. Like, if NASA lost fucking 1/5, no, not even a fifth, like a 20th of the rockets that fucking SpaceX has lost, they'd have never made it to space. They'd have canceled the program. They'd have been like, nah, we're going to get someone killed. We good. We done. These motherfuckers just sending it. They're just sending it. Look, I'm not saying that I'm smarter than Elon Musk. But I'm smarter than Elon Musk. Look, you can't keep doing this. You can't. You can't keep doing this. Oh my god. Like think about it, right? Hold on. Like, it is asinine at the rate that they're losing money. That's all I'm saying. And here's the real problem. I'm not against necessarily their trial and error process. That's actually not what bothers me. What bothers me just a little is, it is taxpayer money that's being blown up. It's my money. That's the reason why I don't like it. That's the reason why I'm keeping up with this, and that's the reason why I'm aware that they're failing. Because it's taxpayer money that's being wasted every single goddamn time. Do you know what idea is also unfeasible? Vacuum trains. Ouch. I don't know how to feel about that. But you know, what's really funny is, like, I don't even understand why he's like, okay, so you guys remember the Hyperloop fake bullshit? That didn't even make sense. I don't even understand what that was even about. He's like, I've come up with a new form of transportation. It's called the Hyperloop. The fucking he showed us vacuum trains. The dude showed us vacuum trains. Did you know vacuum trains have existed in science fiction forever, and we've attempted it? We've attempted it. The reason why it fails is because you take all of the troubles of space travel combined with all of the troubles of being underground and you combine them together and you get none of the benefits of either. Vacuum trains came out, the idea of vacuum trains came out in the 1920s or some shit like that. And the thing is, he rebranded it the Hyperloop and then didn't build that either. He didn't deliver it. He was like, oh, we're going to have a wave of the future. It's going to be these fucking vacuum trains, the Hyperloop. Woo! And then he didn't deliver that shit either. Fuyum gets it? Imagine this shit. Imagine you're in a train, except if for any reason anything goes wrong, you're dead because you suffocate because there's no air. And it gets worse. It gets worse. Do you guys know how fast air moves? This is actually, this is somewhat of a trick question, but you guys actually do know the answer to this. So I'm going to ask, what is the speed of air? That is correct. Damn, Motten, you are amazing. Mach 1 is actually the speed of air. Air molecules move at the speed of air. It's not pressure, it's not heat. Air moves at the speed of sound. That's the reason why sound moves at the speed of sound, because that's the speed that molecules move. So if you have a vacuum, like the Hyperloop, a train vacuum, right? And something happens, like there's a crack in the fucking tube, and all of a sudden the tube explodes open and air rushes in, that means you've got a column of air that's pressurized by the atmosphere. So you've got one atmosphere of air being shoved into this tube at Mach 1, and it's going to slam into whatever train that's in that tube and kill everyone. Like, it's ridiculous. It's a terrible idea. It's an absolutely terrible idea. Who designed this shit? And this is what Elon Musk was trying to sell people. Hyperloop. It's the new era of travel. Any problem happens and you die. Guaranteed. And it's not just you. You could be nowhere near this shit. You could be on the other side of the system, and at Mach 1, a column of air is coming to kill you, and there's nothing you can do about it. And that's assuming that, that assumes that you're nowhere near the actual implosion at the time. It's insane. It is insane. It is absolute ass nannery. It's insanity. It's insanity. It's insane. Anyway, whatever. All right. Neither here nor there. I'm not going to go into that kind of stuff. I don't need to belabor the point. But you guys see what I'm talking about, right? That shit's crazy. Air is strong as fuck. Almost anything in the world moving at Mach 1 is gonna fuck you up. To put this in perspective, air moving at Mach 1 will fuck you up. So, I don't know, this guy... Isn't Mach 1 the sound barrier? Yes, it is. Mach 1 is the speed of sound. The speed of sound is Mach 1. And that is the speed that air molecules move. So the way that you hear me right now, right? Assume that you're listening to me somehow. The way that works is the action potential, which is to say the vibrations that you're hearing, travels from molecule to molecule. One molecule crashes into another molecule and transmits all of its properties to that molecule, basically, right? And so when it hits your ear, it vibrates the little hairs, the cilia in your ears at a certain way that provides sound to you. That's how you hear me, right? And this all happens at the speed that air moves, the speed of air, which is also known as the speed of sound, which is the speed that, molecules can crash into and move other molecules. That's how it works. The wave propagates via the air molecules. Matan is killing it. Dude, Matan is killing it. This is exactly correct. So that's how it works, right? And so it moves at the literal speed of sound, which is the speed of air. And so air moves by its very nature. It exists. It vibrates at the speed of air. Mach 1. There you go. Nerdy shit. Blah. Damn you, Mutton. No, it doesn't. So the speed of air in a vacuum is going to be the same speed of air typically anywhere. Because the idea is that air molecules are never at rest. They're never resting. They're always moving. They're always moving at the speed of sound. So if sound travels differently in different conditions, then yes, it would. But I don't think so. Maybe. I'm not a doctor. All I know is still smarter than Elon Musk. Sound is just wobbly air. Come on, brain. I really just want to get this over and done with. I'm almost done. I feel like I'm almost done, as jank as this is. Hold on. Screw it. No, wait. Hold on. I do want to use claws, but I won't. It's easier to break the sound barrier in Mars? I don't know. So Fuyum is correct. Sound travels faster in liquids and solids because the molecules are closer together. Their vibrations are faster. It's not that they're faster, it's they're more instant, right? So like if you're ever in a pool and you have someone take a rock and tap the bottom of the pool, you will actually hear that even faster. It's kind of crazy. You'll hear vibrations through the earth faster than you'll hear them through water, and you'll hear them typically you'll hear them faster in earth than water if it's stone, if it's solid stone. So you hear things through solid stone faster than you'll hear things through water, which will be faster than loose earth, which will be faster than air because of how silly things are. Molecules can compress. Water, absolute. By the way, for some reason, I don't know why this got out there. People saying that water can't be compressed. Yes, it fucking can. I feel like this wheel situation is just one that's made to bother me. Screw it. I don't want to do it, but I'm doing it. Ooh, an air splitter. Does this fit the way I think it does? No, it doesn't. Never does. So 3 things I learned from you today so far. That's good. It does take a ridiculous amount of energy to compress water. Technically, ice can be compressed. Yes, of course it can. Water can be compressed in the same way it can stay above its boiling point without anywhere for bubbles to form. Hold on. Let's just get these snow cutters on this thing and actually drive it. I can't wait to get immediately bodied in this car. Let's just get bodied real fast. There. Let's go. We've did it. We've made a Gravistar Man build. We're doing it. We're gonna... How did they determine the speed of air? The speed of air is the speed of air. The speed of air... Damn it. The speed of air is the speed that a molecule of air travels in a vacuum. Also known as Mach 1. In the same way that 1 astronomical unit, or 1 AU, is the distance between the Earth and the Sun. If you have a perfectly smooth container and pour water in it, then try to boil it, the water won't boil? I don't think that's true. I'll have to look into that. That doesn't sound true. So now, by the way, Gravistar Man plays a little bit differently than me. What he would normally do here is he would, when he's ready to strike, activate his. Oh my goodness, this thing handles like dog crap. His secondary cloak. But I'm not going to do that. I'm going to decloak. Interesting. Alright, we've lost both of our wheels. Not wheels, we've lost our, what's it called in the back? I'm assuming that this guy is shooting me. Not this guy. The guy who's shooting me is this guy, Fuzi. He shot me like 6 times. Okay, so, the good. It drives alright. Fuzi's also rocking an Oculus. But the problem is, this is far too front heavy. This is too heavy. We need less. It didn't work out. We need to put shit in the back. We actually lost the ammo rack and the ruin, but that's fine. Like, that was the point. How can I DM you, bro? You're DMing me now. Also, I'm in the game. Cardboard Ninja, same name. Also, there's a Discord. Believe it or not, I'm actually very reachable, apparently. We're gonna try something that I don't like to do. It's not good. It's bad, as I'm saying, and I don't want to do it. Ugly, but doable. We are going to want to put more junk in the trunk. But we have a lot of parts to do it. Let me think. Unfortunately, that means fire starter parts. Do gyroscopes increase projectile speed to get the extra range? Yes. Anything that increases projectile speed means that it will travel longer during its time to live. Remember, the time to live of the projectile is never increased. So nothing can increase the TTL of a projectile. No, they do the same thing. It's written differently, but the effect is identical. So if you look at a gyroscope, so the gyroscope says when you're going really, really fast, increases the range of all mounted weapons by 10%. The only way to increase the range of a weapon is to increase the velocity of the weapon. So the weapon velocity increases by 10% at 80 kilometers an hour or further. To give you an example, because you're going to be confused about this, the best way to do this is the Blight. I have a Blight cabinet, I know I'm doing this. If you look at the Blight Cabin, it says that when you activate it for 8 seconds, you deal more damage with flamethrowers, but flamethrower range, the range is increased by 50%. In order to increase range by 50%, the projectile moves 50% faster. So, increasing range is increasing projectile velocity. It simply goes faster. I know it doesn't make sense. I know that I get it. But they do the same thing. The gyroscope and the whatever the fuck else the other thing is called, they do the exact same thing. Harmonizer, thank you. So 2 gyroscopes with an oppressor would give you 35% more projectile speed. Yeah, I think the oppressor now also increases projectile speed as well. Yeah. All of it. It will all increase the so it's identical. Your projectiles will travel 35% faster with the oppressor and two gyroscopes. That's it. It travels 35% further because it's traveling 35% faster. So I will admit, this car handles just a little bit like ass. And I'm considering swapping the wheels in the back out for just standard wheels. Just standard Bigfoots. I feel like projectiles without a set lifespan would just get a flat range increase without the speed benefits. There is no such thing. There is no such thing that you just mentioned. There's no projectile in the game that does not have a time to live. Did I forget to supercharge my gun? I feel like I forgot to supercharge my gun. Oh no, Yanis! I forgot that bots don't miss! Am I sure that gyroscopes do not increase time to live of projectiles? Yes. This is why you need more panels. I should double check the number of hit points that I should have. I forgot that, you know, bots don't miss. They never miss the cabin. They always shoot the cabin. They're never going to miss that cabin. Get him, Bluebird. Uh-oh, you're driving towards porcupines. I wouldn't. Bots are gonna hit the Cardussy. Fuck you. They're over there somewhere. You gotta trust in Bluebird, guys. Oh, that ain't good. You don't want to shoot then. Nice. How is Bluebird not hitting these people? Uh-oh. I'm just surprised they weren't exact. Whoa! Did you see that? That dude scorped him out of the air. Oh! This is so much over. This is so freaking over. Noffin's got this. Yep. Oh my god. Oh, he's using the Nox cabin. And now he's traveling backwards at his opponent. Oh shit, there he is. Alright, so let's check something. Our durability is low. 950 is real low. We're gonna look for 2700. Let's try and increase our durability a smidgen. Holy fucking shit. We're gonna need some hit points. Let's do it. Where were you earlier when the build was also all bumpers and you could have said something? Not like the build suddenly sprung out of nowhere and was all bumpers all of a sudden. You could have said, "Hey dog, your build has no hit points." Bluebird, don't. You did great. Bluebird's saying he can't aim like he used to and all this stuff. He did great. I think he did amazing. You know, while I'm here, what I could also do is I could extend the, what's it called, back some more. Oh, well, thank you, Mateus. You know, if you use regular structural parts, oh, fucking Christ, here we go again. I always like the skeletonized look though, but whatever. We'll just have to see what we can do. Don't worry, Gravistar Man. I know. So that would be, we're going to want these because they're good. We're going to use these super high power score but light durability parts. We're going to grab the Dawn's Children. Mounting brackets. That'll get us up there. We just have to find out where we're putting all this shit. That is not where I said go. We're gonna move that back and lower this. Change the Bigfoot wheels and now add tonnage. That's true. I'm gonna go with standard Bigfoots instead of Bigfoot STs. It handles very, very weird without with double, or with when the wheels are all steering. Well, it's not that the build doesn't turn on a swivel. The problem is the build continues to turn after I cease to turn the wheels. That's a problem. It's not ideal when the car keeps going in the wrong direction. You're like, I'm gonna turn here, and it's like, maybe you're not. And you're like, oh, I guess I'm going in this other direction. Goodbye, everybody. Goodbye. As Fuyum said earlier, it feels like black ice. It's like, I wonder why. Fuck you too. God damn it, Fuyum. Look, Fuyum, I don't need your sass. I feel like Fuyum's just been saving all this sass. Because I haven't been online, and now that I'm here, he's just like sassing the shit out of me. Well, I'm sure you feel like your sass is needed. I gave this man shit one time in my stream once, and I regret it every day. You could invert this. Maybe. But maybe not. Nice. I mean, it could be better. Let's throw some paint on it. Ooh, bromine. Right? Now I just feel like I'm shoving shit on here. But if I can do it and make it not look like ass, I will. But if it must look like ass, then that's what's gonna happen. Those don't line up, son of a bitch. Alright. This could fit over this like this. Sick. Alright. I think we have a new paint out there somewhere. I tried to put as much, tried to balance out the weight more towards the rear wheels. We'll see how that goes. Out of nowhere, the build doesn't look so bad now. Hold on, wait a minute, hold on. This is ridiculous. This is garbage. This is trash. I don't even know why I even consider going into battle like this. There we go. Now we're good to go. The build looks good because you can't see it. This is that John Cena meme time, by the way. Actually, I just realized something. I can full-on shit. I don't need to. I do not need to utilize the Yeti's perk. The Yeti actually has a perk, by the way, because I'm using the fucking cheetah. The cheetah's gonna bring back the Yeti regardless. Put a duck on it. But which duck? This feels like a cyber duck. I actually do like the display of power. blow some stuff up. Let's see what this looks like. That works. Navigator hologram actually points north. For those of us who don't know. It does have value. If I recall correctly, the Navigator hologram does point north. The Farewell hologram's a good choice. Nope. Engine roar is too low. Neat. We're gonna go with the goodbye. It's just easiest. Alright. Let's go. Navigator hologram points directly to the words of the closest enemy, thereby making it so you bring that hologram instead of any other hologram. I don't know, it doesn't feel strong. So the other thing that I gotta get down is the gameplay. You know your build is finished when you're choosing the holograms. Matan saying hello. Greetings, Matan. That's weird. I didn't say that. The hell? Oh, it's a fusion. Oh no. Alright, we're gonna test to see if we're dragging. If we're dragging, this is when we flip. I think a couple of parts were dragging. Alright, we're gonna go to Tug on Nut. Dude, this guy is good. He doesn't want to die. Well, that's unfortunate. Is this me or is that gun never coming off? So, a couple things. It is still a little floaty, which is the reason why I couldn't really close on that guy. That's my fault. There's got to be some... Oh no, they're completely stripped because they're a fusion. Terrible. By the way, many people ask what's a fusion. The answer is when you take the time and effort to make a build that is less efficient than the build that would normally... the two normal builds would have been. That's a fusion. I think we got zeroed. I think we got 0 kills, right? I don't mean just me. I think the whole team, right? Okay, good. Good. It wasn't just me. It was the whole team that I was on. We got wiped, chat. Not ideal. So one of the things that I gotta do I just got to get better at driving this thing. I'm not gonna lie, it still feels very light, if that makes any sense. It means that it's difficult for me to turn and engage an enemy reliably. Not ideal. Not ideal. Let's try this again. This time without the failure, hopefully. So we want to avoid these guys. Oh, it's Bluebird. We want to avoid these guys because they're going to take fire. And I ain't having that. Oh, this is not ideal. No! Did I lose my car jack and all of that? Wow. Okay, so a couple of things that were cool. Oh, Stone Cut's in here. Greetings, Baton. So a couple things that were cool. One, the shield worked. The downside is, did you see how much hit me when the shield dropped? It was immediate. Shield went up, shield went down. They popped that immediately, and this is with Hertz, so they did over 720 instantly. Bluebird. Stone Cut. Get him, man. Get him, Matan. Oh, interesting. He's using the new and improved, not oppressor, whatever the heck engine that is that increases damage resistance. It now increases damage resistance. It didn't used to. Eagle, the Golden Eagle. That's the one. Thank you, Gravistar Man. You have an idea for the Satori rework? Legendary cabins should have a passive and abilities. I said that? I don't know. Flat 20% damage bonus when drifting, but drifting also charges the perk, and when it's charged, you get 30% flash damage for 5 seconds. I mean, that's even more powerful than it is right now. Because that would mean that while drifting, you've got 50% damage bonus. So, for those of us... Oh, look, he hit him. So this is the snipey gun, but as you can see, even now, the snipey gun is kind of not that... It's a little underwhelming. He did 126 gold. This isn't Phoenix Gun's fault. He's using things that look like scorpions, but they are not scorpions. Okay. They just don't penetrate. 84, 31. Like, it's kind of... you know... Alright, let's go again. I just got to get better. In reality, I know the build idea functions. And here's how I know. Gravistar Man. So, one of the things is certain builds work best or only with certain playstyles. It's very possible, though I'm not saying it's 100% accurate, it's very possible that... Whoa, what the fuck? Why are we up against 9Ks? What? What? That's... They must be in a group. Anyway, as I was saying... Certain builds work only with certain playstyles, and I might not be the one to showcase this playstyle, but I'm gonna try. Sorry, Bluebird, but I can't leave you with those guns. By the way, as a very minor aside, if ever you're thinking, how do I defeat a fusion, which you should never think. You should never be confused about how to defeat a fusion. But if you're ever in a situation where you're like, oh no, a fusion, how do I defeat this? The answer is melee. It's always melee. It's melee every time. Fusions suck dick at being wedged. They're terrible. I'm so sorry, Bluebird, but I saw that you were sending those shots far, and I'm like, Bluebird's gonna kill us. First victory. Gravistar Man wants to tell me how to play the game, which of course I'm more than willing to accept. I understand that this is a sneaky playstyle. The idea is you want to get in, you want to deal critical damage, and you want to get the fuck out, and you want to do that repeatedly. Believe it or not, I have a build entirely based around that, though the guns no longer function. The life of an artillery player, don't worry about it. We're going to cloak it up from the jump. Oh no, it's Gravistar Man! Guys, we might get fucked. So one of the things that happened that I forgot to do, Gravistar Man showed me, was just a second ago, charge up your guns. I didn't do that. Dang, that took way too long for my shields to come back. I don't know. I don't think it's a dive build. Sebastian slow rolling them with ye old retchers. All he's got to do is land some shots and he'll be fine. There he goes. This is a slow-moving car. Gravistar Man is putting in work. He's working with Zalo, so, you know. He's not with Zalo. I'm sure that he's not, like, grouped. But you can see the difference between Scorpions and the other guns, right? When you get it with Scorpions, you know it. You feel it. It's kind of a thing. But the other ones did, like, 86, and it was on a direct hit. Oh, look at that. Gravistar Man's using the new wheel for the power, also standing up and sitting down. You're probably right. So there are different types of ways to drive. One of those is hit and run. One of them is counter punch. So counter punches are interesting. One second. Counter punches are interesting because the idea is that you recognize that you can't defeat your opponent directly. So the idea is that you drive around your allies invisible. So the idea is I'll wait for an ally nearby to catch heat, and then I'll immediately run in and save their life. So that's counterpunching. Counterpunching works very well when you don't have a cloak. You want to see a Kinsai pusher? For 12 seconds, they push kind of good. The sweetest 12 seconds of your life. The main struggle of this build is that you really have to know who has the Oculus. Gravistar Man's telling me you gotta sneak up on fools. It's true, Fuyum is a super counterpuncher. Fuyum loves using his teammates as armor. He's like, okay, how about this? Match starts, you guys just go do your thing. I'm gonna be over here. And by I'm gonna be over here, you'll never see Fuyum again. You never see his ass until you're until you get ganked. At which point, Fuyum will show up and kill the guy. You may already be dead though. Alright, Secret Jet Racer, thank you for stopping by. Thank you for joining me on the stream. I hope you enjoyed. I hope that you have a good night's sleep. As soon as you pop the Oyabun perk, you pop the Kinsai. Yep, that makes sense. Basically, you crash into someone to stop, or crash into something to stop, or plow through a tree, which is silly. Like one of these trees over here, which will trigger the Oyabun's perk. I don't have the Oyabun on right now, but if you crash into one of these trees with the Oyabun, it should give you the perk. and then you activate the Kensai for even more power, and you're just like, I'm gonna push you, and then you crash into a heavy cabin, and they don't move at all, and you're like, damn it. Here we go. Well, that's a lot of power, but don't you need... It's a percentage increase to your power. So don't you need a high base power to begin with for that to be super effective? Oof, there's so many bots here. I don't like this. I'm just gonna back slowly out of the room. That's too many bots. And unfortunately, because this is so nose heavy, I can't leave. I'm dead to bots. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Way too many bots. Alright, let's try this again. Whatever. I'm destined to die to a bot, so I'm just gonna do it. Destined to die to bots. How are you supposed to deal with that shit, Gravistar, man? Like, I turned the corner and it's literally not six, it was 4 bots, all of them aggro on the guy who just showed up right in front of me. There's nothing you can do about that. What are you supposed to do with that? Our entire team falls with 0 kills except for Sandra. Get him, Bluebird! Bluebird's droning? Oh, that's a dirty pool, Bluebird. Well, Gravistar, man, I understand that Doppler is important, but I saw all the enemies. I actually knew all the enemies were there. I just didn't know they were all bots. I was like, I assumed there'd be a player, and because there'd be a player, I wouldn't be instantaneously cabined out through my asshole. But it was all bots. Now, to be fair, and this is just the way crossout works. Every now and again, you're gonna get matches like that where you've just lost, right? You go back 2 matches or 3 matches that I just ran, and we just lost, right? There was no way to win, and I don't mean that to be like, oh, there's no way to win. I mean there was literally no way to win. There was that instance where we went 0-8, right? They wiped the floor with me. They wiped the floor with my team. They killed everyone, right? So there are gonna be times when that just happens, and there's no counter to that, right? There's no counter to when you just get completely and totally bodied, right? This is not the best map. So I didn't charge my guns like an idiot. What? Were those scorpions that just shot right past me out of nowhere? He's gonna shoot my gun off. This dude's that good. This is that guy. This is that guy who's aiming at your gun at all times, no matter what you do. I can't get around this guy, and I also lost my gun, I think. No, I didn't lose my gun. I just can't get around him. Holy shit. Yeah, wow. Dude, Noffin Share doesn't give a shit. Well, regardless, Mateus, the idea is that it's a percent increase over whatever your base power number is, right? So you could have a 600% increase, but that doesn't necessarily mean that you're going to have more power than a heavy cabin. That doesn't have a 600% increase, if that makes any sense. Do I need to be wedging these fools and shooting up into them? I don't know. I'm trying to buy myself just enough time, but it's like, it doesn't seem to be enough. I know that, by the way, as a minor note, Gravistars are a very powerful gun to be dragging upwards into different power score brackets. Mainframe? What do you mean the mainframe? Every single heavy cabin has that kind of power. With the exception of not the Echo, but I think the Icebox. Like, they all have a, air quotes, max power stat, whatever that means. But I don't know what we actually don't know what the number is, to be super honest. Alright. Not ideal. We're going to try and avoid Matthew Bot. Fuck that toe. Nope. I had to W keep. I knew I was going to lose a gun, but I had to W keep. Sometimes these Scorp players are just insane. Whoa! Talk about a gun hanging on by the last bit of remnants of whatever it's holding it on. Hey, thanks, Hardcore. Hey, thanks, whole team. Get on in there. Yeah, you just push me out of the way. I don't need to be here. We good. We got our first MVP. What is holding this gun on? Hold on. What is holding this gun on? I think it was the rear gun, right? It wasn't the front gun, right? It could not have been the front gun, so it had to have been the rear gun. It was one piece of frame. I'll take it. Uh-oh, we're against Bluebird. We're going to try to avoid Bluebird. He's using drones, and those will fuck me up. In fact, I'm going to double back. All the way back to base. So I keep forgetting to charge up my gun before the start of fight. Oh, Miss Omel's totally fucked. An ancient build. That's a lot of Gravistars to be hunting you down. I would try to queue up, but like 4K power score higher than your Grav build, yes. That's another issue, but, you know, that's an issue for another time. I think two things are happening. One, all the good players are going to sleep. And two, I'm getting better at the same time. With those two things happening simultaneously, I'm doing much better. I don't know which one is more effective at improving my odds here. Could it be the fact that all the good players are losing consciousness because they're pussies? The world may never know. All the good players are going to sleep. Is it just me or am I just stuck on this corpse? Yep. I know you're shooting me in the butt. I know. Good job. Sorry, Bluebird, you targeted me with drones. Nice suit. Uh-oh, it's Gravistar Man. Of all the people whose names I should be looking out for, it's Gravistar Man, and I'm not paying attention for that one name. He's giving up. Why, Gravistar? I'm not gonna shoot Gravistar Man, because Sebastian's in the way. I don't know what's going on. Alright, I'll shoot off his gun. None of that! We took a game off of Gravistar Man, even though he probably didn't attack us on purpose. Gravistar Man, you have to attack me. You can't keep not attacking me in games. I guess we can see why you're still awake. But Tish, all the good players are going to sleep. Shit, Gravistar's on our team. Alright, so here's our plan. We're not going to follow Gravistar Man. That would be stupid. The reason why that'd be stupid is because we're going to give away his position, fuck up, and then he'll be, you know, less effective. We don't want that. Gravistar Man does a great job. What we need to do is we need to shadow him. Oh god, Nobler. Fucking... Oh god. Well, okay, so we'll follow him on the map. Looks like he's super flanking. And he's engaging the closest point of contact. Bluebird's getting his revenge. No! No, Bluebird, don't get your revenge! No, don't get revenge on me, Bluebird, no! Bluebird. How's Bluebird still alive? Well done, Gravistar Man, showing us how it's done. Now, I would have been there closer with you, I would have, but, you know, there was a guy in the way, and I'm a bad driver. Ah. It's okay, Bluebird. If you end up catching me out, you end up catching me out. I'm fine with that. Alright, it's Gravistar Man and us again, up against, unfortunately, Bluebird. You know, why don't we just make a group of 3? Stream Sniping Cardboard Ninja, the only reason to download the game. Alright, let's perk it up. We're going to try and do what Gravistar did. So G-Man took it wide. Pushed the flank. Found a weakness. Exploited it. Wow. What? Alrighty. Wow. Still on me. Radar immune, by the way. I can't catch a break. This bot is just absolutely perfectly placed. I can't get in. I'm getting scorped in the butt now, so it's over. Just amazing. That was just perfect. Like, every now and again, everything just mashes up. So my goal was to get to Nothenshire, and fucking nothing. I had no chance of getting to Nothenshire whatsoever. Did you see that? I'm, like, just trying to get around his bots. I'm just trying to get around his people. Somehow, one of them shot me while I was invisible. Whatever, fine, fair enough. I used the shield to save my life, blah, 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 etc., etc., etc. It's just crazy. So we're going to watch the man, the myth, the legend. We'll see if he can get in on this guy. Clearly he's popping early because the idea is Nothin. Clearly, if you can see his radar right there in the back, that radar in the back is what told him where I was. Because if you're playing Scorps, if you're playing anything like that, you need something that just decloaks invisible people, right? Jacob. Jacob, what are you doing, asshole? Oh, you're the worst bot ever. So, clearly Nothin's just hunting people who are invisible. Or at least has a defense against people who are invisible. Guess who just express downloaded Crossout again? Oh, man. Am I that popular? I must be. So now, Gravistar Man is truly invisible, and so that little thing on the back of him doesn't point to him. And that's the reason why he was able to get the drop on him. Unfortunately, it looks like he sniped out G-Man's engine, so he wasn't able to move to keep up with him. Yeah. Nothin's another... What's it we're looking for? Is another... whole other beast. He's on a whole other level. This guy is seal clubbing like a motherfucker. This guy right here. Nothinshire. He's a different kind of beast. Let's put it that way. Like, let me put it this way. When I was rushing at him, my name is over here because, you know, my cabin's farther back. He was still aiming for the Gravistars at the front of my build. Didn't care. Still shot off a gun every single time so far, with the exception of when my back was to him, when he shot me in the back directly while I was invisible, radar immune. So, I can see the problems. Also, another minor note. Hertz's perk, I think, is working against me. Because remember, Hertz's perk increases the damage you deal against stuff, but decreases the damage that you deal against things. So what that means is, if you shoot wheels, your damage is increased. If you shoot a cabin, your damage is increased. But if you shoot a structural part, your damage is decreased. And Gravistars, they don't deal well with reduced damage, so it's possible that the Hertz perk could be bad. Oh. Bluebird's gonna follow me. Let's go. If you can keep up, baby. Oh, Noth and share again. Alright, I'm gonna pop this early. I don't have a choice. If I'm gonna push towards Noth, I need to... Where did he go? He already ran. What a Chad. He already bailed. And he just shot out everything from underneath me from a mile away. While I was radar immune. I don't know. This dude's like another... This is a whole nother player, dude. I don't know. Like, that dude just knows what's up. I was literally invisible, radar immune. I engaged one guy and he shot me in the back. Just straight through my everything. I don't know. Though he's using the Nox, which is good. He could be using a better cabin, because my build is very permeable. Which is to say, I don't think that the Scorpion piercing damage is what's causing that. I think that's just the damage. As a minor note, while I look at this, I could probably change out the ammunition crate. Did you see this? The second that Gravistar Man's invisibility breaks, watch this. And broken. Nofenshire is going to turn that corner and start shooting him. Even though he's purely invisible, Nofen's following his ass. Oh, there he is! Boop. He's regular invisible, but Nofen doesn't care about that shit. Okay, so now Gravistar Man's actually invisible, but unfortunately he took a shot, and that decloaked him. That was a good kill, but Scorps, Nofenshire. This Nofen dude, it's not a lot of Scorps, it's just that guy. Dude, just that guy. Just Nofenshire. Holy balls. Watch this. He's going to be on the opposing team again, isn't he? Yep. I don't know what to do. He's going to body us. There's no chance. Like, we can't get him. Every single time that I caught him in a... Oh, that's not good. Alejandro, no! Oh no, Bluebird. One second, Nofenshire actually messaged me. As a minor aside, hold on, let me check something. Let me get rid of you. What are the number of base shots? 400? 400 is not terrible. I'm just considering not having the ammo crate, because I don't necessarily need it. Wow. That bot got blowed up. Steady. It's alright. Oh, that's not gonna last. Time to drive away from this shit. Nope. Oh! Alright, we're gonna leave Gravistar Man to the team. Holy shit, he killed Noffinshire. The frightening thing is, I just realized Gravistar Man knows where I am, but I don't know where he is. I'm just gonna avoid this. Yeah, Noffinshire is really good. I'm just asking Noffinshire if he's rocking penetration fused scorpions. I don't know if that's a good fusion, to be honest. I couldn't answer that because it shares the same slot as projectile velocity. And I can't see a world in which projectile fused scorpions are worse than 10% more penetration scorpions. Alright, remember, we gotta go nice and wide. We should never go up down the middle. You don't like the perks are getting more verbose? Hmm. Time to go. Ah, it's Gravistar Man! Now that's scary shit right there. We're not going to shoot G-Man. He knows what he's doing. Gonna let him rock. God damn it. Alejandro, stop shooting me in the back. I love corpses, by the way. Corpses are balanced and fair. They didn't fuck up the game at all. I'm currently stuck against them, and I really don't want to be. Oh, Fuyum is in game, boys. Hold on. So Fuyum's saying, no Sabbaths, no buggies, no claws. So Fuyum actually has a pretty sick Grav build. It runs on the similar principles of shields. The difference is the shields fits the entire build, so you can't actually deal damage without going through the shield first. So power score, 10k. Welcome back to the game, Fuyum. Am I that sexy that I just keep dragging people back into this game? I must be. If I could lower... I can't, that's frame height thing. I was thinking of lowering these parts down so I could change the slopes by lowering them, but I can't. But I could raise it. It would be cool if corpses had no collisions with players. You know, it'd be also cool if corpses didn't exist. Who here remembers like cross out pre-corpse? Corpses really fucked over a lot of gameplay, and they still do. And they're going hard to the paint. They're like, no, we're continuously adding more and more perks that interact with corpses. So far, we've got the cabin that heals, but has its healing pool based on corpse juice. We've got the wheels that heal when around corpses. We've got the Thyrsus, which gives you perk shots off of corpses. And I think there's one more now, right? There's one that just came out with the battle pass. There's like a corpse gun, right? Not this one. No. Am I stupid? Might be stupid. None of these things have anything to do with it. No, there was another something to do with corpses, right? No, it's none of these things. The Nox also doesn't have anything to do with corpses. I don't know. Am I dumb? There's wheels, cabins, ammo box. The ammo box deals with corpses. I'm not dumb. It is in the ammo. It does exist. You dick around corpses and you get ammo back. The Kronos, the Thyrsus, the Titan, and the Pandora. Yeah, they're just going hard to the paint on this stupid mechanic. It's just a bad mechanic. They never should have added it. I don't think there's anyone that plays this game that's like, you know what was a good addition to Crossout? Corpses. No one's ever said that. That's a sentence that doesn't occur. Just a full vampire build, just the Kronos, Thyrsus, Titan, and Pandora. They didn't have to put corpses in at all, Fuyum. That's my problem. Oh shit, it's the F-Bomb! F-Bomb and G-Man! Aw, shit. Alright. I'm following G-Man in. Let's do this. We're gonna triple bomb pools. With Gravistars. Or not. We're gonna follow Gravistar Man in because he used his perk. We can actually protect our team with our shield. We got the gun. Oh, this isn't good. Oh no, not Novenshire, no! Not Novenshire, no! Did he miss because I have nothing down there? Nope. Alright, we did good. That was a cool run. Ow! That was cool. Oh my goodness. Not enough frontline fire. You know, I theoretically could do something about the... No, that's not true. There are limits, right? There's only so many things that you can do on a build. One of the things that I do like about Gravistar's build that he sent was his generator is actually in the front. Oh shit, we're up against Fuyum. That's not good. And against Gravistar, man, that's really not good. But we got Bluebird on our side. Let's go, Blue. So, I know for a fact we're in trouble. Uh-oh. Not ideal. See, he's using pure Bigfoot, so he got his perk back sooner. Car. Oh, did my gun peek through? My gun peeked through! Oh, shit! Uh-oh. Not ideal. Ah! So what just happened there, the only reason I won that is my gun on the front of my build peeked through his shield. Literally was just underneath his shield by a millimeter, and so I was able to fire and shoot his gun through his shield. Oh, we're getting to spectate Novenshire. He just popped that dude's gin. I don't know if his guns are fused or not. They don't look like they're fused. But I don't think they have to be. He's just using the Nox. What the fuck was that shit? That was some Tony Hawk Pro Skater shit. Gravistars on a stick, baby. You just dip your stick in some poop, and then you wave your poo stick at him. Oh my god. I can't believe that shit. I just barely got the tip of the build through, and it just barely won. But then, of course, I died immediately to Alejandro. But you guys can see the difference, right? So Fuyum was able to get his shield back. Even though we're both popping Griffin, even though we're doing that shit, he was able to get his shit back mid-fight faster than me. We both popped our shields at the same time. We were both like, shield up, we're shooting at each other, all that good shit. I popped the Griffin perk to try and get my shield back sooner. He popped the Griffin perk just before I had arrived, just as I had arrived, actually. So his perk was ready, and he got his shield back about a quarter second to a half second sooner than me. Like, that was ridiculous. So that's one of the things that we were weighing earlier about whether or not we wanted to use pure Bigfoots or Bigfoots combined with the claws. You just get your shit back sooner. You just get it back faster. Not ideal. Also, I want to change the things in front of my wheels just a little bit, but whatever, that's a story for another day. Oh no, it's Gravistar Man! Alright, we're gonna use this as the ability. Oh, nope. Nope. Oh my god. This thing has like no power, so once I bump into someone, it's over. These shields are gonna break long before I get there. Whew! Not even close. My liver. I like the Griffin on it, but that Torero actually would be missed. Yeah, right? So the accuracy that you get from the Torero is actually really good. It's really, really good, especially with the Gravistar. Gravistar is extremely random with the way it fires. Remember, each bullet only does 8, but it fires 4 of them, and it fires them very quickly. Did you have an idea that you just decided to drop? What was the idea? Torero, Nagul, Hover, with either harmonizers or gyroscopes. So really, really fast Nagul shots. And the Torero would counteract its retarded bad spread. A lot, actually. Oppressor? I don't understand that. So the only thing that I truly dislike about this build is the front. I want to do better, but I had to get into combat or else you guys would have blacked out. Yeah, but that projectile speed only exists when you're moving faster, right? Or am I wrong on that? No, Chinese dude. Well, those are some rippers. Bluebird has a Mandrake? The fuck? I'm trying to desperately trying to avoid getting fucking blasted. Unfortunately, I'm lifting Fuyum. I'm so sorry, Fuyum. I'm so sorry. Oh, we got them both. Never mind. We're good, Fuyum. We did it. Teamwork. Don't be mad. Fuyum's mad at me. Don't be angry. We teamwork the shit out of them. Alright, it's Gravistar Man, so I'm just gonna drive away. You know, I just realized based on the geometry of the griffin, theoretically I could raise the location of my cloak. But I don't know if that's valuable. So, things I like about the build. I'm getting better at it. Mind you, it is coming at a cost of, you know, being unbelievably bad at the build. Things that I want to do. I need to fix this front. This nose is just terrible. I want to fix the front, but that's going to be a story for another day. This has to be fixed. It's working. I'm surprised it's working. Like, this isn't being destroyed. It's not being ripped off. I thought it would be because it's on those parts, but it's not. So, I mean, okay, I guess I'll just accept the fact that it's working. But still. So the only problem is that the Nagul is just a bad gun-ish. I mean, has it ever been good? Did they ever make the Nagul good? Alright, so step one, shoot the pew-pew so it overheats. Alright, guns are good. Step two, profit. We're going to avoid Bluebird. I just noticed he's on the opposing team. Really? Really? Grrr! Cap cans? What are you doing here? Oh, you gotta be kidding me. Am I not shooting for a reason? Oh no, I must have lost all of my coolers. Ah! All right. I are we This is what you get. This is what happens when you don't play for keeps, chat. I got because I didn't play for keeps. I got what I deserved. I said I wasn't gonna shoot at him, and I didn't shoot at him, and it got me killed. Brutal, I like it. Now all this guy has to do, all Evan has to do is not die. Unfortunately, he's up against a Mandrake player. And he's slower than the Mandrake player. It looks like his guns were averted, which is good. Like, I hope that's the averter. Shit, that's not the averter. Is that the Omamori? Please let it be the Omamori. No, there's no shield. He's using it on the... It's what's it called? The Jackie. Griffin? This dude's using a Griffin? Don't do it, Evan. Don't drop. So for those of us who don't know, there's that super move that the Mandrake and the Heather have. And it's the only way that you can use the super move is if you jump off a cliff. Serious. So you jump off a cliff and immediately reverse and hope that the opponent is so eager to get the kill on you that they jump after you. Because if they jump after you, you fire your artillery straight up into their build and they just die instantly. That's either impressive that they fired their Mandrakes enough times to run out of ammo, or unimpressive enough that they didn't bring enough ammo in the first place. So I have a rule, and this is just a general rule of building. And I don't know if you guys want to follow it, but I highly suggest you do. After you make a build, play a match. And you keep playing matches. If you ever, at any point in time, ever run out of ammunition, put another ammo crate on. That's the rule. Because the idea is, if you could have won because you had more bullets, then you should have more bullets. If you ever use up all your bullets, it means that you can survive long enough on your build to run out of bullets, right? So all those things add up to add more bullets to your build. Not today, Noffinshare. No! I guess today, Noffinshare, you pile of dog shit. What? Did he hit my generator? It must have been. Ah, you prick. Got him. Yeah, I survived it. I'm not gonna survive this. Oh no, he overheated his assemblers. The worst part is he's using assemblers. My build does not have a small issue. My build is a large issue. The issue is that Noffinshare is popping gens. Just so we're on the same page, Everybody who gets their gen popped by Nofenshire, it dies immediately. I don't even know if this guy has a gen. This guy's smart because I don't think he has one. I think he's just running double assembler, which is actually a perfectly viable build. One of the reasons why the assembler is actually good is because you don't need to run it with anything. So that's good. Unfortunately, I have a generator, and Nof just keeps popping it. He just shoots under my build, his Scorps penetrate everything down there, hits the generator, and that's it. I'm fairly positive other people's builds work the same way. No, they're still ass. They are still garbage. That has always, the thing that I just said has always been the case. You have always had the ability to do that. You've always had the ability to just run double assembler and be effective. But effective is, what's I'm looking for? Relative. We'll try and sneak up off on him, but I doubt that it's going to work. Because this guy somehow just shot me while I was invisible on the approach. While I was purely invisible. Oh, that's not ideal. This guy, I don't know how he did that. Ah, son of a bitch. I gotta do something about that nose. But yeah, no, that guy. Not this guy. Not Nofenshire. Nobler. Somehow, I think his name is Nobler. Wait, Growstar Man has a similar front. Wait a minute! That's the thing that I was talking about! He's using the things. Sorry for being excited about that. He's using the ice plows. Still kind of curious about the Torero Nagul hover. So if you guys didn't notice, G-Man there just pulled off the sneakiest of sneaks. He popped both the obviously cloak, but he combined it with the Griffin cloak. But the thing that made him super sneaky, he didn't move very fast. He intentionally moved very, 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 very slowly to ensure that he didn't have a signature, which is to say he didn't have that warble. You have a Torero Nagul hover with double gyroscopes. But how do you get up to speed to trigger the gyroscopes? I do have the Satori cab. I will admit, though, or I'd like props on noting that the snowplow or the snow cutters was exactly what Gravistar Man's using for his front right now. And that's what I was trying to use for my front. I just didn't figure out how to do it because I'm bad. Oh. The passive perk is what you're after? Wait, he's doing it again. Look at this guy. Like, how does he even know I'm here? Purely invisible. Ah, shit. Okay. So, I don't know what to do with that. I was invisible a good distance away from him, and he just shot off my gun through cloak. So, I'm gonna assume I'm just done. I got dusted. There's no counter to that. Nobler, who is this guy? Nobler 1500. This guy literally is shooting to decloak, which makes perfect sense if you know they're coming. But how does he know we're coming? That's my problem. I'm purely cloaked, and I'm even popping the Gravistar perk, or sorry, the Griffin perk, and he's still firing to decloak. The Oculus doesn't give you radar positions when the... First of all, he's firing when I'm outside the range of the Oculus. I'm far outside of the range of the Oculus when, like, I'm cloaked like this, driving at him, and he starts shooting right about here. The Oculus doesn't give away that position. You do leave marks when you're invisible. That is also true. And then I use the Griffin to take me off the radar of the Oculus in addition. And he's still firing to decloak me before I get anywhere near there. G-Man's saying that I'm being detected by the Oculus first. No, I am not. Oculus has a limited range. Hold on. Sorry, there's only one C. This is only the Oculus 6. We're going to assume is fused. So I'm going to assume that they're running oculi, and we're going to assume that they're fused, and we're going to give them the range for invisibility detection. One moment. The verifier fused has an invisibility detection radius of 200 meters. So we're going to say 200 meters. We're going to give them the detection radius bonus of the verifier. Okay? How far away is 200 meters? So this is the line. "200 meters is this thing. Is the Griffin good? Because, yes, the Griffin is phenomenal. I'm not seeing it. I don't see how they're able to pre-fire me that far away. They clearly are, but I don't see how. Also, I don't understand how I was running away that one time while I was invisible, well outside of any range of any thing that he could see, and he still shot off my Gravistar. Oh, I believe I leave tracks. I believe that there are tracks left on the ground, but look at this. You're gonna tell me you're in the middle of a fight, and you're gonna pre-fire over here because you saw tracks? Look, what tracks? Miss me with that. Now, what could be, I don't know if this is the case, it could be true that because I'm traveling at 120 kilometers an hour, that I have a visual signature, but I don't know what that visual signature looks like. Well, Arian X, funny that you brought that up. No. Actually, funny story, Arian X. I had a choice today. And it was between streaming or completing a new weapon tier list. And here I am. So I'm dead, clearly. By the way, T-Clutch hit me with an avalanche immediately. Good shot. I don't know how he knew I was there, but good shot. What the? Wow, he took off 2 of my wheels, avalanche. Oh no, it's Gravistar Man. So a couple things. One, I actually like the placement of the cheetah. The cheetah placement is actually perfect. The shield placement works. I think it works out pretty well. I think that the armoring for the Gravistars needs to be changed. Maybe the front 2, not the closer Gravistar. Even though I like putting the reinforced part around the middle Gravistar, and it actually may have saved my ass now that I think about it. I did catch an avalanche to the nose. I don't know if I can 1v1 G-Man. Because he's not shooting at me. That's not fair. Come on, Gravistar Man, shoot at me. You gotta fire at me. But yeah, so I'm just looking at this and I'm thinking, if I were down here, I would change this. But then again, I think that just saved me. Come on, Gravistar Man, you gotta fight me. GG. So, where I am, it is very early in the morning, so I think I'm going to end up calling it a wrap soon. But here's a couple things. One, that avalanche did fuck me up real. Hold on, I should test something. Hold on. I have an avalanche. See you in a few years then? Oh, Jesus Christ. Hold on, I gotta test something. I have to see whether or not the avalanche plus the wheels is what saved my life. Or, sorry, not the avalanche, but the armored plate. I'll be freaking damned. That dude who avalanched me, I think it's the plate that saved me. Yep. It was. Holy crap. Never mind then. Okay. Never mind. So I was thinking of moving this. I was like, you know what? I don't like these Battle Walker covers here. I can put them somewhere else. But they're what saved me. They legit are what saved my life. Alternatively, one of the other things that I want to do is... It should be evident to anyone and everyone that catching a shot to the generator is fatal. And I need to armor it. So that's something that also needs to be done. To round out this build. It's armored, but not really, right? The number one problem is catching a scorp shot to this tummy just fucking puts you down. And I don't know if there's a fix to that right now. Flipping it's not going to help. So the reason why it's like this is because it's actually wrapped around stuff like frame. The only way that you can have frame back here is if you do something like that. I understand what you're saying. It'll move it up by a pin. The bulk of it. I don't think I ever lost the cheetah, which is good. I don't dislike the placement of the Gravistars. I hate my front. I really, really, really wish that I'd be able to figure out with my brain what I want to do with this. I think I know. Hold on. I know, but I don't like it. This is why I don't like it. Because it's only on one part. But this is what I want to do. But I don't even think I have the tonnage for this. When do you usually stream? Well, if you ask my air quotes fan base, never. Oh my god, this thing is way too front heavy. Holy shit. Okay, that's a difference. This thing... Your gas gen doesn't blow up your ammo crate? Oh, that's right. That's because they changed the gas gens. Remember, gas gen, ampere, those things, they explode because they have low durability, but they don't blow up for a lot of damage. I'd have to test this. I may as well test this, if not right now, but I'll end up testing this to see if this works out. The snow cutters look better. I think they fit the theme better. I think they fit the part better. But the problem is that they're heavy. They're super fucking heavy. And that's a problem. God damn it. Yuck it up, asshole. Cardboard ninjas streaming using the before time. The earth cooled. Dinosaurs roamed the earth. They are joking, but only just. I could put an ammo crate there, but I think we've seen what happens when I explode already. I'm also really, really, really close to mass. Like, within, what, 40, 30? Yeah, for now... For now, I think we'll just have to call it. Well, again, once again, as I said before, this is in lieu of creating that weapon tier list. I'm not joking. I'm not saying that, like, saying, oh, you guys, blah, blah, because I'm here, you guys didn't get a tier list. I'm actually serious. Straight up, no joke. I was like, I even have the stuff open right now. I'm not even joking. I still have it open on my other monitor of the tier list that I was going to make. I'm like, Oh, yeah. That's Gravistar. No, I only have the one fused cheetah. In this instance, the fused cheetah is for durability and speed. Well, I'll tell you what. I will always attempt to get back here. Let's put it like that. Life, however, has a way of being a bish. The streams are much better than the videos. Thank you. Paint tier list win. This actually is decent paint. There's a reason why this paint is good. It's not because it looks cool, it's because it's confusing. So, like, if someone looks upon this, it's difficult to tell at first blush what you're even looking at to shoot. So, this would be some pretty good paint. Even if I moved this back, it still won't matter. I'll do it, because it's just a little bit more armor, but... Manastar, man. Last match. Let's go! And then I'm gonna black out, because my wife is gonna be super fucking mad. So I'm saying, might work on a revised Gravistar build with the new Griffin perk. I mean, it works. I mean, if you can do better than me, but I doubt it, look at this build that I ripped off from Gravistar, man. You'd have to do better than this, and I don't think that's doable. Alright, so just because people keep saying that they can detect me sooner, I'm going to double cloak up and leave, because that's way too many dudes. Are you serious? We did it! We got rid of all of his fucking lances before he got to me! Oh shit, there's Fuyun! We're gonna back him up. My butt! That's where I kept all those things that didn't matter. Oh god, this guy's hyper reloader. Holy shit! Yeah, that's what happens when you underestimate the reload speed avalanche. I underestimated the reload speed avalanche, and I got because of it. Holy shit. Fused avalanche for reload speed and all reload. You think that there's a window, but there's not. It's all up to Gravistar now. He should be fine against Scottish. Uh-oh. You know what's interesting? The thing that I was complaining about. I love how good Gravistar Van is. You see that? So instead of punching it out of there and like driving away at top speed, he immediately changed speeds after he went invisible to something a lot slower, so that he became truly invisible. And also, so if people were predicting his motion, they'd shoot too far ahead and they'd miss him. That's great. That's great play right there. But one of the things that I'm looking at Gravistar's build is I don't understand how he's using those bumpers. I understand he's using them to protect his wheels. Obviously, that's no shit. But it's just, I don't know. Like, I'm having troubles, or was having troubles with my front before, because of the fact that the front is so broad, and I was hitting so many things. You one hit Knawfish with a toe? Oh, man. That means you won the match. I don't believe it. You towed down the guy that was going to win the match for us, you prick. Good job. Good job to you, Bluebird, my man. Alrighty then. With that, I am actually going to log out. We did it. We spent a whole bunch of time making this Gravistar build, and in case it's any good, just in case. Can I share this to multiple people at once? I can't. What? Oh my god. So if I use the filter, oh Jesus Christ. If I use the filter, I can't select more than one person. But thankfully you guys are online. Whomso else wants this one? Matan, thank you again for the super chat. Not necessary, but I thank you very much for that. Was it Stone Cut? I'm trying to remember. You know what? Bluebird also might want this. Dang you people and your underscores. And Bluebird. There you go. It's okay, Bluebird. Poor or not, at least you now have the build heard round the world. And if Gravistar Man likes it, who knows, maybe he'll end up running it. He might get into it and be like, you know what, this is the truth. And I was the fool. I was running trash, and this is the real deal. Who knows, maybe he'll do it. Or maybe not. Didn't I just send that to you? I think I just sent it to you, Matan. It's all good. Alrighty then. So, I hope you guys had fun watching. I hope you guys have fun with the build. And I hope to see you guys next time. And yeah, I'll probably end up streaming a little more depending on how often Friendship Bunny nags me into it. But with that said,